delightful happened. He saw a beautiful figure in a pavilion. Even though my back was facing him. But he still recognized her at the first moment. This woman with a waist so thin that it was almost unfair was Liang Qi. Good. The limelight is still on my side. With the help of Yi, the strongest think tank, Cao Wenbin's attempt to suppress me by scheming is absolutely wishful thinking. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. But the good times didn't last long. As he got closer to the pavilion, his brows gradually furrowed. Because Liang Qi never responded. That is to say, "Are you hurt? Don't take it too seriously." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly quickened his pace. But obviously, this time, the goddess of luck was not on his side. The moment he saw Liang Qi's face, his heart sank to the bottom. Because of this expression, it is obvious that his soul is damaged. To be honest, if this happened in his prime, this little problem would not be a big deal. After all, although his research on the soul is not in depth, he has a lot of rare treasures. It can also refine various magical pills. Whatever it is, it can be easily solved. But now, there are definitely no more heavenly treasures that can heal the soul in this era. The only viable solution now is to refine the elixir. But this time period is too long. Lu Zhilin is very conflicted. Of course, what he was worried about was not whether to save him or not. But where did he put Liang Qi during the time he was refining the elixir? If you take him away, there is a high probability that Cao Wenbin will find him. In this way, the incident will become completely uncontrollable. At this moment, he had no confidence that he could save anyone from Cao Wenbin's all-round attack. After all, he was a ruthless character who could even be killed by Song Si. It would be difficult even if his father were still alive. Not to mention that his father's life or death is still unknown. But if he leaves it here, he always feels uneasy. But he also knew that if he didn't make a decision, he would suffer the consequences. So after gritting his teeth, he decided to leave Liang Qi here. As for the reasons, they have been fine for millions of years, there is no reason for problems to occur at this last moment. After we go out, while refining the elixir, we'll make some more noise. As long as Cao Wenbin is distracted, everything will be fine. While he was secretly planning, Cao Wenbin and others who were secretly observing in the dark 100 kilometers away were also discussing in a low voice. Wenbin, such a good opportunity, what are we waiting for? There are only 3 of them. An ant, a mid-stage heavenly Dao realm cultivator, plus a living dead. With this kind of fighting power, Qingyan and I can easily suppress them if we just attack at will. And as long as you succeed, then everything will be up to you. You can do whatever you want. The voice was full of urgency. Obviously, Nian Yuyu doesn't want to miss this rare opportunity. But what she didn't expect was that she was almost getting angry. But Cao Wenbin was still taking his time. He even had the mood to fan himself. Don't be impatient. It won't be too late for us to take action after Lu Zhilin makes his decision. If we force it, the impact on this guy will be too small. I want to wait until he gets some hope, then I'll give him a fatal blow. Chapter 618. Everyone is shocked. By the way, Aunt Yu, from what you said, it seems like you know this woman, right? Can you tell me about her specific situation? Also, judging by what Lu Zhilin did, he seems to be very familiar with this place. What's going on here? Nian Yuyu's mouth twitched. Aunt Yu, what a unique name. Is it really so ruthless to pull that thing out? Of course, she was speechless, but her mouth was not slow at all. Her name is Liang Qi. His strength is about the same as mine. But her nickname is much more famous than mine. Back then, some called her the mastermind, while others called her the queen of judo. Her willow waist, which can be measured with one hand, has captivated countless people. Among them are the 2 most powerful men in the world. In the end, the one who controls darkness, relying on his own pure love, successfully wins the heart of the beauty. And because of her exceptionally high intelligence and her ability to come up with strategies, her status quickly reached the pinnacle of all living beings. In the later stages, relying on the support of the Lord of Darkness, she even dared to point at the nose of the other lord and curse him. Say he doesn't respect feelings. I fall in love with every girl I meet. As for this Lu Zhilin, if my guess is correct, he should be the reincarnation of the Lord of Darkness. And it's awakened. Cao Wenbin's brows immediately frowned. Of course, he was not afraid. The reincarnated body is the reincarnated body. Although future achievements are limitless, he is no longer the master after all. There is nothing to be afraid of. The reason why he frowned was because he always felt that the way Nian Yu looked at him was very abnormal. It looked like it was going to eat him. Are you hungry? No. We must find an opportunity to test it. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. To be honest, if it were someone else, they would have doubted their own background a long time ago. After all, there have been so many coincidences since arriving at this supreme plane. But Cao Wenbin has never had this. Because others don't know their past lives, but he knows it all. Just an ordinary person in the technological dimension. What powerful person would be reincarnated there? But soon, he had no time to think about these useless things. Because, husband, Zhun Xiaoyao is gone. Let's go. After saying that, Bai Qingyan immediately prepared to rush up. But before she could start, Cao Wenbin pulled her back. Then he shook his head gently. Don't be impatient. We have all the time. So it's okay to wait a little longer. If that guy comes back, my plan will be in vain. That makes sense. And the facts have proved that he is right. About half an hour later, a head suddenly popped out from behind a big tree not far from the pavilion. It was none other than Lu Zhilan. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that he had been observing secretly there. Depend on. What a cunning boy. No wonder he's the Lord of Darkness. There's darkness in my heart. Bai Qingyan was speechless. But Cao Wenbin laughed very quickly. Immediately afterwards, it flew directly towards the pavilion. Won't you wait any longer? What if that kid scores twice? Cao Wenbin shook his head again. No. Because that guy can't afford to lose this person. Even though he thinks no one else knows what he's done, as you said, he is the Lord of Darkness after all. How can I keep doing such cheap things? As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them arrived at the place. As for Bai Qingyan's worries, very redundant. This time, Lu Zhilan really left. Depend on. Are the thoughts of top figures always so unreasonable? Just as Bai Qingyan was complaining madly, Cao Wenbin had already come to Liang Qi's side. Then the awakening stone appeared in front of his chest. Of course, the forbidden path formation diagram also appeared. I want to see what's so different about you, the one who can charm both masters. But you really can't use too much force later. After all, this waist is too thin. What if it breaks? An evil smile suddenly appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. At the same time, the awakening stone suddenly burst into a burst of fluorescence. Not dazzling, but it is very useful. After just a few breaths, Liang Qi's eyes slowly opened. Am I not dead? It seems that my original plan was successful. In that case, the voice was full of pride. But the good times didn't last long. Look, before she even finished her words, her beautiful pupils contracted unconsciously. How could it be you? Where's my husband? The panic is beyond words. Then, she subconsciously wanted to run. But it was not until this moment that she realized that she could not mobilize the energy in her body at all. Forbidden Tao formation diagram. No. This time, she was no longer panicked. But horror. Unfortunately, emotions can't solve any problems. The next moment, her slender waist that fascinated countless people fell directly into Cao Wenbin's arms. Husband. Come on, what are you looking at? Aren't I right next to you? Come on, let's not waste time. It's very lively in the divine realm. All kinds of sounds are heard everywhere. But compared with the outside world, it's nothing. Because, Night Blades destroyed, Zhongzhou has passed away. Overnight, all the masters of the Dragon Roar Sword sect were killed or injured. Is Yao Qi's move this time a bit too ruthless? A bolt from the blue. As this push message appeared, all the forces that had access to it exploded. After all, the pattern of the 9 holy places jointly ruling the world has existed for millions of years. Everyone has long been accustomed to it. But now it is. Isn't Yao Qi's overall strength much weaker than Longyan Sword sect? If that's the case, then how did they kill Zhongzhou? Did they have some secret weapon? Have you recently fallen into a deep sleep due to injury? Yao Kai was weak, but that was all said and done many years ago. Ever since Fairy Qingyan found a young man, their strength has skyrocketed. It's no exaggeration to say that they are now number 1. And they are leading the league by a huge margin. That's not right. Even if the Dragon Roar Sword sect can't defeat Yao Kai, they can at least run away, right? Are Zhongzhou and the others stupid enough to just stand there and let Bai Qingyan chop them down? That's unknown. After all, it's impossible for such inside information to be shared with a mere ant like me. If you ask me, the Dragon Roar Sword sect deserves it. A forced melon won't be sweet, don't they know that? The couple was just going on an adventure, but he actually followed them so happily. Now look what happened, he's already lost his life. Lust is a knife to your head. This incident reminds us once again that if you don't have the strength, don't even think about playing high-level games. No, is Zhongzhou also considered to be incompetent? Chapter 619. If a person does not care about himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Tell me what you think. What should we do this time? While the onlookers were arguing fiercely, Tian Yulin and other senior executives of Linglong Valley were also holding a meeting in a hurry. After all, the territory of the Dragon Roar Sword sect is not small. The above benefits are even more amazing. If only I could take a bite out of this. Of course, this is only part of the agenda of this meeting. The most important thing is that they want to discuss what attitude they should adopt when interacting with Yao Kai in the future. Should we continue the hostility, or? Master, if you ask me, there's nothing to discuss about this. After all, the blood of junior sisters Tianyan and Lanshan cannot be shed in vain. Besides, that Cao guy insulted you in public. If we give in, how will the world view us in the future? What will those small and medium-sized forces that depend on us think? As for the territory left vacant by the Dragon Roar Sword sect, that's definitely not enough for our family. After all, even the Dragon Roar Sword sect couldn't handle that guy, so we can't handle it either. So why not use this as bait to unite the other 7 families? In this case, even if Yao Kai is strong, she will have to bow down. We can also use this opportunity to dampen his enthusiasm, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Without any surprise, Yin Qingzhou was the first one to jump out among all the participants. And right from the start, he kept emphasizing the hatred between the 2 sides. It's obvious that they don't want any possibility of reconciliation between the 2 families. But that's true. If the 2 families really become friends, then he must be the first one to be sacrificed. After all, in the contact between the 2 sides, he was the one who danced the most happily. Big brother is right. However, although he had selfish motives, his well-reasoned words were immediately recognized by the vast majority of people. The only one who didn't express her opinion at the scene was Tian Yulin. As to why this is so, how did Bai Qingyan kill Zhongzhou? Could it be that with the help of Cao Wenbin, she has evolved again? If that's the case, should I also? Jealousy is overflowing. She can take anything, but the only thing he couldn't accept was being stepped on by Bai Qingyan. Especially when it's stepped on in this way. What? You, Bai Qingyan, are the only woman. Whatever you have, I have too. No, this kind of good thing must not be monopolized by Bai Qingyan. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she should do something. Therefore, that's a great idea, but we shouldn't be the ones to lead this one. After all, no one knows the exact situation of Yaoqi at this moment. If you're the first to stick your head out, you'll likely be dealt a fatal blow. Well, for the next period of time, we'll just follow the crowd. We will do whatever the other 7 do. Try your best to avoid any losses and risks. As soon as she finished speaking, her beautiful figure disappeared from the spot. As for where he went, no one knows. Dragon Roar Sword Sect. Brother, the soul lamps of Master and Senior Brother have gone out. If that's the case, then according to the agreement, we should have detonated the beast trap long ago. But why haven't you taken any action yet? It's the same conference room, but the atmosphere is completely different. Linglong Valley is confused, but here in the Longyan Sword Sect, there is sadness. Plus anger. Of course, not everyone is like this. At least the leader Jian Wushan was extremely calm. After the voices of doubt died down, he couldn't help but smile. Then, Junior Brother is right. According to the agreement, I should have taken action long ago. But I want to ask you one question, do you want to die alive? Not much talk, but the meeting room suddenly became quiet. Do you want to die alive? Isn't this bullshit? If you can live, who wants to die? Especially those who have reached their level, they don't want to die. After all, who knows what the next life will be like? Brother, what do you mean by that? We're all family here, there's no need to play dumb. Just say it if you have something to say. This way we can have an idea. The smile on his face grew even wider. Then Jian Wuxian didn't hesitate and immediately explained his intentions. It's simple. If you want to live, then don't mention detonating the beast trap again. After all, it is the enemy of all living beings. If we don't do it, the people who come to take over here will probably not do anything to us. But if we do it, we will definitely die. Because I need to give an explanation to all the people in the world. And we are the best scapegoats. And don't think that the beast can bring much trouble to Yao Kai. It's no exaggeration to say that, aside from bringing us eternal infamy, that thing is basically useless. The room suddenly became even quieter. At the same time, most people narrowed their eyes. They suddenly felt that what Jian Wuxian said seemed to be nothing wrong. After all, the ferocious beast is immortal. But in the final analysis, it is just the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. And there is only one. If they say they can take revenge with this thing, no one, let alone others, even they themselves, would believe it. But before they could say anything, you fart. The person who first raised the question suddenly rushed to the middle of the hall. Then he pointed at Jian Wuxian's nose and started cursing. Is this something that can be avenged? It's a matter of attitude. We must let the outside world know that there are no cowards in our Dragon Roar Sword sect. Even if you die standing up. Besides, this is also fulfilling a promise. Don't forget, when Master gave you instructions, you vowed to do it with all your heart and soul. It's only been a short time, and you've already changed. The more he talked, the more excited he became. But just as he was about to say a few swear words, a sword tip suddenly appeared on his chest. Then, Brother Wuxian, you don't need to listen to this guy's nonsense. Just do what you think is right. Don't worry, we will all support you unconditionally. Chapter 620, The Way to Completely Eliminate Lu Zhilan. Cao Wenbin, you will die a miserable death. From now on, it's either you or me. Like the people outside, Liang Qi in the divine realm is also very crazy. It seems that if no one stops her, she will definitely eat Cao Wenbin's flesh raw and drink Cao Wenbin's blood. Unfortunately, she could only think about it. The most she could drink was. Oh shit, what a beast. Of course, anger is just an appearance. Used to cover up, she felt more aggrieved. After all, millions of years ago, she was able to arm wrestle with the man in front of her. He even gave up the fight flag to him many times. He was so anxious that he scratched his head. But now it is. But this guy doesn't seem to have awakened yet. Otherwise, based on our previous encounters, he definitely wouldn't be so gentle. Whether I can still breathe, that's hard to say. But my waist will definitely break. In an instant, a trace of clarity emerged in her mind. No, I have to control myself. Before you escape, even if you are confused, you must not say too much. Otherwise, if we really wake him up. Thinking of that scene, she shuddered unconsciously. Just as she was frantically racking her brains in the hope of finding a way to escape from the devil's den, Cao Wenbin, who had just sat back on the bench in the pavilion, was grinning foolishly with shining eyes. Because. Name. Liang Qi. Identity. Queen of Jujutsu. She is the founder of this art, always able to come up with something different when fighting, so you must stick to your heart. Mastermind. She specializes in the law of the mirror. Her mind is clear, she can see through all the illusions in the world. You must be on guard. Wife of the Lord of Darkness, Lu Zhilan, the right-hand man of the strongest opponent, no matter what means, she must make him surrender. Strength. Peak of Heavenly Tao Realm, potential has been exhausted. Appearance score, 98. Loyalty, -99. She really hates the leader. Because she's a misophobe, she really doesn't like sharing things with too many people. When she eats, she has to eat separately. Note. This woman is very loving and has always loved raising small animals, with a particular fondness for birds. Of course, she prefers children, but because she has never received Yangqi before, she has never been able to fulfill her wish. The more he watched, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. Like children. Isn't this a coincidence? The major is completely matched. And I don't know if it was because his thoughts were too strong, or if there were other factors, but at that moment. Scepter of Desire, a magical artifact formed from the combined desires of all living beings. Although it is acquired, due to the endless desires of all living things, its power is in no way inferior to any innate treasure. In front of it, unless protected by a defensive innate magic weapon, even those with strong willpower will inevitably become slaves to desire. Women are especially prone to losing themselves. Note. Women controlled by it will be overly excited, and their chances of being smitten will increase by 50% during the invisible journey. The excitement is even stronger. Another 50%. It seems that I don't have to worry about having children anymore. After all, the Book of Life can also increase it by 50%. As long as the two are stacked. But soon, Cao Wenbin had no time to cheer for this thing. Because the second treasure chest has opened again. Flower of Absolute Yin. After the pure Yang Lord's self-exposure, the Yang energy of heaven and earth condensed into a Pokemon in his memory. It has no offensive power, nor any defensive power. But it is the nemesis of Yin energy. Simply wave it, and pollen will immediately fall, and it will grow and mature in an instant. Wherever it is, the ownerless Yin energy has no chance of escape and will be absorbed by it. Then, through some special method, it will be transferred back to the mother plant, where it can be controlled by its owner. Note: if possible, plant it throughout the heavens and all realms. Then you will surely enjoy a different life. What a good thing. Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed unconsciously. He saw the possibility of completely killing Lu Zhilin from this Julian flower. Don't you think you can survive as long as the ownerless Yin energy continues to flow? In that case, I will take control of all the ownerless Yin energy. I've completely cut off your escape route. That's it. From now on, I will work hard to have a daughter and plant flowers at the same time. Two-pronged approach. But after finding a way to completely kill Lu Zhilin, he could no longer sit still. The next moment, he stood up suddenly. Then he said to Bai Qingyan and the others, "You've been out for so long. It's time for us to go back. As for the rest of this divine realm, let's explore it when we have time." Without any hesitation, both Bai Qingyan and Nian Yuyu responded immediately. But Liang Qi, whose hair was almost turning white with worry, went crazy in an instant. Go back to base camp with Cao Wenbin. Isn't this just a joke? If she really follows him back, Xiaoliu probably won't be able to stop her. At least you have to become Xiaoba. But before she could figure out how to support these people, she suddenly discovered that a small palace appeared out of thin air in Nian Yuyu's palm. Very generous. But it's also very ambiguous. As a result, her pupils contracted unconsciously. If it were someone else, they might not know what this palace means. But she knows everything. Pleasure Palace. A place where any woman can get lost. Even if it's very strong, it won't work. Back then, one of her very good friends was once stuffed in there. Before entering, he despised Cao Wenbin everywhere. Whenever they get together, they will definitely make up all kinds of faults about Cao Wenbin. But after entering, it didn't take too long, just 10 years, and it completely changed into a different look. Not only did he lose his pure spirit, but he also became a die-hard supporter of Cao Wenbin. Following me around and calling me brother every day. Don't want. I'd rather die than go with you. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became, and she turned around and wanted to run. Unfortunately, with the forbidden array diagram in hand, she had no chance to resist. It wasn't long before she discovered that her body was gradually getting smaller. Then he unconsciously floated towards the pleasure palace. At the same time, a joking voice also entered her ears. Why are you running? Just follow me obediently. Don't worry, even though you're a prisoner, your food standards won't be reduced. And I'm different from that guy who has no masculinity at all. I'll make you get what you want soon. Chapter 621 Martial Arts Tournament. The Dragon Roar Sword sect has completely given up resistance. The only remaining Heavenly Dao Realm expert has directly led his men out of their original territory. They didn't trigger the beast trap, showing a strong sense of the overall situation. And in return, no one is hunting them down. Even those who originally had a deep grudge against him have chosen to let it go. As for the territory they vacated, after consultation among the 8 sacred grounds, it was decided to use a duel to determine its ownership. Each family will send out 5 experts, divided into groups of holy lands, to duel in pairs by drawing lots. The ultimate winner will receive all the benefits given up by the Dragon Roar Sword sect. As soon as Cao Wenbin and others stepped out of the divine realm, the sounds on their wrists began to ring one after another. As a result, everyone's faces suddenly became ugly. They would never have thought that even though Song Si died at their hands, there were still people who dared to take advantage of them. This really is about money over life. Husband, I just got the news that this proposal came from Lu Zhilin. Then Lu Zhenchen made it public. After this person took the lead, the other 6 families didn't say anything and just agreed to it. But they didn't do anything too extreme. 10 days ago, Yingtian Academy sent the Dragon Roar Sword Sect's treasure trove intact to Yaoqi. The voice is cold. Obviously, even though the other party took remedial measures, Bai Qingyan was still very dissatisfied. But that's true. It was supposed to be theirs in the first place, but now it was being used as a favor. What's the matter? Don't you know how to count? Like her, a hint of murderous intent also appeared in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Remember, once the competition begins, kill them all. I'm going to make them come alive but leave dead. Thinking about my things, Grandma. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin immediately quickened his pace to return. He is very angry now. Urgent need to vent. And the best target is naturally Liang Qi, who has just entered the pleasure palace. It's both satisfying and a way to get revenge. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And that Lu Yunxiao. Next time I catch you. Buzz. Xiaoyao sect, in a room filled with the fragrance of medicine. Lu Zhilan, who had been busy for more than half a month, suddenly waved his fist. Damn it. Finally succeeded. I didn't expect that after my strength declined, my alchemy skills would also decline. Looking at the alchemy furnace that was emitting divine light, Lu Zhilan was so excited. There's nothing I can do, since this is already the 3rd batch. If this fails, he will be in real trouble. Because the Xiaoyao sect no longer has the materials he needs. If you want to get a complete set, you will have to wait at least 3 to 5 days. Fortunately, there was no danger. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure in the alchemy furnace disappeared from the spot. As for the destination, that is naturally the divine realm. But this time, he didn't bring anyone with him. It's not that he is arrogant, but the people he can trust and who can help him all have problems. His father hurriedly healed his wounds. Try to catch up with the competition. Although this event was a delaying tactic he created. The purpose is to delay Cao Wenbin. But now that we have done it, we naturally have to fight for it. Winning is the best. No loss if you lose. And Lu Yunxiao. I'm busy recovering. The losses in recent times are really too great. Besides, even if Lu Yunxiao could move, Lu Zhilan would definitely not ask him to do so. He doesn't want to see torn silk again. This time I'm going alone. I wonder what tricks you can come up with. And as long as Kay can wake up. The more he thought about it, the more excited Lu Zhilan became. My pace unconsciously quickened a lot. But the good times didn't last long. When he reached the pavilion again, his face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly fell. Because this time there is no silk. But there were scraps of cloth all over the floor. And there are scratches all over the pavilion pillars. And what does this mean? Even if he uses his toes to think about it, he can figure it out roughly. Cao Wenbin, you will die a miserable death. A black gas suddenly appeared on his body surface. Then he turned around quickly. He is going to save people. Do everything you can to save people. Even if it means sacrificing my life. However, after flying out for several hundred meters, he suddenly turned back. Then, he began to stare at those scratches. Very messy. There is no pattern at all. But as he watched, Lu Zhilan's eyes became moist unconsciously. In the eyes of others, these marks were randomly drawn unconsciously. But he has already deciphered it. This is the dark divine pattern. He just created a kind of writing at first. The reason why he didn't recognize it at the first time was entirely because the interference information Liang Qi had laid out was too dense. As for what's written on it, don't panic, my husband. I'm fine. It's just a shell. As long as it's not broken, it doesn't matter at all. Don't rush to rescue me. It's already like this, it doesn't make any difference whether it's earlier or later. I can hold on. Your top priority right now is to quickly find a way to weaken Cao Wenbin's yang energy. I can feel that his foundation is even stronger than before. If we don't stop it, even if we recover to our peak level, we will have absolutely no chance of winning. Love you, Kay. Not a single complaint. The whole article is about comforting him and giving him advice. But the more this happened, the more heartbroken he became. So, no, I have to rescue her quickly. If you can hold on to these words, they must be comforting me. If she could really hold on, then this divine pattern wouldn't be so tortuous. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he could no longer stand. The next moment, he walked the same route again at a faster speed. But even so, it still took him 10 full days to reach Yaoqi. Cao Wenbin, come out here right now. I want to make a deal with you. I'm sure you're definitely interested. The sound is like a loud bell. The whole world was shaking wildly. But this is totally useless. The people inside obviously heard it. But even the gatekeeper didn't even look at him. Obviously he received some instructions. Just when he became impatient and was about to use some special means, Cao Wenbin appeared in front of him with a playful look on his face. Chapter 622, Blackmail. Lu Zhilan, what the hell are you yelling about? Don't you know that disturbing others' rest is immoral? By the way, did you see the gift I left for you? You don't know, Liang Qi's scream was so shrill. But I didn't care about that at all. His tone was full of pride. But Lu Zhilan, who heard every word, clenched his fists in an instant. To be honest, he really wanted to fight with this trash in front of him. But reason is always reminding him that he must not act impulsively. Otherwise, you will bring shame upon yourself. Now, the best he can do is protect himself. Fighting back is pure fantasy. That's why. Don't talk about this useless stuff. Let's be frank. I'm here to redeem Ke. As for the ransom. As soon as he finished speaking, a hazy aura shining with golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. Very masculine. As it left the body, Lu Zhilan's face, which was originally full of blood, suddenly turned pale. Obviously, this thing is really important to him. Wenbin, promise him. This is his original energy. He's in charge of hard power. With it, your combat effectiveness will definitely be taken to a higher level. You absolutely can't miss it. However, the ones who reacted the most to this thing were not the two parties involved. But it was Nian Yu who had been hiding in the dark. Look, the voice is full of urgency. From the looks of it, if the person who took out this thing wasn't Lu Zhilan, she would definitely snatch it away immediately. It turns out to be a kidney source. Cao Wenbin, who knew the specific situation, quickly had a burning look in his eyes. But it didn't take long before he forced himself to calm down. Very fast. Even Lu Zhilan, who had been staring at him closely, couldn't find anything unusual. Then, not enough. That's totally inadequate. Let's not even talk about Liang Qi's own value. Even her level of fun is something that this ball of gas can't compare to. You don't know, her waist. Shut up. But before he could finish his words, Lu Zhilan started roaring. Then he gritted his teeth and said, what else do you want? I'm telling you, don't go too far. Otherwise, none of us will have a good life. She curled her lips slightly. Cao Wenbin looked disdainful. Scared people. Do you think I'm a child? So, I don't want much. Just find me a new toy. By the way, your tough-talking mother is pretty good. If you're willing to find an opportunity to help us again, then I'll agree to this deal. Lu Zhilan's eyes widened instantly. At the same time, the aura around him became violent. You're dreaming. Since you don't want to talk properly, then let's break up. Anyway, with Ke's willpower, you won't be able to subdue her in such a short time. And during this time, I don't believe I won't be able to catch someone you care about. When that time comes, the more he spoke, the colder his voice became. But the situation just now happened again. Cao Wenbin also didn't let him finish his words. The next moment, a woman suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's hands. It's Liang Qi. Get dressed. But the expression was extremely strange. Rolling eyes. The corners of his mouth would twitch from time to time. Judging from the look of it, he should be drooling soon. Brother Lu, what did you say just now? Brother, I'm a little hard of hearing because of this woman, so I didn't hear clearly. Lu Zhilan's face immediately turned the color of liver. There's nothing I can do about it, the slap was just too hard. Judging from Liang Qi's condition, let alone waiting for him to catch an influential person, even if it takes another 3 or 5 days, he probably won't even know his own last name. Oh shit, what should I do? Do we really have to? Very confusing. But before he could weigh the pros and cons, he suddenly discovered that Cao Wenbin had actually started turning around. It was obvious that he was preparing to go back and continue what he was doing. Liang Qi, who was held in his hand, obviously also sensed something. Then, he subconsciously crossed his legs. Not much action. It can represent a lot of meanings. So, Lu Zhilan couldn't hold it anymore. Stop it, I promise you. It just so happens that my mother will also be attending this turf war. I'll help you hold my dad back then. The steps walking back suddenly stopped. Then Cao Wenbin couldn't help but smile. As the transaction was completed, Lu Zhilan and Liang Qi suddenly disappeared from the spot. The action is extremely fast. Even if Cao Wenbin used all his strength, he still couldn't figure out how he died. Is this what you call the dark relocation technique? No wonder you didn't suggest taking action against him. I really can't catch it. Nian Yu, who had just appeared, nodded gently. That's right. This is his life-saving skill. The only thing in the world that can rival this is a certain unfaithful man's Yaoyang movement technique. After she finished speaking, I don't know what's wrong with her. In short, without any warning, he just rolled his eyes. Depend on. This woman is definitely a little sick. No, I must find a chance to treat her as soon as possible. Don't want. In an inn in Yingtian City. Just as Lu Zhilan put Liang Qi on the bed, a shout suddenly rang out. Not much noise. But for Lu Zhilan, it was like a bolt from the blue. Fortunately, before he could get too excited, Liang Qi, who had recovered for a few hours, suddenly opened her eyes. So, Qi, how do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? The voice is soft, but Liang Qi obviously hasn't fully recovered yet. Therefore, not only did no response get given. Instead, she immediately clamped her legs together. Then he shrank into the corner frantically. Not until she had no further retreat did she slowly come to her senses. At the same time, I finally recognized who the person in front of me was. It would have been fine if she hadn't woken up, but once she woke up, as a woman, she couldn't hold it anymore. Tears were like pearls that had broken off the string, falling down in strings. Immediately afterwards, he began to push Lu Zhilan out frantically. You go. Go away. Stay away from me from now on. I'm dirty. Obviously, she knew how miserable she was before. Chapter 623 is so embarrassing. Qi, that's not necessary. Besides, didn't we swear an oath? We will live and die together for all eternity. Besides, you didn't show any ugly behavior before. Still the same mastermind, even though my heart is bleeding. But Lu Zhilan's voice never changed from beginning to end. How gentle it was before. How gentle it is now. And this trick really works. Look. After crying for a while, Liang Qi gradually calmed down. I really haven't made any mistakes before. Without any hesitation, Lu Zhilan immediately nodded frantically. Really not. You've been sleeping ever since I rescued you. Not a word. Not a single move. Huh. Even though he knew it was fake, Liang Qi still breathed a sigh of relief. After she had the opportunity, her intelligence, which had been lost, quickly returned to her mind. By the way, what was the price you paid to save me? Given that guy's temperament, he must have shed quite a bit of blood this time. The corner of Lu Zhilan's mouth twitched. But he didn't hide it. After all, this is a military advisor. If a misjudgment is made because of this, I won't even be able to cry. Is it just responsible for that aspect of the original power? That's all he asked for. Liang Qi was stunned at first. Then, a look of deep disbelief appeared in his big eyes. In her original expectation, Cao Wenbin would never let her go without 2 or 3 chaos-level treasures. After all, as long as she can be subdued, the blow to Lu Zhilan will definitely be extremely far-reaching. But the family knows their own business, and the other party is not without any chance in conquering her. Especially with the help of the Pleasure Palace, as long as there is enough time. It seems that not having awakened has really had a significant impact on him. If it were in the past, how could he have wasted such a heaven-defying opportunity just for pleasure? And that Nian Yu is indeed a beauty who brings disaster. All I do all day is play with him. I never even thought about helping him awaken. The more he thought about it, the brighter the light in Liang Qi's eyes became. At the same time, the more excited you are. She suddenly felt that being caught this time didn't seem to be a bad thing. At least it allowed her to figure out the other party's strengths and weaknesses. Seeing her like this, Lu Zhilan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, immediately returned to his chest. As long as this girl doesn't get stuck in a rut, everything will no longer be a problem. Of course, he didn't waste any time. Soon he asked the question that concerned him most. Qi, what do you think we should do next? We will fight for the Dragon Roar Sword Sect's territory with all our strength, and then slowly build up our power. Or should we seize the time to recover our strength? Without any hesitation, Liang Qi immediately shook her head. No, these are not the most important things. We have 2 urgent priorities right now. First, quickly find Cao Wenbin's legal wife and concubine in his previous life. I think my husband knows how terrifying they are. Compared to them, Nianyuyu is nothing but a cannon fodder. It's useless. And if this succeeds, we'll have 2 more trump cards that can help us turn defeat into victory. If you play any card, Cao Wenbin will be in big trouble. As for the second point, let those holy places know as much as possible how perverted Cao Wenbin is. Although 3 million years isn't much, they've managed to stand firm this entire time, so they must have some skills. So as long as we can get them moving, it will definitely attract a lot of firepower for us. Even let that Cao guy suffer some losses. With this time as a buffer, Cao Wenbin will never catch up with us again. Lu Zhilin was stunned. Then he showed a look of admiration. He is indeed a recognized wise man. It's really different. That ball of original energy was indeed not wasted. But soon, he shook his head again. The second point is easy. As long as you don't take action, no one will pay attention to us. And with Cao Wenbin's personality, he's bound to be in the spotlight. Even a massacre. But the first point is not easy to fix. Because according to my memory, Cao Wenbin's wife has long returned to his side. And she still occupies the position of the legal wife. It seems his strength has reached the heavenly Tao realm not long ago. Of course, she's just like Cao Wenbin, she hasn't awakened yet. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be some problem with their layout. So now the only one we can capture is Han Zhongzhou, who is still missing. Liang Qi frowned. Is there only one left? That guy is really quick. But after thinking about it for a while, she decided to proceed according to the original plan. After all, this is the best way. The benefits of other options cannot be compared with this one. As soon as the important work was done, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became subtle. Logically speaking, a short separation is better than a new marriage. They should be passionate. But the reality is, each one is more inconvenient than the other. Liang Qi's body is on the verge of collapse. If it happens again, her small waist, which is only 1 foot wide, will definitely be split in 2. As for Lu Zhilin, that's even more abstract. Without that ball of original power, he was really powerless. Even when facing a peerless beauty like Liang Qi, he still lacks confidence. So, after looking at each other for a while, they said goodnight with a little embarrassment. Liang Qi stayed where she was. And Lu Zhilin went to open another room. The inn is very quiet. But Yingtian City is the complete opposite. Especially as the date of the fight approaches, this city full of the fragrance of books becomes more and more lively. And the extra ones are all masters. But that's true. After all, this is the first time in more than 3 million years that the major holy places have faced off. Only a fool wouldn't come. Regardless of whether you can learn something, even if you just become familiar with some faces, it would be a huge gain. If I meet a noble person again. Of course, when there are so many people, disputes will soon arise. The focus of everyone's argument is not anything else, but who will be the winner. Some of those who are bolder and have more financial resources even opened a betting platform for this. You can place bets in all 8 holy places. As for the odds, Shaoyao Sect, 4.5 to 1. Linglong Valley, 6 to 1. Yingtian Academy, 2.5 to 1. Yao Kai, 0.8 to 1. Chapter 624, the defeat was quite complete. You should finally shut up now. The odds say it all. The ultimate winner will definitely be Yaoqi Holy Land. It's 0.8 to 1. Even if you win, you can only take away 1.8 times your principal and rewards. Who else can do that? Idiot. The odds are just the subjective conjecture of the person who opened the market. They don't mean anything at all. Do you believe that these odds will fluctuate soon? I can't believe there's still Bai Qingyan's liquor at this hour. Come on, someone's been playing with her until she's almost vomiting. And you can't even drink her bath water, don't you feel sad? This time, Linglong Valley will definitely win. Even the gods can't stop us. Purity will definitely win. You can say whatever you want, but I'm definitely going to beat Yingtian Academy. With so many students all over the world, they must have the most profound background. And this time, they definitely won't hold back. Before the betting point, many gamblers were arguing fiercely. Judging from the situation, if it weren't for the rules of Yingtian City, there would definitely be a fight. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, all kinds of extremely shocking pressures appeared in their minds one after another. although it's not specifically directed at them. But everyone here, one by one, knelt on the ground unconsciously. So, you're here so early. No one is angry. No one felt humiliated. After all, the people coming are the top leaders of the Holy Land. What's wrong with kneeling down? After the pressure completely dissipated, they didn't hesitate and immediately flew towards a martial arts arena at a high speed. The battle stage between gods and demons. This thing has been passed down from ancient times. No one knows who its original owner was. All I know is that it is extremely strong. More than 2 million years ago, Songxi and Lu Zhenchen had a battle here. Because of the interests involved, neither side held back. Everyone used their full strength. But even so, this arena still did not suffer any damage. It should be what it is. Since then, this place has become famous. And it is precisely because of its reliability that this competition is held here. After all, the current supreme planes, except for the divine realm, all have owners. No one wants their home destroyed. Look, the senior disciples from each family have already started drawing lots. It's really about efficiency. No waste of time at all. Those who came to watch the fun, although they hurried as fast as they could, were still too late. Look, I didn't even see any of the harsh words in the early stages. Every boss you see has a serious expression, one more serious than the other. And the first round of groups were quickly decided. Linglong Valley vs Demon Court. Baekyeotang vs Wanmo Cave. Shaoyao Sect vs Zen Sect. Yingtian Academy vs Yaoqi. Fuck, there was no surprise at all. After seeing the result of the draw, all the spectators were confused. Their eyeballs are getting bigger and bigger. They would never have thought that this grouping would be such a coincidence. The two favorites to win the championship, Yingtian Academy and Yaoqi, were directly put together. There really is no insider competition. If it were any other time, even if the two families didn't meet in the end, they would at least meet in the second round. Wow, but the people in the middle of the arena simply ignored all this. As soon as the battle schedule comes out, irrelevant forces will immediately withdraw. Only people from Linglong Valley and Yaoting were left on the arena. One side is led by Tian Yulin and Yin Qingzhou. On the other side, there were 5 burly men. There are 2 horns on the head. There is a tail behind the butt. There are also some that are covered with hair. At first glance, they are all kinds of monsters transformed into spirits. Of course, they don't just look wild. His personality is extremely wild. Look, after taking a few glances at the lineup of Linglong Valley, the leader's mouth corners suddenly curled up. Tian Yulin, it seems the rumors are true. Your strength has actually decreased instead of increased. Where's Lan Shan? If it weren't for her, your overall strength wouldn't be comparable to ours. Tian Yulin's face turned dark immediately. She really wanted to refute. But after opening my mouth for a long time, I couldn't say anything. Because this guy, whose real body is the earth-splitting divine bull, is absolutely right about what he said. In the original Holy Land ranking, they were already one place behind. If all members were here, we would still have a chance. But if there is no senior sister. However, although he thought so, as soon as the words came to his lips, the situation immediately turned into something else. Niu Feng, I haven't seen you for hundreds of thousands of years. I didn't expect you to still be so arrogant. So what if the middle-level forces are not as strong as you? As long as I can defeat you, all the problems will naturally be solved. After saying this, Tian Yulin didn't hesitate. The figure flashed and rushed directly towards Niu Feng. According to the agreement, there are 3 modes for both parties to choose from in this competition. The first one is a 10-person melee. Whoever has more people standing at the end wins. The second type is one-on-one. Whoever wins 3 games first will advance. As for the last one, it is a one-on-one duel between the leaders of the 2 families. One game decides the outcome. Tian Yulin's move was obviously forcing both parties to choose the third option. Good job. Today I will see whether your skills are worthy of your beauty. If it's hard enough, that's it. But if it's not enough. An evil smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Niu Feng's mouth. Actually, he should have refused. After all, in the other 2 methods, his Yaoting can be said to be a sure win. But out of confidence, he did not bother with Tian Yulin. As for the consequences, boom, the explosion was earth-shaking. And his methods are indeed worthy of his confidence. Look, after the attack, he didn't move at all. Only the right sleeve is missing. But the body is safe and sound. But as for his opponent, Tian Yulin, it was a completely different situation. He took 3 steps back before he could stand firm. Although his clothes were intact, his face turned blue and white. It's obvious that he suffered a loss. So, you actually cultivated the law of wind to perfection. Tian Yulin's tone was full of panic. His right foot subconsciously took another step back. But that's true. You know, in the past, she was able to compete with this bull. What we rely on is speed. But this time, damn it. How can we play this? This cow is really strong. It's also very defensive. Now we have a good speed. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. But before she could figure out a new strategy to fight the enemy, Niu Feng had already arrived in front of her at a rapid speed. Please, I'm just stupid, but I'm not dumb. You've let me down so many times, how could I not learn my lesson? Okay, stop thinking about it. There are only 2 paths before you. Or surrender. Either you be suppressed by me, and then come back with me to be my wife. By the way, haven't you been bullied by Yao Kai all the time? If you marry me, you won't have this trouble at all. Even if you are trapped in the hands of the gods and demons, I can rescue you all in an instant. The voice was full of greed. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have been coveting Tian Yulin for quite some time. But he was excited. But Tian Yulin's face turned dark immediately. With you, old cow. What a joke. Even if I really want to sell it, the target will definitely be that little brat named Cao. They are not only powerful, but also have great potential. The key is that he is handsome. The most important thing is that it can help her improve her strength. And what about you, the cow? Apart from the fact that the body is still in good condition and can be used as a dish during a famine, what else does it have? Therefore, go to hell. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 of them fought again. But the result remains the same. Damn it, looks like something has to give. Otherwise, we'll really be left behind. She bit her lip and then said nothing. With a wave of her hand, she disappeared from the spot with her disciples. Linglong Valley abstains. The Demon Court wins this round. Next, they will face the winner of Baekyeodang and Wanmo Cave. Chapter 625 Lu Zhilin's helplessness. The sound announcing the winner was not loud. Obviously, this person is afraid of offending Linglong Valley. But even so, the people in the stands were still listening with tears in their eyes. At the same time, the fear of Cao Wenbin suddenly increased. After all, the reason why Linglong Valley fell into such a state was all thanks to that guy. 2 people in the heavenly Dao realm. No matter who it is, it would be enough to cause serious damage. Damn it, no matter who I offend from now on, I must never offend that guy. Even if he has a crush on my mother or my wife, I will definitely pretend not to see it. In an instant, many people reached a consensus. There is no way, they really don't want to be separated from their wives and children. But soon, they no longer had time to think about these messes. Because the people from Baekyeodang and Wanmoku have already stepped onto the stage. And both sides have a great understanding of each other. All chose one-on-one. Unlike the Wulinglong Valley and the Demon Court, which were easily defeated, these 2 forces were truly evenly matched. Look, from the first pair on, both sides started fighting. It is impossible to determine the winner in such a short period of time. That's right. If every fight is decided in 2 moves, then have come here for nothing. But they had a great time. But some people almost cried out loud. Because, how boring. Husband, please continue watching here. I'm going out for a walk. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back by the time we go on stage. Lu Zhilin's whole body stiffened. Then a deep helplessness appeared in his eyes. He really wanted to speak out so that his mother would stay here obediently. In this way, it will definitely save him a lot of suffering. But he knew very well that he must not make a sound. After all, the original agreement was made not long ago. Everything is still vivid in my mind. Although no agreement was signed at that time. No oath was sworn. But if he really disobeys, then he will be finished. Because he had once reached that realm, he knew very well that in order to break through that natural barrier, in addition to possessing divinity, one must also have a clear mind. No room for flaws. But just when he was secretly anxious, something happened that made him happy. Lu Zhenchen actually stood up as well. I'll go with you. After all, Yingtian City is a mixed bag now. But the good times didn't last long. Before Lu Zhenchen could finish his words, Lu Yunxiao suddenly waved his hand. Please, I'm a master who is only one step away from reaching the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. It's not just any cat or dog. Let alone the current situation, even if it were 100 times more chaotic, there would be no way they could do anything to me. Okay, you better stay here and observe carefully. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is the only way to win every battle. Besides, it would be a shame if we don't have someone to hold the fort at such a big party. That makes sense. So, after hesitating for a while, Lu Zhenchen slowly sat back. Lu Zhilin, who saw everything, was almost angry enough to get meningitis. Damn it, this Chunchen is looking for. Unfortunately, even though he was angry, he still didn't dare to say anything. I could only watch Lu Yunxiao walk away with her waist twisted. The air outside is still fresh. The most important thing is that I don't have to make eye contact with that Cao guy anymore. That's right, the reason why Lu Yunxiao insisted on leaving was not because he was bored. It was simply because the Yao Kai was right across from their Xiaoyao sect. The two sides looked at each other across the arena. It's extremely clear, and every time she looked into Cao Wenbin's eyes, she would unconsciously recall the previous 2 times. So after holding on for a battle, she suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. Where should we go? But after the initial feeling of relief disappeared, she was immediately confused. Shop. This is definitely not a good choice. After all, the clothing stores in Yingtian City only sell student uniforms. Nothing else. Not to mention the rouge and powder shop, they only have the most basic ones. People who go to school here don't like to come in, let alone her. Never mind, let's see where we go. But just as she was about to lift her legs, she suddenly found that she couldn't move. Immediately afterwards, a big hand that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar to her suddenly fell on her waist. At the same time, Aunt Lu is really considerate. Did he know that just watching wasn't enough for me, so he came out to quench my thirst? The sound was full of playfulness. So, Lu Yunxiao quickly panicked. Cao Wenbin, let me go. Otherwise, I'll scream. And if my husband hears this, you will be in big trouble. The corners of his mouth curled up. At this moment, Cao Wenbin's face was full of disdain. You must know that at this time Lu Yunxiao had been pinned down by Nian Yuyu using a secret method. Not to mention calling anyone, even if she wanted to open her mouth, she needed Nian Yuyu's permission. In this situation, what could she call Lu Zhenchen? Even if Lu Zhenchen came, what would happen? So. Okay, stop struggling. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't save you. And what a coincidence. Not far away over there is the inn where we first met. To be honest, I really miss that toilet. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them suddenly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 626, Caught in the Act. Boom, boom. In the arena, the sounds of collisions were heard one after another. The airwaves are getting higher and higher. However, none of the onlookers were afraid. Instead, they were all whispering to each other. And the more we talked, the more excited we became. Judging from their appearance, they obviously learned a lot from it. But although they were excited, Lu Zhenchen's brows were getting tighter and tighter. There is no way, this is already the 4th match between Baekhyotang and Wanmoku. 3 whole days have passed. But his wife still didn't come back. So, stinky boy, just sit here alone for a while. I'm going to look for your mother. It's been 3 days, and I still feel like something's wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhenchen stood up suddenly. But although his movements were quick, there were people who were faster than him. Look, almost at the same time, Lu Zhilin's body also left the chair. Then, Dad, let senior sister watch over here. I'll go with you. After all, when it comes to finding someone, 2 people are always better than 1. The reason is perfect. Therefore Lu Zhenchen didn't say anything. After the energy flashed for a moment, the 2 people disappeared from the arena. But what's interesting is that although both of them were in a hurry, they didn't go too far. As soon as I left the arena, I was attracted by a small stall. That's a noodle stall. There are only 6 or 7 tables. The environment is also quite simple. Besides, it's not dinner time now, so logically, there shouldn't be many people here. But the reality is just the opposite. All the tables were full of people. But the strange thing is, they don't eat noodles. I just ordered a bowl and left it there. Of course, these weird things were not what attracted the two of them. What really made them stop was the conversation between these people. The world is going downhill, it really is going downhill. This Yingtian city is a place for teaching and educating people. But now it is. Old man, we're all sensible people here, so stop pretending. If you really despise this kind of behavior, why would you sit here for 3 days straight and refuse to even lift your butt? What do you think of the relationship between these two people who caused such a shocking commotion? A couple, a husband and wife, or is that even a question? They must be a pair of wild mandarin ducks. After all, if it really belonged to them alone, who would be willing to use it like this? And if it breaks, wouldn't it be repaired? That's right. The entire restaurant is shaking. This level is beyond my comprehension. If nothing unexpected happens, the two of them are at least at the level of patrol officers. Every word is specious. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be confused. But after just a few words, Lu Zhilin's face suddenly turned pale. There was nothing he could do, because he was so familiar with this scene. Aunt Shui back then, his last mother. Especially when he found out that everyone was paying attention to the restaurant where they had their last-class reunion, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He was certain that everyone was talking about Cao Wenbin and Beast. Can't you just go farther away? But soon, he had no time to think about these messy things. Because Lu Zhenchen also came to his senses. Linner, what do you think is in there? Could it be? Without any hesitation, Lu Zhilin immediately shook his head. Quick and decisive. Then, he came up with a very reasonable excuse, absolutely impossible. Dad, don't you know who my mother is? In all these years, when has she ever looked at anyone besides you? Besides, the timing doesn't match. From what they said, mother had just separated from us. Lu Zhenchen was stunned. Then he scratched his head embarrassedly. After hearing this, he also reacted. The timing is definitely wrong. But as a father, even though I know I'm wrong, I can't admit it at this time. Therefore, what are you thinking about, kid? I was just wondering if that person was Cao Wenbin. After all, that Cao guy has also been gone for a long time. The corner of Lu Zhilin's mouth twitched. Can people be so shameless? Just turn the tables. Just as he was secretly rolling his eyes, Lu Zhenchen caused another trouble. Let's go in and take a look. If it really is Cao Wenbin, then this wave will definitely bring him down. After all, the one he takes a fancy to is definitely not a simple person. After he finished speaking, he didn't even give Lu Zhilin a chance to speak. With a flash of energy, the two disappeared from the spot again. After appearing, he had already entered the hotel. As for the situation inside, it's basically the same as what those guys outside said. As a result, Lu Zhilin was completely paralyzed. At this moment, he really wanted to ask Cao Wenbin, are you sick? With so many experts around you, you can't even defend against this. But as he got closer to the second floor, he gradually reacted. The opponent is not undefended. But he was deliberately trying to make him angry. This can be seen from the things scattered on the ground. All from last time. The shoes are so. The same goes for the black tulle skirt. At the end, the wrinkled. You're still changing clothes. What a scumbag. Compared to you, I should be the Lord of Yaoyang. The further he walked, the harder Lu Zhilin gritted his teeth. But it's different from him. Lu Zhenchen was becoming more and more relaxed. Because when Lu Yunxiao left, he wasn't wearing these things at all. I don't know who's in trouble again. How pitiful. There was pity all over the old face. At the same time, the two finally arrived at the place where the noise was the loudest. Bathroom. What kind of hobby is this? Shook his head. But his hands were not slow. The next moment, a photo stone appeared in his hand. But just as he was about to send the things in, an accident occurred. A barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, a joking voice suddenly entered their ears. Brother Lu, your hobby is really unique. I actually like it. Lu Zhenchen's expression suddenly changed. Then without saying anything, he immediately prepared to leave. Unfortunately, it's all too late. The next moment, there was another photo stone in his hand. Want to run? Believe it or not, as soon as you leave, I'll spread this thing all over the world. Chapter 627 The Lu family takes action. Bang! Lu Zhenchen's expression changed drastically, and without any hesitation, he crushed the photo stone in his hand. Although he hadn't read it, he was sure that what was recorded in it must be the scene of him and Lu Zhilan sneaking up to the second floor. If this is uploaded to the master, he won't have to go out anymore. The label of peeping maniac will definitely be put on the heads of them father and son immediately. But he had just destroyed the evidence and had no time to escape when another photo stone appeared in Bai Qingyan's hand. And just like before, he threw it to him again. Then, "Brother Lu, do you like destroying evidence so much? In that case, let's compete. It depends on whether you have enough strength or the number of shadow stones we have placed along the way." No surprises. Hearing this, Lu Zhenqin's face suddenly became even darker. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Make some conditions. What do we need to pay for you to give me all the photo stones?" Bai Qingyan nodded with satisfaction. "That's right. Facing it positively is the right way. But praise is praise, but her heart is not soft at all." He just opened his mouth like a lion. "It's very simple. As long as you promise that the Xiaoyao sect will unconditionally help us once, these image stones will never appear before the eyes of the world." "Well, I didn't ask for an exorbitant price, did I? Not much talk." The tone is sincere too. But the father and son of the Lu family were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. Especially Lu Zhilan. You know, he knows the truth. The one inside is his mother. In this case, not only did they not get compensation, but they also lost a promise. Where can I find justice in this? You have to agree to it, that's not possible. After all, they, father and son, represent the face of Xiaoyao sect. Damn it, it's really a bully. But just as he was cursing madly, Lu Zhenqin could no longer bear it. After leaving a sentence, "I'll do as you say," he disappeared from the spot. "Husband, where have you been? Don't tell me that you left after I left." Because they were severely cheated, neither Lu Zhenqin nor Lu Zhilan chose to return to the arena immediately. Instead, I took a stroll outside for a while. So, after they had finished relaxing, an embarrassing scene occurred. The person they were looking for actually came back before them. How could that be possible? My son and I have just been out for over an hour. If you don't believe me, ask Nancy. No surprise. Seeing that Lu Yunxiao's face was not right, Lu Zhenqin apologized immediately. Being interrupted like this, he suddenly couldn't ask any questions that were in his mind. But it's different from him. However, Lu Zhilan quickly rolled his eyes without leaving any trace. There is no way, because the yang energy is just too strong. Even if he closed his six senses, he could still feel it clearly. Depend on. What a lot of suffering this is. Could that guy have used the law of time? The more he thought about it, the more speechless he became. And at this moment, boom, with a loud bang, the two forces on the stage had already decided the winner. Wanmo Cave easily defeated Baekotang with a score of 3-1. This result was not unexpected by anyone. After all, Baekotang is famous for curing diseases and saving lives. Its combat effectiveness has always been at the bottom among all the holy lands. But Lu Yunxiao, who saw everything, became anxious. Know your own business. She knew very well that although she looked glamorous on the outside, she was full of energy. But in fact, it has already been exhausted. Not to mention going on stage to fight with others, even standing up is difficult. The most important thing is that once she stands up, she will most likely. What should I do? There was panic in his eyes. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just as she saw Lu Zhenqin standing up, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to her mind. That's right, I can ask Linner to help. He should have guessed it a long time ago anyway, so there's no need to pretend. Didn't dare hesitate. After all, time waits for no one. So the next moment, she sent a voice message to Lu Zhilan. Stinky boy, quickly think of a way to hold your father back. Otherwise, I'll be exposed. When that time comes. That's not all. But she believed that Lu Zhilan would definitely understand. But what she didn't expect was. Can't stand up. Mom, didn't you just go shopping for a few days? You shouldn't be so tired. Lu Yunxiao was stunned. But soon, she started rolling her eyes wildly. She knew that this brat was teasing her. If this happened to an ordinary person, they would definitely not know what to do. After all, it's really embarrassing. But Lu Yunxiao didn't. Not only that, her previous aggressiveness came back. So, you little bastard, I think you're itching for trouble. Okay, hurry up, I really can't move, I still haven't felt anything in my legs. Damn, that guy is really not a human. I've already surrendered, but he's still playing with his life. This time, Lu Zhilin was in trouble. Of course, even though his brain was down, his mouth didn't interfere at all. He blurted out the words he had already prepared. Dad, judging from the current situation, there's no chance of us winning. In that case, it's better to hide my incompetence. Just throw all the limelight directly to Yao Kai. If they do, they will be envied. As long as everyone starts targeting them, it won't be long before the balance of the supreme plane is restored. Lu Zhenchen, who was about to call his generals, just froze in place. I didn't come back to my senses for a long time. But judging from his expression, he was obviously persuaded. But that's true. No matter how you look at it, this move has only benefits and no harm. Therefore, there is a record in ancient times that harmed 3 sages. Now my son is trapped in the Holy Land. Okay. My Lu family has a successor. After reacting, Lu Zhenchen's face was full of joy. Then he didn't hesitate anymore. He waved directly at the 5 Zen Buddhists who had already come on stage. Master, we have something going on here. So I won't participate in this round. Just prepare for the next round. Chapter 628. A familiar taste. Give up. What kind of operation is this? The strength of Shaoyao sect is obviously slightly stronger than that of Zen sect. In the past few days, the 3 leaders of the Shaoyao sect have left this place one after another. Did something happen in the sect? That's impossible. The only one who can cause trouble to the Holy Land is the Holy Land. But all 8 families are here right now. Could it be that the Dragon Roar Sword sect has returned from the dead? Lu Zhenchen's voice was not loud. But within a very short period of time, the entire venue exploded. Of course, this situation did not last long. As soon as the confused Zen man stepped down from the stage, people from Yingtian Academy appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Dean Ying Siwan, Vice President Ying Sheng, Dean of Studies Dong Muyun. Plus 2 teachers who have never shown up, but judging by their aura, they are definitely at the mid-stage Heavenly Dao Realm level. Fuck, there was no surprise. The scene, which was a little chaotic just now, suddenly became quiet. Everyone's pupils shrank unconsciously. The holy places that were ranked lower stood up directly. It's not that their concentration is poor. The strength displayed by Yingtian Academy is really too amazing. Are all members above the middle stage of Heavenly Dao Realm? Are you sure you're not kidding? It seems that I underestimated them. The Dragon Roar Sword sect was able to rank first before, entirely because they didn't want to be too high profile. Otherwise, compared to the explosion at Yingtian Academy, the Yaoqi side is much more low-key. Bai Qingyan, the master of Yao Kai. Chief disciple Ji Xinju. Wu Yu, who has just entered the realm of heaven. Cao Wenbin, whose fame far outweighs his ability. No one knows Nian Yu. Are all the people in the Holy Lands thinking so novel? What the hell is this? Or does Bai Qingyan have the confidence to take on 5 people alone? You don't need help from others at all. However, precisely because it is too low-key, the attention Yao Kai attracts is no less than that of Yingtian Academy. Especially Cao Wenbin and Nian Yu, they attracted a lot of contemptuous looks. In the eyes of most people, they are just idiots. But obviously, this is just what ordinary people think. Everyone from the other 7 families immediately focused their attention on Nian Yu. Their intuition told them that this woman who made them salute subconsciously was definitely not simple. But after looking for a long time, they couldn't see anything. I don't even know what realm Nian Yu is in. Dean, what should we do now? Are we still going with the original plan and opting for a melee? Ying Sheng, who realized something was wrong, immediately asked Ying Siwan. No, change it to one-on-one. Since Bai Qingyan was able to kill Song Si, her fighting ability must be beyond doubt. If this woman is really capable, the outcome of the melee will be hard to predict. But if it's one-on-one, it's completely different. We can at least get 2 wins against Cao Wenbin and Wu Yu. That is to say, in the remaining 3 games, as long as we can fight for the next one, we will definitely win. Ying Sheng and others didn't have to wait too long. Ying Siwan gave the answer quickly. Although the idea was good, just a few moments later, a difficult problem appeared before them. How can we get Yao Kai to agree to this plan? After all, I'm not stupid. However, after they expressed their ideas with the mentality of trying everything possible, a situation that they had never expected suddenly appeared before their eyes. Cao Wenbin didn't even hesitate and agreed directly. No requests at all. So confident. Although the ending was good, the hearts of Ying Siwan and others became even more tense in an instant. A sense of foreboding suddenly emerged in their minds. To be honest, if possible, they really want to retract their previous statement. Then think about it again. But obviously, this is not realistic at all. So, they had to frantically study the order of appearance. But unlike their depression, people in Yaokai are relaxed and comfortable. Cao Wenbin even had the leisure to study the beauties in the opposing team's lineup. What's going on with Dong Muyun? Why haven't I heard of it before? Bai Qingyan rolled her eyes lightly. At the same time, the others quickly revealed an expression of, as expected. I knew you would ask. She is the Dean of Studies at Yingtian Academy. Maintain student discipline. What do you mean you have to wear a school uniform? Boys' hair can't be longer than their ears, and girls are not allowed to wear makeup. These are all rules and regulations that only came into effect after she took office. That's why she got the nickname Nun Miju. Of course, although she's not popular among students, she's a true genius. In just 400,000 years, she reached the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Rarely seen in the world. By the way, the technology we use was also proposed by her first, and then she personally led the research. It's no exaggeration to say that her influence on Yingtian Academy is extremely profound. Even among the past deans, few can compare with her in terms of achievements. Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed unconsciously. Do you like enforcing student discipline? Can you also come up with such a technologically rich concept? This taste is so familiar. Depend on. Isn't this another compatriot? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high. Therefore, do you know the basic situation of this woman? Like parents or something? This question is private enough. If it were an ordinary person, he might not know it. But for Yao Kai, this is not a big deal at all. After all, they control the largest intelligence organization in the world. Before the question even faded away, Ji Shinju had already begun to answer. Her parents died when she was young. I was raised by my uncle and aunt. But it's not out of kindness. It's for the property left by Dong Muyun's parents. And that's not all. When Dong Muyun comes of age, these two wicked fellows will even marry her off to a wealthy old man. So as to squeeze out every last bit of profit. If Dong Muyun hadn't met Ying Siwan by chance, her life would have been over. This time, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched even more violently. There's nothing we can do about it, this scene is just too classic. A definite heroine start. No, we must test it later. Chapter 629 Wrong Judgment. Yingtian Academy, Dong Muyun, come to seek advice. Cao Wenbin, who was thinking about how to test it, was stunned. Is it such a coincidence? Whatever you think will come true. So, without any hesitation, he raised his leg and immediately stood not far from Dong Muyun. Cool moves. A look of relief. But he did throw it away, but the others who saw this scene were all shocked and jumped up. A mid-stage supreme being challenges a mid-stage heavenly Tao being. This guy is still asleep. It's not that he didn't wake up, it's that he slept too much. If you're not careful, your brain will go out. He's just a clown. Believe it or not, as long as Fairy Mu Yun continues to gather energy, he will surrender immediately. Damn, this guy is so lucky. Look how anxious Bai Qingyan and the others are. But what's going on with Nian Yu? Isn't she also from Yaokai? If that's the case, why is she trying to stop Bai Qingyan? The voices of discussion are rising one after another. However, both Cao Wenbin and Dong Muyun ignored it. Cao Wenbin was shocked by a necklace. He had seen this thing in his previous life. Dong Muyun was so angry at Cao Wenbin's actions and his obscene look that her whole body was shaking. The rumors are indeed true. This guy is really a pervert. In that case, I will eliminate this evil for the people today and completely eradicate the root of your troubles. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. And it soon reached the critical value. Therefore, boom, the momentum that had been suppressed suddenly burst out. At the same time, the belt around her waist suddenly turned into a soft sword. Like a clever snake, it stabbed directly between Cao Wenbin's legs. No sooner said than done. Fuck, is it so cruel? Could it be that there is already a grudge between the two? The onlookers were all a little confused. But they didn't think that this blow would draw blood. It's not that they think Cao Wenbin can dodge it. But in their opinion, Bai Qingyan will definitely take action. After all, that is her source of happiness. But what no one expected was. Boom. As the attack got closer, Cao Wenbin suddenly burst out with momentum. However, unlike the normal momentum condensed from strength, this momentum acts on the soul. Very weird. But the power is quite amazing. As it spread, everyone present, no matter who they were, felt their hearts suddenly tighten. My strength unconsciously weakened by 3 points. Dong Muyun, who was the first to be hit, lost 50% of her energy out of thin air. Damn it. What kind of trick is this? Why do I suddenly feel that this Cao guy is so unattainable? Very confused. But Dong Muyun still didn't stop. So what if it's 50% weaker? He is just a supreme being, but she can still control him at will. But the facts soon proved to her that what she thought was too simple. The next moment, a bright yellow halo appeared on Cao Wenbin's body again. So, on top of the original 50%, another 30% of the energy in her body was gone. Fuck. This time, Dong Muyun was really annoyed. To be honest, she has quite a bit of combat experience. But she had never encountered such a situation before. And what happened next shattered her 3 views. The ant in her eyes actually grabbed her soft sword. You know, this is a mid-grade innate treasure. Not to mention human hands, even the arms of ferocious beasts can be cut off in an instant. But what I see before me is, what the hell is wrong with this world? Of course, although she was confused, her hands were not slow at all. With a sudden force, he pulled back the soft sword. The success of this move also made her secretly relieved. After all, this also proves that although her strength is only 1/10 of what it was before, her power and speed are still much stronger than Cao Wenbin. That was a close call. If we lose, it will be such a disgrace to my grandma. She shook her head, then changed from stabbing to slashing. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of swords were thrown out. As for the results, boom, 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 every sword hits the target. But there was no gain at all. Not to mention being bitten, there wasn't even a blood mark. How is this possible? Even if you are made of iron, you can't withstand such a blow. Without being attacked, Dong Muyun subconsciously took a step back. It looked like he had seen a ghost. Her retreat immediately gave Cao Wenbin an opportunity. The laws of time and space erupted immediately. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was already in front of Dong Muyun. Are you surprised by this? It seems that you still have too little knowledge. I have something even harder. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's right hand suddenly grabbed Dong Muyun's chest. Of course, he didn't mean to take advantage. But he wanted to snatch the necklace. He wanted to see if it was the one he remembered. It better not be. Otherwise, my dear teacher Dong, I will make you blossom completely. Aren't you a dance student? I want to see if you can overcome hardness with softness. The reason why he was so angry was because the teacher Dong he mentioned was the culprit who caused him to travel through time. That day, he was supposed to get his diploma. Under normal circumstances, it will not be stuck at all. Just take it and go. But the woman who was a counselor in her first year insisted on complaining. One wrong step leads to all wrong steps. This directly resulted in the tragedy of him falling into a sinkhole as soon as he went out. Don't even think about it. But it is obvious that this necklace is also very important to Dong Muyun. As a result, after discovering Cao Wenbin's intention, she immediately became anxious. Unfortunately, at this moment, her old strength has gone and her new strength has not yet been generated. Although he tried his best to resist, he was unable to influence Cao Wenbin's actions. At this moment, the necklace was directly in Cao Wenbin's hands. Buzz. But as soon as he got the thing, a recoil force burst out from the necklace. Very amazing. But for Cao Wenbin, it was just like tickling. Although it didn't hurt, his brows furrowed immediately. After all, since this thing can fight back, it means that it is definitely not the same one as before. There is no way such a magical object can exist on Blue Star. Am I really overthinking it? That's right. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? He shook his head gently. Then his offensive rhythm suddenly accelerated. Kill him while he is ill, this is the right way. Chapter 630. Who gave you the surname Dong? Boy, give me back the necklace. Boom. Although they had the upper hand, as time went on, the stronger Dong Muyun slowly turned the situation around. But at this moment, she no longer had the idea of castrating Cao Wenbin. I just want to get the baby back as soon as possible. But what made her despair was that she still couldn't do even this little wish. Cao Wenbin's strategy is too clear. If he wants to kill people, you can do it, but if you want to take things, you're dreaming. Damn it. How can this guy be so hard? But the good times didn't last long. Before she could come up with a solution, she suddenly discovered that an evil thought suddenly appeared in her body. And it is becoming more and more prosperous. In the end, she didn't even want to draw her sword anymore, she just wanted to throw herself into Cao Wenbin's arms as soon as possible. What's going on? Dong Muyun was shocked. Then she didn't dare to delay, and with a flash of her body, she flew back to the edge of the ring. It was not until this moment that she saw clearly that a scepter had appeared in Cao Wenbin's hand. It's pitch black, but it would occasionally emit a hint of pink light. A lust-type baby. This guy is really rich. The more you look at her, the more ferocious the expression on her face becomes. But even so, she still didn't dare to go forward. After all, she had finally suppressed her evil fire with great difficulty. If this guy gets closer. Beautiful lady, why are you so far away from me? What? Are you trying to kill me with your stare? But to her surprise, she calmed down. But Cao Wenbin was getting excited. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards her. At the same time, the pink light on the scepter became increasingly brighter. It's so hot. Not good. Not surprisingly, as the distance between the two gradually shortened, her expression suddenly changed. Then, she jumped off the stage without looking back. In the void, only one sentence remained: I abstain. Silence. Everyone present was shocked by these three short words. Abstain. A mid-stage supreme realm actually killed a mid-stage heavenly Dao realm. Are you sure you're not kidding? This guy is really a womanizer. It seems that if we want to deal with him in the future, we have to let a man do it. Otherwise, we'll just give him up for nothing. No wonder Fairy Qingyan was easily defeated by him, he is really quite capable. This guy is really tough. With this strength, if anyone gets stabbed by him, he will definitely. Song Si's defeat was not unfair. Even if Song Si was exhausted to death, he couldn't have achieved this result. You guys really are a bunch of fence-sitters. A guy who relies on magic weapons to build up his power is worthy of your praise. In my opinion, this guy's flaws are too obvious. When fighting him, all we need to do is catch him by surprise and not give him the chance to use his magic weapons. Then he will be a complete ant. All of a sudden, people were saying all sorts of things. But no matter whether it was praise or criticism, Cao Wenbin ignored it all. Because at this moment, he was carefully reading a document. This was what Ji Shinju had ordered his people to collect overtime while he was fighting. It contains all the information about Dong Muyun. The details are so detailed that even the color of underwear Dong Muyun likes to buy is recorded. And this effort was not in vain. Soon, Cao Wenbin narrowed his eyes. Do you like wearing stockings? You love to scold people for no reason. Is he a cooking master who can make many magical delicacies? He is also a well-known Confucian scholar. The Analects, written 450,000 years ago, is still a Confucian treasure, passed down and praised by countless people. Very good. It seems that you are indeed a time traveler. In that case, don't blame me. Who told you to have the last name Dong? As soon as he finished muttering to himself, Cao Wenbin immediately walked slowly towards Nian Yu. He was ready to end this farce. And the only one who can do this is Nian Yu. As long as she is willing to take action, everything will no longer be a problem. After all, they have absolute strength. Even if they lose the competition due to the rules, no one will dare to touch the territory of Longyan Sword Sect. Agreement. This thing only works when the strength is equal. Otherwise, it's just waste paper. That's why. And Nian, no matter who the other party sends out, you will be the one to take action. And once you get in there, you must use your strongest moves. I want to make everyone here feel terrified. Nian Yu was stunned. Then the corners of his mouth began to twitch unconsciously. Of course, it's not that she thinks this task is difficult. But she doesn't like the way Cao Wenbin speaks now. Discuss. You know, in the past, when Cao Wenbin gave her orders, he would always say, kneel down, I'm asking you for a favor. Looks like we need to work harder. This feeling right now is so weird. Shook his head. Then, without saying a word, she flashed to the center of the ring. Yao Kai, Nian Yu, please teach me. The sound is normal. There is no teasing intention at all. But the vast majority of people present bent down subconsciously. So as not to embarrass yourself. What a goblin. Of course, this is the average person's reaction. However, as the party involved, all the staff of Yingtian Academy had solemn expressions. After all, this is the only person they can't see through. And they can't afford to lose this round. So before anyone else could say anything, Ying Siwan, the dean, took the initiative to walk towards the stage. Yingtian Academy, Ying Siwan, please teach me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately began to arrange various defensive measures. Obviously, he is preparing to take it step by step. First test the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. But Nian Yuyu was full of disdain for this. Defense. Is it useful? The next moment, she slowly stretched out a finger. The corners of his mouth were full of disdain. This is. Ying Siwan was stunned. Then he asked in confusion, what do you mean, fellow Taoist? Did something fall on the stage? If it is, just go down and get it. I'm not the type to fuss over such trivial matters. Shaked his head gently. Then, Nian Yuyu casually said, no. I'm just telling you, in this round, I'm only going to use one move. If you can catch it, I lose. The scene suddenly became quiet. But it wasn't long before discussions started to spread like wildfire. You're so fucking crazy. Only one move. Who do you think you are? The King of Heaven. No wonder I haven't heard of this person before. Turns out he's a psychopath. What's going on this time? Isn't he locked up? Her allure is so strong, it's likely that Cao Wenbin was attracted by her beauty, so he gave her the opportunity to see the light of day again. Alas, beauty is indeed a disaster. If I were Ying Siwan, I would absolutely be mortified to death. After all, the master of the most powerful Holy Land was actually looked down upon by a sick person. How can I seek justice in this matter? The voices of discussion are rising one after another. And just as these onlookers thought, Ying Siwan was indeed furious at this time. In his opinion, this was Yao Qi's strategy. This woman's purpose is to disgust him. You're such a jerk. After saying that, he was ready to teach the other party a lesson. But at this moment, Chapter 631 Thoughts of All Parties. Watch this. Ying Siwan's reaction was huge. But because I thought too much, I was still a step slower. He had just begun to gather energy when a bright moon appeared behind Nian Yuyu. This was the reward Cao Wenbin gave her after she contributed everything. As for why such a strange treasure was given, this thing has a deep meaning. It can not only defend against the enemy, but also save Nian Yuyu's life. After all, as the owner of the Happy Palace, Nian Yuyu has to bear a lot. The yang energy in her body has always been greater than the yin energy. If it weren't for this pure yin treasure suppressing it, she would have died long ago. Today, I will show you, the younger generation, how strong the woman who has accompanied the Lord is. The moon is bright in the sky. As soon as the cold snort fell, the size of Hao Yu began to increase exponentially. During this process, everything illuminated by the moonlight, even the arena that could not be destroyed by the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, was rapidly melting away. As for the defensive measures arranged by Ying Siwan, they were like spring snow encountering the scorching sun, turning into ashes in an instant. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. Even though he had tried his best, a small part of Ying Siwan's arm was still dissolved. Then, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He was off the stage in the blink of an eye. Then, without even stopping, he took everyone from Yingtian Academy and disappeared completely from the spot. He looks quite embarrassed. However, the thousands of experts present at this moment simply had no time to pay attention to them. Everyone was staring at Nian Yuyu in a daze. Is it really just one move? This woman is not bragging. Who the hell is she? Such a master cannot be an unknown person. Confused. At the same time, I feel very embarrassed. After all, the previous ridicule is still vivid in our minds. But the reality is this another masterpiece of yours? That's not fair. You are obviously Yinner's husband. He's also the child's father. Why should all the benefits be given to Yao Kai? But unlike other people, Tian Yulin, who knew a little bit about the inside story, immediately looked at Cao Wenbin, who was smiling. At the same time, her beautiful legs unconsciously clamped together. At this moment, her desire to take the initiative became even stronger. The only thing that restricts her is the lack of good opportunities. In fact, she has already taken the initiative once. It was when Song Si died last time and we knew that Cao Wenbin could improve people's strength. But that time, she had just found Cao Wenbin and she immediately returned the same way. Because there are so many people surrounding Cao Wenbin. She was the most beautiful woman in the universe, so she couldn't just go and beg for love in front of so many ants. But this time, she really couldn't help it. She also wants to be as cool as Nian Yu. Raise a finger to the Lord of the Holy Land in public. 1 month. One last month to save face. If there's still no suitable opportunity, then we must take him down, even in front of Bai Qingyan. Bit her lip. The next moment, her beautiful figure gradually disappeared into the void. Always paying attention to Cao Wenbin. Of course, not only her, but also the people from other holy lands did not stay here for long. Each of them displayed their magical powers and disappeared one after another. Just as Cao Wenbin expected, once Nian Yu's strength was revealed, no one dared to covet the land of Longyan's sword sect anymore. No, we must find a way to restrict Yao Kai. Otherwise, the structure of the Supreme Plane will really change. Junior sister Mu Yun, please wait a moment. At the gate of Yingtian Academy, just as Dong Muyun, with a worried look on her face, was about to return to her residence to review what had happened today, a shout suddenly rang out behind her. And the one who spoke was none other than Lu Zhilan. Peace. Without much greetings, Dong Muyun turned around and got straight to the point. There's nothing she can do about it, she's just not in the mood. Of course, Lu Zhilan didn't take it seriously. After all, he knew exactly what this woman had experienced. Therefore, I came here to discuss with my junior sister how to deal with Cao Wenbin. By the way, tell junior sister the specific information about that guy. I wonder if junior sister has time. Dong Muyun's expression changed immediately. The impatience disappeared instantly. Instead, there is a strong excitement. Then he took the initiative to make a gesture of invitation. Brother, what are you talking about? Since you've already taken the initiative to invite me, even if I don't have time, I'll still have to make time. By the way, what's the story with that guy surnamed Cao? Why is it so weird? As they were talking, Dong Muyun took Lu Zhilan into a small pavilion. Very quiet, perfect for talking about business. After looking around and making sure that no one was eavesdropping, Lu Zhilan stopped hiding it. According to my investigation, that guy is the reincarnation of an extremely powerful person. In the era of its predecessor, there weren't even any 9 sacred places. And the reason he was able to weaken your strength today is because his destiny is unattainable. As long as he wants, any living being that sees him will be terrified. That's why the strength of Bai Qingyan and the others who were toyed with by him increased dramatically. After all, his background is beyond the reach of the Holy Land. By the way, if my guess is correct, he must have lived in a very magical world before this reincarnation. As for his purpose, it should be to get something, or to see something. His plans are very far-reaching. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be planning the entire universe. But all this is just my guess. There is no substantial evidence. That's why I want to join forces with junior sister to expose him together. Lu Zhilan said a lot in one breath. Obviously, he really wants to win over Dong Muyun. But what he didn't know was that Dong Muyun didn't listen to much at all. All the woman's attention was focused on the words, "That is a magical world." Chapter 632. The layout is completed. A magical world. Dong Muyun's pupils shrank unconsciously. To be honest, if it were someone else, they would definitely not think too much about it. After all, there are countless planes in the universe. Which one is not magical? But as a time traveler, Dong Muyun's heart was in turmoil the moment she arrived. But she hid it very well. You can't see it on the surface at all. Then, so what are you going to do, brother? Any specific plan? Lu Zhilan shook his head gently. No. Of course, this is not my fault. But even if we come up with a countermeasure, it's useless. According to my investigation, that guy's planning ability is unmatched in the world. If we make arrangements in advance, he will most likely take advantage of us. So it's better to take it one step at a time. My idea is that we can share what we have with each other in the future. Whoever has the opportunity should do everything they can to cause trouble for him. Then if there is a counterattack, the other side will immediately provide support. Dong Muyun was silent. After all, no matter how you listen to it, this plan is not reliable. Besides, if you really want to talk about it, it seems that she and Cao Wenbin have no hatred. Since the opponent is so strong, the best strategy seems to be to stay away from him. Instead of facing the challenge. Let's just observe and see. The woman's caution suddenly exploded. But just when she was about to find a random excuse to brush the matter off, the hand on her wrist suddenly made a sound. Then a piece of information appeared before her eyes. This is an internal document. Just uploaded. The confidentiality level is quite high. And the content inside is nothing but Cao Wenbin's life. The first 21 years were nothing special. You can even call it trash. But ever since he tasted the taste of a certain ancestor, he has skyrocketed to the top, unstoppable. He's a lecher and only loves mature women. But he's also very talented. The blue and white porcelain that was originally made to seduce the ancestors is still widely circulated in the continent of gods and demons. There is a lot more to come. But Dong Muyun was in no mood to watch it at all. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the three words, blue and white porcelain. At this moment, she finally confirmed that this man surnamed Cao was definitely from Blue Star. After all, this song is such a classic. If we are compatriots, there is no reason to fight each other. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up instantly. But at this moment, junior sister seems to have developed some lucky mentality. In that case, I'll take my leave, senior brother. Just pretend I wasn't here today. But junior sister, you must remember to do more opening and closing exercises in the next few days and try to stretch your body as much as possible. Otherwise, your life will be in danger soon. After he finished speaking, Lu Zhilin stood up without even hesitating. Then he walked out of the pavilion. And his words made Dong Muyun feel very upset. Opening and closing movement. She is not stupid, so she knows what this means. It was nothing more than hinting to her that it wouldn't be long before she would also be pinned down by Cao Wenbin. To be honest, under normal circumstances, she really would not resist this. After all, Cao Wenbin is very handsome. If you need background, you need background. He is from the same world as her. There will definitely be an endless supply of common topics. No matter how you look at it, they are a perfect match. But the problem now is that Cao Wenbin spends too much. The list of names she had beaten was longer than her life. She couldn't even see the end at a glance. Therefore, no, I absolutely cannot let her succeed. My aunt is the heroine. The one who will eventually become the master of the Holy Land. How could I possibly be someone else's mistress? My future man can only love me. Gritted his teeth. Then, she sent a voice message to Lu Zhilin, who had already walked out of the pavilion. Brother, I agree with your proposal. From now on, that Cao guy will be our common enemy. Lu Zhilin smiled. But he didn't stop walking, and just replied lightly, congratulations, junior sister, for making the right choice. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely do what I say. No matter what trouble you encounter in the future, you can contact me first. Brother, I will definitely come as quickly as possible. The words are full of sincerity. Dong Muyun was also quite satisfied with this. But what she didn't know was that the moment he left her sight, Lu Zhilin's expression changed immediately. All smiles disappeared. Instead, there is a deep disdain. You still want to reject me? Do you really think you're a big shot? It's just a gun carriage. Your only role is to use your body to buy me time. The layout is perfect. But when he returned to his residence, his head immediately started to hurt. Because he found that Lu Yunxiao was sneaking out. His first reaction was that his mother was addicted to being played with. Prepared to take the initiative to deliver it. But soon, he reacted. He is probably overthinking it. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Yunxiao should want to go to the clinic. After all, those 3 days. Wrong. If the law of time is taken into account, it's hard to say how long it will take. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. Lu Yunxiao was also very scared. Looking at his appearance, if his legs weren't still numb, he would definitely jump up. But as she saw the appearance of the person coming, she immediately relaxed. Then, you little brat, don't you know that scaring others can kill them? If you walk with any noise, you'll die. The corner of Lu Zhilin's mouth twitched. The feeling of speechlessness instantly filled my whole body. I used the teleportation technique, okay. I can't make any sound. But even though he thought so, when the words came to his lips, they immediately turned into, Mom, come with me. No need to go to the clinic. I have a solution to your worries. The heart is kind, and if he takes action, it can save a lot of trouble. But Lu Yunxiao's face turned red in an instant. After all, no one can stand such a secret matter being pointed out in public. So, what nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? I'm healthy and well, why would I go to a clinic? This time, Lu Zhilin was even more speechless. His mother is really obsessed with face and suffers in vain. So this time, he didn't hesitate. He directly forced Lu Yunxiao to be infused with pure yin energy. Chapter 633, Ferocious Beasts Riot. Bang! Don't let me know who did this. Otherwise, I will dig up his ancestors' graves. Just when Lu Zhilin was trying hard to prevent himself from having another younger brother, Bai Qingyan in another and also smashed a table. As for why I got so angry. A few moments ago, she received a piece of information. There aren't many words on it, only 9 including punctuation marks. The beast trap has been broken, come quickly. Although the words are few, they are shocking. As a result, Bai Qingyan exploded. Of course, it's not just her, Cao Wenbin's face also doesn't look very good. After all, according to the original plan, he had to plot against Teacher Dong in the next few days. As long as it can be successful, it can be done in the classroom. Forget it, she can't run away anyway. Since I can experience it sooner or later, it doesn't make much difference whether I do it sooner or later. Just as he comforted himself, the voices of several people in the room started to ring. Then, latest intelligence. Because there was no one to guard it, the Dragon Roar Sword sect's beast trap was destroyed by an ordinary wild beast that was out foraging before an incense stick of time had passed. This caused the ferocious beast to escape. According to incomplete statistics, more than 3 million people have been eaten alive. The situation is extremely tragic. The pushed information is full of sighs. But if you look closely, you can find that the person who edited this information obviously had a hidden agenda. And the facts have proved that Yingtian Academy's little trick was successful. Just taking a breath, the comment section of the push was already filled with curses. Yao Kai must bear 100% responsibility for this. After all, if they hadn't killed all the masters of the Dragon Roar Sword sect, the beast would never have escaped. That's right. The structure of the 9 sacred grounds has clearly existed for millions of years, yet they insist on changing it. They're truly bored. Women are like that, they have long hair but short knowledge. They think they can control everything, but they don't know that they can control nothing. Alas, ever since that Cao moved into Yaoqi, this once extremely pure holy place has completely changed. They have forgotten their original intention. Is there no wise man in Yaoqi? Hurry up and purge the court. I believe that as long as that Cao is gone, Fairy Qingyan will be able to return to normal soon. The rhetoric is becoming more and more excessive. As a result, Bai Qingyan's face became darker and darker. She doesn't blame these nonsense people. After all, they are just a bunch of idiots. These guys will believe whatever others say, there is really no need to argue with them. What she hated was only the Yingtian Academy behind it. Therefore, husband, after you subdue that Dong Muyun, we must establish a system that belongs to us alone. It's really fucked up to have no say in these days. Very far-reaching consideration. But Cao Wenbin shook his head gently. Build it yourself. That's not as fast as plundering it. As the saying goes, if my neighbor stores food, I will store guns. My neighbor is my granary. After we capture Dong Muyun, we can definitely use her to directly take advantage of Yingtian Academy. Besides, even though Dong Muyun is also in the middle stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, she may not be able to withstand my attack. What if my IQ drops? Everyone thought it was right. Especially Nian Yu, she nodded unconsciously. I really agree with this statement. After all, there was a homeowner in her happy palace who was in this situation. That person was originally from Lu Zhilin's faction and was quite smart, but after being caught, he was shocked and confused for decades. In the end, it was because her best friend couldn't bear it anymore and suffered for her that she slowly recovered. Then do as you say. Let's go and subdue that ferocious beast first. After all, what we want is a land that can produce all kinds of good things. Instead of a ruin. 5 days later, on the top of a hill. Cao Wenbin and others all looked ahead with dark expressions. Everywhere you look, there's scorched earth. You know, there used to be a huge city on this plain. There must be at least 7 or 8 million gifted sword cultivators in it, making it the most important talent pool for the Longyan sword sect. But now it is. Is this the destructive power of a ferocious beast? No wonder whoever controls it has a veto power. There are indeed some tricks. Shaked his head gently. His whole body was filled with helplessness. There's no way around it, because ferocious beasts are so hard to catch. Since they only fight with their physical bodies, their temperament is extremely weak. It's hard to capture them face to face, let alone a large-scale search. And these guys' intuition is quite sharp. They will run away immediately at the slightest sign of trouble. They are extremely difficult to deal with. Look, excluding the time it took to get here, they have been searching for more than a day. But I haven't even seen a single hare. Chasing like this isn't the solution. Apart from following behind and eating for a while, there's no way you can gain anything. By the way, is there anything that all ferocious beasts like? It seems like he thought of something. So the next moment, Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up. And Nian Yu, the woman who once raised ferocious beasts, did not disappoint him. After a moment of contemplation, he softly uttered a name, blood of the dominant. Or perhaps it's blood that contains divinity. This thing can help ferocious beasts improve their physical strength. Therefore, as soon as it appears, all ferocious beasts will go crazy. The reason why those ferocious beasts served the two masters so obediently as pets was because they could sense divinity at all times. After hearing this, everyone subconsciously looked at Cao Wenbin. After all those present are the most trusted ones among the trusted ones. Everyone knows that Cao Wenbin is divine. Since the solution to break the impasse has already been found, Cao Wenbin will naturally not hesitate. The next moment, a drop of golden blood appeared in a porcelain bowl. Hide them all. By the way, set up the formation as well. So as to avoid being slipped away by it. As soon as he finished speaking, he hid himself first. But the interesting thing is that before the fish even took the bait, the noise from everyone's fingers started ringing again. Breaking news. For some unknown reason, the sealed beasts are rioting en masse. The one from Yingtian City injured 117 people in a short period of time. The scene was extremely bloody. Cao Wenbin was stunned. At the same time, my mouth opened unconsciously. I'll go. Is the reaction so big? Also, this nose is too sensitive, isn't it? You can smell it from such a distance. Chapter 634 Stone Forest. Hiss. Cao Wenbin didn't have to wait too long. Just when all his attention was still focused on the push in his hand, a hissing sound suddenly penetrated his ears. At first, he thought it was a snake-like creature. After all, the voice is so similar. But when he looked up, he realized that what came was not a snake at all, but a lizard. More than 1 meter long. The whole body is light gray. Could this be a ferocious beast? Cao Wenbin's eyes were full of disbelief. There's nothing we can do about it, this thing is just too ordinary. It's so ordinary that if he met it in the wild, he would definitely not even look at it. But unlike him, the moment Bai Qingyan saw this thing, her body suddenly tensed up. Then, it's indeed it. Wenbin, don't be fooled by the appearance of this thing. Of the 9 ferocious beasts back then, this guy was the most difficult to deal with. Although its body is not big, after it enters a violent state, its flesh can shatter the void. Reach anywhere it deems safest in an instant. It is also the most bloodthirsty of the 9 ferocious beasts and is extremely difficult to deal with. The last time we were able to capture it, it was thanks to an old man who risked his life to place a soul mark on it. This is what makes us qualified to fight against them. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then I couldn't help but laugh. Soul mark. He also knows this method. And it comes easily. Therefore, go ahead. This guy can't get away. The words are full of confidence. With him taking the lead, the others no longer hesitated. The god-trapping formation that had been prepared long ago immediately covered the lizard. Hiss. Sensing the dangerous murderer, the chirping became more urgent. But even so, it still had no intention of giving up the golden blood. Just suddenly quickened the pace. Isn't it just a drop of blood? Not really. Cao Wenbin shook his head slightly. Of course, he was not the only one who was puzzled. Bai Qingyan and other girls were also puzzled. After all, they have tasted many more amazing things, but they didn't feel any use. However, although their minds were full of doubts, their hands did not slow down at all. The next moment, an attack containing the strength of hundreds of people suddenly fell on the lizard's head. There was no earth-shattering noise. But the harvest this time was quite good. The lizard's head, along with its neck, was blasted directly into the lizard's chest cavity. To be honest, if it were any other creature, it would have died by now. But this lizard doesn't have that. He even had the mood to reach out for the bowl of golden blood. Fuck. Cao Wenbin was really shocked by the vitality of this thing. But soon, he discovered that the ferocious beast was not completely unharmed. At least the speed is much slower. At the same time, a layer of red light appeared around his body. This is. But before he could figure it out, a space crack suddenly appeared in front of the lizard. Not big. Just enough for the lizard to pass through. Is this rage? Cao Wenbin understood instantly. Then the second attack flew out suddenly. The first one is invisible and colorless. It's the soul mark. Easy hit. But the second law of space was quickly broken. Cao Wenbin's original intention was to directly close the space crack. This will consume the ferocious beast for a while longer. But unexpectedly, the beast's reaction was so quick. As soon as the space crack began to fluctuate, it dived into it. Depend on. Very depressed. But not long after, Cao Wenbin laughed again. Because according to the feedback from the soul mark, the other party did not run very far. At their speed, they will be there in 3 to 5 minutes. Are you playing tricks on others? I subconsciously curled my lips. Then he took the lead and caught up. But when he arrived at the place, he instantly realized that he was completely overthinking. That ferocious beast has no brains to play tricks on others. The reason why I settled in this place is simply because this place is very special. This is not Sword Tomb. Bai Qingyan's voice was full of surprise. Then, without waiting for anyone to ask, he started explaining himself. This stone forest is the most important foundation of the Dragon Roar Sword sect. Each of the stone pillars inside contains a sword that holds a legacy. As for their origins, the Dragon Roar Sword sect has established a rule since its inception. All masters above the 11th rank, once they sense their end is near, must, after settling their affairs after death, send all of their inheritance, as well as their natal divine sword, into this stone forest. Thus leaving opportunities for future generations. I have to say, although that old fellow Zhongzhou is lustful, he really has a long-term vision. It is precisely because of this rule he established that the Dragon Roar Sword sect can become stronger and stronger. There are more and more experts. After she finished speaking, she shook her head unconsciously. When the other women heard this, their lips twitched. Lustful. If Zhongzhou heard this, the coffin lid would probably burst. However, the strange looks from the crowd did not disturb Bai Qingyan. After taking a breath, her cherry lips opened again. By the way, this isn't the most amazing thing about this sword tomb. In the very center of it, there is a spring. It's called the cleansing spring. No matter who it is, as long as they can immerse themselves in it, they will definitely benefit. It's said that even those with the worst luck can gain some foundation and raise their upper limit. And if you can dive to the deepest point, you can even recover your memories of your past life. Originally, Cao Wenbin still looked indifferent. After all, he is not a swordsman. I'm really not interested in the inheritance of Kendo. But as soon as the characteristics of this spring water came out, he instantly became energetic. Of course, he doesn't intend to eat it all alone. The next moment, he ordered the Baimei group to start setting up a large teleportation array. He wants all the women on the nameless island to come here for cleansing. Anyway, it's a sure-win business. It would be a waste if you don't do it. After making the arrangements, he didn't just wait here foolishly. Take one step and go straight into the stone forest. Walk. Let's go explore the way first. Kill that lizard while you're at it. After all, it's a tonic. You absolutely can't miss it. Chapter 635. Someone suddenly appears. Buzz. The stone forest is huge. There are countless stone pillars inside. If someone with a poor sense of direction comes in, they will definitely get lost quickly. But for Cao Wenbin and Nian Yuyu who followed him in, these were not a problem at all. Just over 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the pond. As soon as he stood still, Cao Wenbin smiled. A vicious beast is a vicious beast. Sure enough, no brains. As to why this is so, he discovered that the spring water actually contained the energy of chaos. Although it is extremely weak. But once you are in it, there are still many restrictions. At the very least, if you want to break the void again, it will definitely not be as easy as outside. What a great opportunity. But his smile quickly froze on his face. It's not that I was attacked. But when he was about to jump into the spring, he suddenly discovered that Nian Yuyu was actually undressing. So, Nian, Aunt Nian, what are you doing? Cao Wenbin's voice was a little stammering. Of course, he didn't stop. After all, no matter how you look at it, he won't suffer any loss. And Nian Yu also looked indifferent. His tone was full of as if it was a matter of course. To prepare for entering the water, of course. Don't forget, clothes can create a lot of resistance in water. Don't underestimate this little detail. As the saying goes, a slight error can lead to a huge mistake. Sometimes, it may be just a little bit off. The corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched unconsciously. Resistance. Damn resistance. He was sure that this woman must have other intentions. Damn, she might be thinking. I don't know what he was thinking about, but Cao Wenbin's face soon became rosy. My body subconsciously leaned towards that side. But at this moment, a frown. Then Cao Wenbin dived into the water without saying a word. He just sensed that the soul mark was rapidly approaching the water surface. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party should have noticed something was wrong. Prepare to find another place to hide. Of course, Cao Wenbin would never agree to this. After all, you can kill the enemy with one strike here, so you don't have to run around. Absolutely not to be missed. Damn it, it's obviously about to succeed. But he was happy, but he dodged Nian Yu directly. There is no way. Anyone who sees the meat right at their mouth suddenly flies away. There's no way to stay calm. Of course, although she was unhappy, her movements were not slow at all. In addition, he was strong enough, so he came from behind and quickly surpassed Cao Wenbin. And coincidentally, he just happened to run into a giant lizard that was rushing upwards at high speed. Therefore, go to hell. You dare to delay my good deeds. You are really tired of living. As soon as she finished speaking, the bright moon appeared behind her again. It's obvious that they are serious. As for the results, in just a moment, the lizard's upward momentum was stopped. Then the lizard became a sandbag. There is no room for resistance. The difference in combat power between the two sides is visible to the naked eye. Ant Nian, cut off his limbs first. Make it lose the ability to resist. In this way, I can refine it. The voice is urgent. Although Nian Yu was furious at this moment, she calmed down instantly after Cao Wenbin's words. It's instinct. Then, he executed it subconsciously. A bright moonlight flashed, and a gash deep enough to reveal the bone suddenly appeared where the lizard's left arm connected to its shoulder. Fuck. This defensive power is too fucking abnormal. Although the wound was deep, Cao Wenbin was still shocked. You know, Ying Siwan, the lord of the Holy Land, couldn't even withstand a single blow from a similar move. But this lizard is. But as the saying goes, the best defense is offense. Although the lizard's legs were difficult to cut, they were still broken when the bright moon flashed for the 7th time. What a good thing. No waste. Cao Wenbin rushed over immediately. And the moment the claws touched the hand, he immediately activated the fusion technique. Squeak. The effect is quite good. The claws, which were originally half a meter long, became smaller in the blink of an eye. Hiss. The movement here soon attracted the lizard's attention. Originally, it was still very calm. After all, it's just an arm. It's broken, it's broken. As long as it can be settled down, it will grow out soon. But Cao Wenbin's actions made it feel a strong sense of crisis. This is something I have never felt since the day it was born. So, it suddenly became anxious. Then he subconsciously went berserk. Its instinct told it that this was its only chance. But soon, it was confused. Because the tricks that had always worked in the past didn't work this time. After working hard for a long time, I only managed to create a crack the size of a palm. If it continues at this rate, by the time it is chopped into meat paste, the cracks probably won't be big enough for its head to pass through. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The voice became more urgent. But the current situation is completely beyond its cognition. So although it is anxious, there is nothing it can do. Go to hell. At the same time, Nian Yu, who discovered the lizard's predicament, attacked more and more fiercely. Soon, another arm was given to Cao Wenbin. With experience, the next things will become much easier. It took her 7 attacks to remove the 2 front legs, but she only used 8 attacks in total for the 2 hind legs. Buzz. However, although her supply speed was very fast, it obviously could not keep up with Cao Wenbin's absorption speed. After all, the brain is the essence of the ferocious beast. Pure limbs are just appetizers. Because of this, just as she had removed all of the lizard's counterattack means, Cao Wenbin appeared behind the lizard. Then, the right hand filled with fusion power fell directly on the lizard's head. What a piece of wood. It's so quiet here, shouldn't we do something meaningful first? Even if you're afraid the lizard will recover, you should at least let me satisfy my craving first. Very dissatisfied. Unfortunately, Cao Wenbin couldn't hear the resentful mumbling at all. Because fusion is a very delicate operation. Must pay full attention. Of course, Nian Yu didn't complain for too long. As for the reason, as the diving sound sounded, soon, there were 2 more people beside her. At first, she didn't care much. After all, she is Nian Yu. Even in ancient times, she was the 3rd person beside Supreme Yaoyang. Very high status. There are simply not many people worthy of her attention. But the good times didn't last long. When she accidentally saw the face of the person who came, her expression suddenly changed. Chapter 636 Both Awaken. Big sister. Looking at that holy face, Nian Yu was so excited that she couldn't even speak clearly. Zhongzhou, who was originally looking around with curiosity, was also frightened. She couldn't understand why this woman she had never met was so excited. However, this situation did not last long. As she put her feet on the ground, a hint of enlightenment soon appeared in her eyes. I am actually the first living being in the world. Condensed from holy energy. Born with Wenbin, he didn't talk to himself loudly. There is even a hint of disbelief in it. But before the echo faded away, her temperament immediately changed. The holy aura becomes more and more intense. The sense of nobility is overflowing with madness. Anyone who sees that look will unconsciously feel awe. This is not. Gurgle. Nian Yu swallowed subconsciously. At the same time, she admired Cao Wenbin more and more. After all, just one look at this kind of talented person would make her heart beat faster. But I dare to be crazy and fierce. Wrong. Now is not the time to think about these things. Her charming big eyes turned slightly, and then she threw herself into Zhongzhou's arms without saying a word. Woo woo. Sister, I finally see you again. While speaking, her little head was rubbing against Zhongzhou's chest frantically. Very exaggerated, but it is very useful. The next moment. You girl, how can you be so unruly even though you're already millions of years old? If Wenbin saw this, he would definitely drag you to the fun palace for a stroll. As she spoke, Zhongzhou reached out and rubbed Nian Yu's head. The expression of pampering is beyond words. But the good times didn't last long. This warm atmosphere was soon destroyed. The 2 of them suddenly became tense with their faces. As for the reason, Zhang Shengxi, who came down with him and also had the ability to touch the bottom of the water, also began to awaken. Unlike Zhongzhou's holiness, Zhang Shengxi at this moment was filled with evil from head to toe. Most people would definitely feel a chill when they see this. But although she is evil, she is not warlike. Or in other words, you can see the situation clearly. Look, after opening her eyes, she didn't hesitate for even a second. It flew directly towards the water surface. He's obviously planning to escape. But obviously, she was overthinking it. Zhongzhou and Nian Yu, who were well prepared, blocked her way directly. Then, Zhang Shengxi, you're old friends, but you don't even say hello. Isn't that rude? Besides, even if you don't like the 2 of us, you still have to give an explanation to my husband. After all, he wasted a lot of energy on you some time ago. Full of sarcasm. But Zhang Shengxi didn't care at all. Because she knew very well that now was definitely not the time to be shy. The most urgent thing at the moment is to escape quickly. Otherwise, when did it become your turn to take care of my affairs? Get out of my way. Otherwise, I will make you know what blood splatters 5 steps away mean. Looks very brutal. The momentum is quite sufficient. But whether it was Zhongzhou or Nian Yu, they were all amused. You must have been fooled by my husband. The patroller threatens 2 heavenly Dao realms. You're the one who thought of that. Okay, my husband will be waking up soon. You'd better just wait patiently for his decision. Don't worry, he's not as cruel as you. He won't let your blood splatter 5 steps away. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Zhongzhou's body. The intention is quite obvious. Don't even think about it. Although the gap was huge, Zhang Shengxi still did not give up. The whole body immediately disintegrated into a ball of invisible and intangible thoughts. This is a unique method she possesses as a congenital creature. As long as any one of them can escape, she can be resurrected with full blood. Unfortunately, the means are against the will of heaven. But Zhongzhou, who had been fighting with her for half her life, immediately curled her lips in disdain. The next moment, Zhongzhou didn't make any hand gestures. With just a slight glare, a ball of light formed purely by holy energy suddenly appeared around her. Very thin, but no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't break through it all. What terrified her even more was that there was obviously not much left of the lizard's corpse. That is to say, don't want, despair, but there is nothing we can do. So it wasn't long before. Xiaoyao sect. Lu Zhilan, who has rushed back to his own territory, is trying desperately to recover his strength. And the effect is pretty good. He was originally only at the early stage of patrol, but in just 5 days, he reached the middle stage of patrol. Liang Qi, the military advisor, was also not idle. During this time, she not only recovered the weapons they once had. He also found an extremely powerful helper. Although she was injured as seriously as before. But as long as we find a few medicinal herbs, we will definitely be able to wake it up. But just when everything was going well, something happened that made both of them change their expressions drastically. A black phoenix suddenly appeared in the direction of Longyan Sword Sect. Ordinary people can't see it at all. But the two of them saw it clearly. As for the meaning of this vision, is this the eldest sister awakening? Liang Qi's voice trembled unconsciously. After all, Zhang Shengxi is one of us. In his heyday, he was the second best player in their group. The vanguard of the anti-Cao movement. But as her sanity gradually returned, her face gradually turned pale again. Because she suddenly remembered that her elder sister seemed to still be in Cao Wenbin's hands. Daring to awaken at this time, wouldn't that mean? Depend on. After all the planning, how could I have missed this link? We should have redeemed our eldest sister earlier. That's great. The ransom will definitely double. His face was full of regret. But she also knew that now was not the time to reflect. So the next moment, she turned and looked at Lu Zhilan. She had to comfort her husband quickly to avoid an unavoidable situation. And the facts proved that she was right. Look, the first thing that caught her eye was a pair of red eyes. Obviously, what she could think of, Lu Zhilan also thought of. So, without saying anything, she immediately cast a heart-cleansing spell. Then, Chapter 637, Start planting the Julian flower. Husband, don't think too much. Big sister, she'll be fine. After all, Nianyuyu has been following Cao Wenbin all the time. I think you should know very well who she is. With her around, Cao Wenbin might not have the time to harass big sister. The reason is far-fetched. But Lu Zhilan really believed it. Or rather, he forced himself to believe it. Therefore. So what should we do now? Without any hesitation, Liang Qi, who had already thought of a solution, immediately spoke with confidence. It's very simple. Let's use our mastery to try and contact big sister first. If she has a chance to escape, then everyone will be happy. We just need to do our best to cooperate. If it weren't for. Having said that, Liang Qi subconsciously paused. Then he bit his lip unconsciously. If not, we will make another deal with Cao Wenbin. After all, as long as we don't sacrifice our essence, then no matter what chips we use to get big sister back, we won't lose anything. At this moment, Lu Zhilan's eyes really lit up. Immediately afterwards, he casually sent a communication request to Zhang Shengxi. Video. But the result is 1 second, 2 seconds. Beep. The other party hung up. As a result, Lu Zhilan's expression immediately changed again. Shengxi, is she being? The tone of voice is full of tremolo. But before he could finish his words, Liang Qi interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Absolutely not. In my opinion, it's probably just the wrong timing. After all, my eldest sister has just awakened. There must be a lot of people around. So my husband, please wait a while before sending a communication request. By the way, use voice next time. This one needs to be more secretive. Lu Zhilan didn't say anything. Just waited silently. And this wait lasted for a full hour. To be honest, this time is really not that long. In the past, at most it only took time to adjust your breathing. But this time, for Lu Zhilan, every day felt like a year. That's why, as soon as the incense next to him burned out, he immediately sent out another communication request without saying a word. 1 second, 2 seconds. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. And it was prayer that worked. Liang Qi guessed everything correctly. Anyway, at the 4th second, the other party actually answered the call. And she was the first to call me husband. The sound is not loud. But it made Lu Zhilin excited for a long time. It wasn't until Liang Qi reminded him that he came to his senses. Yes, this is not the time to talk about this. Shengxi, do you have a high degree of freedom? Is there any possibility of escape? If so, what do we need to do? Silence. However, this situation did not last long. Absolutely impossible. Cao Wenbin already knows my weakness. Alright, husband, let's stop here for now. Wait, I have something else to do. After he finished speaking, Zhang Shengxi didn't even give Lu Zhilin a chance to react. The link was immediately cancelled. Regardless of whether it was Lu Zhilin or Liang Qi, they were all stunned by this scene. At the same time, my heart unconsciously tightened. No one is a fool. Especially the last word, which makes everything clear. Plus that weak. Cao Wenbin, I can't stand with you. All the momentum in his body suddenly burst out. Then he strode towards the door. Judging from his expression, he is obviously planning to go find Cao Wenbin right now. However, he had just taken 2 steps when his right arm was suddenly grabbed by Liang Qi. Husband, don't be impulsive. The fact that my elder sister was able to answer your call just now was obviously because she was forced by Cao Wenbin. So if you go like this now, you will only be humiliated in person and will not gain anything else. In my opinion, what we should do now is to quickly collect the chips for ransom. Then come to negotiate. Don't worry. Big sister can handle it. What he said was very decisive. But Liang Qi's heart couldn't be emptier. After all, she couldn't bear it at the beginning. Zhang Shengxi's will is stronger than hers. But it won't be too outrageous. Lu Zhilin had obviously thought of this, so what he said just now had no effect at all. But just when Liang Qi shook her head helplessly, ready to give up everything and go crazy with this man, something unexpected happened. No one knew where Lu Yunxiao came from, but he just slapped Lu Zhilin in the face. And he is quite strong. Then, stinky boy, it's already this time, and you're still acting on impulse. Why, do we have to break up this family before we're done? Lu Zhilin was stunned. Then, like a deflated ball, he collapsed to the ground. After a while, he gently waved his hand and said, Yi, let's do as you said just now. But be quick, otherwise, mock up. Do you think you can escape from my grasp after awakening once? Dream. At the edge of the pool, Cao Wenbin, who had just jumped out of the pool, had a look of satisfaction on his face. Obviously, he had a good time in the past few days. However, this scene stunned Zhang Jian and Nian Yuyu, who had been waiting for him here. What's going on? Wenbin, why hasn't he changed at all? Could it be that this pool of water is completely useless to him? Thinking of this, the two women subconsciously surrounded Cao Wenbin. Then came a thorough inspection inside and out. But the result is that Cao Wenbin is still the same Cao Wenbin. Except for being stronger, there is no difference from before. This guy really cares about his health. How much effort has been put into this? Both women were speechless. While they were struggling, Cao Wenbin also keenly noticed the changes in Zhang Jian. Why so noble? No, we must find an opportunity to tear off her disguise. She's made like a queen, how can this be tolerated? Of course, although he thought so, he was not in a hurry. The next moment, a flower suddenly appeared in his hand. It is none other than the Julian flower. At this time, he had already occupied 2 holy places. It's time to plant the thing that can cut off the source of the problem. Inform everyone, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to damage this flower will have their entire clan executed. Chapter 638, Disguised Invitation. The Julian flower grows very fast. Look, in just 10 days, the entire 2 regions were completely covered. At the same time, it has successfully become something that everyone fears. No matter how hard the background is, don't dare to stay around it for too long. Afraid of being blamed. Lu Zhilin, Lu Zhilin, this time, let's see how you can still show off. Cao Wenbin is also quite satisfied with this result. However, although this incident caused quite a stir, it did not cause any waves in the entire Supreme Plane. Even the fact that the ferocious beast had been killed was not discussed by anyone. As to why this is so. 3 days ago, Dong Muyun posted a video on mastery. Limited time. Including the beginning and the end, it's only about 40 seconds in total. But the sensation it caused was unprecedented. Because it's a dance. A dance that can bring out the dancer's charm to the fullest. And it was Dong Muyun, the goddess of the second tier, who danced it herself. As a result, in just 3 days, the number of likes for this video has reached billions. As for the number of views, it is impossible to count them all. Of course, Dong Muyun was not being horny. But we are recruiting students. According to the introduction at the end of the video, in order to combat certain uncertain risks, Yingtian Academy is going to expand its enrollment to form a hero class. Anyone between the ages of 18 and 28 with a clean family background can sign up. But in the end, only the 10 most talented people will be admitted. Unlike ordinary classes, this class will be taught by Dong Muyun herself throughout the entire process. I won't let others do it. In other words, as long as you are selected, you will immediately become Dong Muyun's most trusted confidant. Reach the sky in 1 step. This is a challenge to me. Ordinary people are watching the fun. Those who are confident in their talents are secretly excited. But Cao Wenbin's mouth was twitching as he watched. There's no need to worry about the uncertain risks. Just report his name directly. But at the same time as he was angry, his face was also full of amusement. Because no matter how you look at it, this is a great opportunity. As long as he can get into this heroic class. Mock up. I'll show you what it means to lose more than you gain. In 3 months at most, I will tear your. Watching the video of Dong Muyun dancing in flesh-colored stockings, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Then, his image slowly changed. The original evil charm has completely disappeared, replaced by a strong air of elegance. One can't help but like it at first sight. This disguise technique is really a good thing. I don't know who invented it. It's so practical. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Zhongzhou and Nian Yu, who had been following him, almost burst out laughing. After all, others may not know, but they know everything. This thing was made by Cao Wenbin at the time. Otherwise, how could even the heavenly Dao realm not be able to see the clues? But soon, they had no time to think about these messes. Because, let's get our people ready. Our next target is Yingtian Academy. It's time to fill this place filled with the scent of books with the fragrance of Julian flowers. Yingtian City. As usual, there are still huge crowds of people here. But at this time, Cao Wenbin had an extremely severe headache. There's nothing she can do about it, since there are 2 curious babies around her. This is not. Husband, do you think we can be selected successfully with our talents? Don't worry, Sister Wuyu. If we're not chosen, we can just follow him in as his servants. Based on the standards this time, those who are selected will definitely not be arranged into a dormitory. So bringing 2 servants makes perfect sense. That's right, they are Wuyu and Shifeng. Originally, Cao Wenbin planned to come alone. Others are supporting from the outside. But when we set off, these 2 girls insisted on following us no matter what. And he also used all kinds of martial arts. So, he agreed without thinking. After all, these 2 women are still. Besides, it would be easier to succeed if there were 2 people cooperating with each other. But I didn't expect. Of course, his happy troubles did not last long. Because soon, they came to an even noisier place. Registration office. Everywhere you look, there are heads. Judging from the looks of it, once you get in, you don't even need to move forward. The flow of people will definitely get you to your destination. What to do? But the 2 women were quite dissatisfied with this situation. They don't want others to get too close to them. Forget about women. But men, that is absolutely unacceptable. Simple. Our current identities are that of the young master and young lady of a big family in the Dragon Roar Sword sect. So you can be a little arrogant. Look over there. Isn't there someone doing this too? After saying that, Cao Wenbin pointed to the left side of the 3 people. And there, a young man was leaping forward with full firepower, carrying a huge protective shield and an arrogant look on his face. Wherever he passed, people and horses fell to the ground. So arrogant. By doing this, isn't he afraid that Yingtian Academy will disqualify him? After all, Yingtian Academy's slogan for the past few 100,000 years has always been that everyone is equal. Shi Feng's tone was full of confusion. But Cao Wenbin smiled. Then, that's all for outsiders to hear. It's just a brainwashing tactic. As long as there are intelligent creatures, there can be no equality. It's not a good idea. This might be a test method. If you don't register within the specified time, you will be eliminated. I don't know if it was because Cao Wenbin's mouth was blessed or what, but at that moment, what he said really came true. This is not. According to Fairy Dong's instructions, registration begins now. It only takes half an hour. No more waiting. The sound is not loud. But the sensation it caused was extremely outrageous. The already noisy crowd just exploded. At the same time, some capable people no longer dared to hesitate. There are so many dazzling ways to travel, they are really endless. One person, who was forced into a corner, even stabbed the guy who was blocking his way with a knife. Oh my god, this is crazy. Is there a checkpoint in chapter 639? I don't feel anything. Buzz. After the sound, 3 and 8 level swords were directly inserted in front of the table at the registration office. To be honest, it wasn't a big deal. So much so that people who were a little further back are still squeezing forward. But as the sword energy on the sword began to burst out, they no longer dared to move. Some of those who were less courageous are even retreating subconsciously. There is no way, because the sword energy is just too fierce. Only after shocking everyone did Cao Wenbin and the other two slowly descend from the void. Good. Very good. By the way, what are your 3 names? Also, are they really all under 28? Don't be too optimistic. Even if it's just one day, you definitely won't be able to get through the rest of the process. Obviously, the teacher in charge of recording was quite satisfied with the performance of the 3 people. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint him. He immediately nodded with certainty. Teacher, don't worry, we know the severity of this matter. None of us 3 siblings exceeds the standard. It's not even close. I'm the oldest, and I'm only 25 years old this year. This is not a scam. But it's the truth. As for Wu Yu and Shifeng, the souls of these 2 are extraordinary. But the body has been completely rebuilt. Each one is newer than the last. So, the 3 of them quickly left their names on a registration form. Jian Baiyu. Jian Baifeng. Jian Baiyu. What a great name. Come in quickly. The second level is about to begin. Although he said so, after collecting the forms, the person in charge of registration immediately handed the forms to another person who had been waiting for a long time. As for the purpose, if nothing unexpected happens, he should go to investigate the authenticity. After all, those admitted will become the backbone of Yingtian Academy in the future, and there is no room for any carelessness. As for this, Cao Wenbin and others were not at all panicked. Because the identities of these 3 people can definitely withstand investigation. There is absolutely no flaw. Then I won't delay your work. After saying that, Cao Wenbin and the other 2 followed the instructions on the road and quickly flew into the depths of the academy. Along the way, there was no stopping at all. They didn't stop until they reached a huge rock. They did run happily, but the teachers in charge of the tests along the way and those who came in before them were all dumbfounded. Because there is a test of your character along this road. Anyone passing by there, as long as their heart towards the Tao is not firm, or if they have distracting thoughts in their mind, will inevitably be under tremendous pressure. It is impossible to move forward. But Cao Wenbin and the other 2 are. Could it be that the formation is broken? A teacher muttered to himself subconsciously. But as soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted a few eye rolls. How is that possible? You know, this was arranged by Fairy Dong herself. Besides, look at these guys in front of you who are almost exhausted. Does it look like the formation is broken? Of course, these teachers are not the only ones discussing this. Ying Siwan and others who had been following this selection were also amazed. Good fellow. Is your mind so strong? Quickly check whose child this is. The voice is urgent. The subordinates who were always waiting on the side did not keep them waiting for long and quickly gave the answer. Dean, the secret guards have completed the verification. These 3 siblings are indeed collateral descendants of the Dragon Roar Sword sect. The one at Zhongzhou Pass. And as everyone knows, this group is a fence-sitter. Follow whoever is stronger. This time, they came to see if they could hold our thighs. Of course, they didn't put all their treasures on our side. At the same time, I am also in contact with Yaoqi. But judging from the current situation, the road to Yaoqi should be blocked. After all, Cao Wenbin is not interested in men. Very detailed. There is absolutely no fault to be found. Therefore, the way Ying Siwan and others looked at Cao Wenbin and the other two was even more different. So they're from the Dragon Roar sword sect. No wonder. Their swordsmanship is truly beyond reproach. Since Song Si, it has never been wrong. And just as they were expressing their feelings in turn, other people finally appeared beside Cao Wenbin. And there are more and more. This did not stop until the number reached nearly 30 people. But with more people, there will naturally be more things to do. This is not. What do you think? With my immortal golden body, is it possible for me to break into the top 10? No one can say for sure. After all, those who dare to come here must be quite capable. Of course, anyone could win, but it's definitely impossible for a stray dog to win. That's right. After all, someone who can't even protect a doghouse doesn't deserve to win. The irony is obvious. As for why they are so hostile. 10 places are really too few. If Cao Wenbin and others were not suppressed, there would only be 7 left. Even the majority of the men here looked at Shifeng and Wu Yu with burning gazes, but they still spoke without hesitation. No matter what you say, it will disrupt the mentality of the 3 people. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, they had never expected that their words would have no killing power at all on Cao Wenbin and the other 2. Not only did it not have any effect. Instead, it attracted 3 looks as if he was an idiot. Alas, the grasp of development is still not perfect. After hundreds of thousands of years, there hasn't even been a dog training host. This is simply outrageous. The 3 people who spoke before were so angry that their noses were almost crooked. They never thought that Cao Wenbin and others would fight back. The Longyan sword sect has already fallen. Logically speaking, shouldn't we be more low-key at this time? Are they ignorant of the ways of the world, or did they have other methods? But the reality did not give them time to think. The next moment, Dong Muyan's beautiful figure appeared next to the boulder. As those beautiful eyes swept across the entire audience, those who were whispering suddenly shut up. 28 people. It's a lot more than I expected. She shook it gently, and then she patted the boulder. Not much action, but the originally ordinary boulder suddenly emitted a dazzling divine light. Chapter 640 is being fought over by many parties. All of you, just shut up. The divine light emitted by this sacred stone will soon sweep across all of your bodies. Then reveal your results one by one. Remember, don't question it. This thing has existed longer than Yingtian Academy. There hasn't been any mistakes so far. Everyone was shocked. This unremarkable thing is actually so awesome. Coincidentally, just as Dong Muyun finished speaking, a divine light that made people unconsciously feel close to each other descended upon everyone. So warm, very comfortable, but the good times didn't last long. Before anyone could react, it disappeared again. Then, number 28, Ma Jing'an, 27 years old, a first-rank emperor. His physique is the immortal golden body. So sudden, but it's very interesting. Look, the man who was leading the siege of Cao Wenbin just now was stunned where he was. At the same time, that face, which was not handsome but still okay, was turning red rapidly. Damn, what kind of monsters are there? My immortal golden body is actually at the bottom. Because Dong Muyun had given him a heads up in advance, Ma Jing'an didn't dare to say any nonsense. While muttering to himself, his body was retreating silently. Obviously, he doesn't intend to embarrass himself any further. Unfortunately, although his reaction was quick, he was still a step too slow. Shifeng, who had been ridiculed for no reason before, immediately fought back sarcastically. Good fellow, I thought you were a big shot. I didn't expect him to be a waste. I just don't understand. Why would someone of his caliber not stay home and wander around for no reason? Why do you insist on leaving people outside? Ma Jing'an's face, which was already red, became even redder. But after hearing this, his temper immediately flared up. The next moment, the momentum of retreat suddenly stopped. Then he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Girl, don't be so proud. You 3 aren't necessarily any stronger than me. I'm leaving this to you today. If any of you are among the 15, I will take your last name from now on." What I said is very decisive. And the 2 people who had attacked with him before obviously thought so too. But as time went by, things that terrified the 3 of them slowly happened. When it came to the 25th place, the names of Cao Wenbin and others did not appear. When I was ranked 20th, there was still nothing. Even when I was 17th, I still couldn't see it. That is to say, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. If their talent is so high, how could they be unknown? The Dragon Roar Sword sect before was a Holy Land level force. How could I possibly bury a talent? There is nothing wrong with this. After all, the resources of the Holy Land are unlimited. Even if it is a side branch, it is impossible for the pearl to be covered in dust. This point is something that these first-class forces or half-step Holy Lands can never compare to. Unfortunately, whether he believes it or not, it cannot change the facts. And something even more despairing happened again soon. Before the top 10, there wasn't a single person with the surname Jian. It was not until I entered the top 10 that one appeared. 9th place, Jian Baifeng. 23 years old, 3rd rank Emperor. Chaos Primordial Phoenix Body. If properly cultivated, it is very likely that he will gain enlightenment from fire and become the ancestor of all fires in the world. Bang! Without any surprise, Ma Jinggan sat down directly on the ground. At this moment, he knew that he was finished. Even his entire family is finished. These 3 people from the Jian family are destined to be Dong Muyan's people. With this identity, the 3 of them don't even need to take action. As long as what happened today gets out, there will definitely be countless people who want to flatter him and rush to destroy his Ma family. Oh shit, my mouth, why is it so rude? His expression was full of regret. But no one present paid any attention to him. Because 2nd place, Jian Baiyu. 24 years old, 4th grade Emperor. The body of an emperor. With proper training, it's very easy to gain enlightenment from the art of balance. Become the king of all living things in the world. 1st place, Jian Baiyu. 25 years old, 6th rank Emperor. Forbidden body. Please do your best to train him. His future has no boundaries. Even reaching the peak of the heavenly Tao realm may not be his final destination. With him, everything is possible. Silence. No matter whether they were at the scene or hiding in the dark, everyone who saw the words on the boulder was so shocked that they didn't know what to do. The future is limitless. The peak of the heavenly Tao realm is not the limit. Is this human language? But in the past, even if these people were shocked by something, they would quickly come to their senses. After all, they are all masters. But this time, it didn't happen. The more people looked at it, the more confused they became. Intel. Damn it. The people of the Dragon Roar Sword sect are truly capable of plundering natural resources. A peerless genius with a forbidden body is actually being asked to practice swordsmanship. Isn't this pure madness? Ying Siwan's voice was filled with anger. Then he disappeared right where he was. When he appeared, he was already beside Cao Wenbin. Then, Bai Yu, right, are you interested in becoming my apprentice? Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Song Siwan. He's the dean of Yingtian College. He is also the founder of this academy. If you follow me, you will definitely have a life of luxury. Whatever you want, we have it. Ying Sheng, who followed him, turned green with shame. After all, when Ying Siwan taught him, the rules were very strict. He spent 3 months memorizing all the rules and regulations. But now it is. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Of course, he wasn't the only one whose face turned green. After hearing what Ying Siwan said, Dong Muyun also refused to do it. Look, he dodged and blocked Cao Wenbin's way. Old Dean, this is where you're wrong. Why are you robbing me when you want to rob someone? Don't forget, we agreed on this in advance. These people, regardless of their talents, all belong to me. Of course, I'm not unreasonable. If your passion for teaching and educating people really strikes you, and you can't control it, then you can take these 18 unsuccessful candidates with you. To be honest, their talent is quite good. Chapter 641 The same old tune. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. As soon as Dong Muyun said this, the loser who had been dejected, as if a relative had died, suddenly became energetic. Even Ma Jinggan had his hope rekindled. After all, if this really happened, everything would be completely different. But obviously, they were overthinking it. They are just some ordinary divine bodies, how could they possibly catch Ying Siwan's eye? Therefore, girl, you are really sharp-tongued. How about this, since we can't agree on anything, why don't we just let this little guy choose for himself? Whoever he wants to be his teacher will teach him. As for those who were not selected, the rules cannot be broken. Once eliminated, it's eliminated. There's no reason to take it back. It sounds fair, but Dong Muyun was so angry that she rolled her eyes. This old guy is such a scoundrel. You have the title of dean, how can others compete with you? Do you really want to give up? Very unwilling. After all, this is a forbidden body. It may take tens of thousands of years to produce one. If you become the master of such a person, you will definitely become famous in the future. Wrong. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when she was not optimistic about herself, she suddenly remembered that she was not completely without advantages. She is a woman, and as the saying goes, opposites attract. She just needs to. Without any hesitation, she immediately gave him a wink. Extremely obscure. Although there were many people at the scene, and they were all masters, the only one who could be seen was Cao Wenbin. As for the results, very successful. Cao Wenbin's face was full of obsession. It was obvious that he didn't even know his own last name. Really, no one in this world can resist my charm. Even if you have a forbidden body, you can't do that. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then Dong Muyun nodded at Ying Siwan. Since the old dean has said so, I won't hold on to it anymore. It won't ruin our relationship. As soon as she finished speaking, she gave way. The right of choice is completely given to Cao Wenbin. After all, my arm couldn't twist my thigh. This is what the vast majority of people think. But they didn't know that Cao Wenbin was not here to learn anything. But I'm here to tear things apart. Because of this, reality soon gave them a slap in the face. Just a few breaths later, Cao Wenbin stood behind Dong Muyun without hesitation in front of their incredulous gazes. At the same time, thank you for your kindness, Dean. But I think that since this selection was organized by Fairy Dong, it proves that we are destined to be together. Under such circumstances, it would be against one's will to choose another place. Ying Siwan opened his mouth. I couldn't say anything for a long time. Then he disappeared on the spot with a helpless look on his face. And with his departure, this big show came to an end. Cao Wenbin and the other 10 people who advanced, led by Dong Muyun, walked to the deepest part of the academy with a calm look on their faces. This is in stark contrast to the 18 people who were eliminated. The first step has finally been taken. By the way, how did Ying Siwan describe Dong Muyun just now? Sharp-tongued. In that case, let's find an opportunity to smooth it out. Linfengju. This is a house full of the atmosphere of calligraphy and painting. 3 in. Whatever you want is in there. Nothing missing. In the past, similar accommodations were allocated to senior college officials, or temporarily awarded as rewards to those who made outstanding contributions. Even ordinary teachers can't get that. But today, contrary to the norm, 3 emperors came here. How about it? The environment here is nice, right? Dong Muyun, who successfully snatched the person from the dean, was in a very good mood. Look, her little face is full of smiles. But soon, she was confused. Because when she entered the hospital, she was clearly leading 3 people. But when he turned around again, Cao Wenbin was the only one left. The remaining 2 little girls disappeared without a trace. But just as she was about to use her mental power to search for it, Cao Wenbin simply waved his hand to interrupt her. Sister Mu Yun, you don't need to care about them. Those 2 girls are just like children. As soon as they came in, they ran away hand in hand. If nothing unexpected happens, he should go find the room he likes. By the way, Sister Mu Yun, you chose to send us here in person. I guess you have something to say. It's quiet enough now, so you can talk as much as you want. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 of them walked into the meeting room. So, Cao Wenbin made tea for the 2 of them. The movements are quite elegant. You can tell at first glance that he comes from a big family. This is what a noble young man should be. Although Cao Wenbin is strong, he is nothing compared to him. It's not on the same level at all. Dong Muyun, who saw everything, smiled even more happily. The first impression is perfect. Of course, although she was in a very good mood, she did not forget the important things. After organizing his words a bit, he slowly stated his ultimate goal. By you, I think you've heard about Cao Wenbin's matter. To be honest, the purpose of setting up this class is actually to check and balance him. After all, that guy is really too evil. It's only been a little over a year since I arrived at the Supreme Plane, and so many things have already happened. If this continues to develop, the structure of this supreme plane may actually change because of him. But to be honest, I didn't really have any hope at the beginning. Until you appeared out of nowhere. So I hope you can work harder in the future. That way, we can narrow the gap between you two. These words are truly heartfelt. But Cao Wenbin almost laughed himself crazy. Are you really going to let me deal with you again? The last person who did this was probably Sister Ruqing. I never thought that after so many days, I would have to relive it again. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then he nodded frantically. Don't worry, Sister Mu Yun, I know what's going on. Didn't that guy defeat you in public? If that's the case, then sooner or later, I will use the title of your apprentice to humiliate him in public. This made Dong Muyun's heart feel even warmer. But just when she was feeling excited, a cup of tea was brought in front of her. Chapter 642 Confident Liang Qi. Crash. I don't know if it was because she was too excited or she really didn't pay attention, but when the tea arrived, Dong Muyun's hand happened to be raised. So, the full cup of water spilled all over Dong Muyun's thighs. Not a single drop was wasted. Cao Wenbin, who had already reacted, did not waste even a second. The tall body suddenly bent down, and then he began to wipe the water stains in a hurry. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Although he said so, his hands were becoming more and more excessive. Plus, the water was sprinkled in the right place. Therefore, compared to Cao Wenbin's pretended panic, Dong Muyun was much calmer. After all, it's just a little water. It's not poison. But this mentality did not last long. As time went by, she suddenly found that her body could not take it anymore. A huge torrent is brewing madly. If we don't find a solution. Damn, has this been too long? But that's true. This guy has so much yang energy, any woman would definitely not be able to handle it. I guess even those with husbands can't do that. Not to mention me. Thinking of this, she didn't dare to hesitate. He exerted force with his legs and stood up suddenly. Then he disappeared without looking back. In the air, there was only one sentence left. Okay, the business is over. You should have a good rest. Remember, tomorrow's class is very important. Don't be late. So sudden. So even with Cao Wenbin's reaction, he could only make a final profit. I didn't get any big advantage at all. That's why. Damn, this vigilance is really strong. Just give me another half hour. No, not even for a cup of tea. Then everything will definitely be accomplished today. The dissatisfaction is beyond words. But soon, he had no time to think about these messy things. Because Wu Yu and Shifeng, who had just disappeared to make room for him, have returned. How was the harvest? No words. Cao Wenbin just shook his water-stained right hand. The meaning is very clear, nothing is done. But the two women misunderstood everything. Everyone thought this water was. Sure, looks like we can't stay here much longer. By the way, husband, what should we do next? Are you enjoying your lessons? Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin shook his head immediately. How is that possible? Let's go and kill those guys who were so mean-spirited. Oh, and the 4 men selected this time, send them away as well. My intuition tells me that keeping them will most likely hinder my actions. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of space suddenly spread out. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them disappeared. Received a genius with a forbidden body. Has that Cao guy finally started to act? It turns out that a dog will always eat shit. As long as you use beautiful women as bait, you'll definitely be fooled. In an extremely hidden cave, Liang Qi, who was originally trying to break the formation, was immediately amused by the information pushed by the master. However, these words confused Lu Yunxiao, who was following closely behind her. Qi, from what you said, there's something fishy going on here. What Yingtian Academy found was not only not a treasure, but a disaster. Nodded gently. Liang Qi didn't hide anything from her mother-in-law, who knew her inside out, and she explained without hesitation, that's right. Because in this world, there are only 2 forbidden bodies. One is Zhilin, and the other one is Cao Wenbin. There will definitely not be a third one. Lu Yunxiao was stunned. But after just a few breaths, she became excited unconsciously. Her face was filled with the pleasure of revenge. If that's the case, let's contact Dong Muyun right away. Just tell her your analysis exactly as it is. As long as it's made clear, Cao Wenbin will definitely be in big trouble. At the very least, it's a mess. After she finished speaking, she, who was rather impatient, directly opened her control. But before she could find Dong Muyun's contact information, Liang Qi grabbed her wrist. Then, don't be impulsive. If you tell me, it's all over. Actually, all of this is a plot between Zhilinbu and me. We had already guessed that Cao Wenbin would go. This time, Lu Yunxiao was even more confused. Your own son helps that Cao guy find a woman. Are you sure you're not kidding? But this time, Liang Qi didn't let her have any wild thoughts. He immediately explained, the purpose of doing this is to buy time. As long as Dong Muyun can hold Cao Wenbin back for 3 months, the situation will change dramatically. And if we can hold out for half a year, the limelight will completely shift to our side. So not only can we not expose him, but we have to help him hide it. After all, once Cao Wenbin realizes that things are impossible, he will withdraw immediately. And then, the one who will suffer will be. Speaking of this, Liang Qi shuddered unconsciously. Obviously, she was thinking of some unpleasant past events. Of course, it's not just her, Lu Yunxiao is the same. So, the idea of tipping off was immediately thrown out of Lu Yunxiao's mind. After all, I would rather die than let my fellow Taoist die. But soon, another doubt surfaced in Lu Yunxiao's mind, half a year isn't that long. In such a short time, can we really achieve what you said? It won't be another false alarm. Without any hesitation, Liang Qi smiled confidently. Don't doubt it, we can definitely do it. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about the woman we rescued 2 days ago. If she wakes up, we will have another expert whose strength is no less than Nian Yu's. And the person sealed behind this barrier is also at that level. And the most important thing is, there's something behind this that's enough to get my elder sister back. Plus Zhilin, who is improving madly. Tell me, with so many backup plans, are we still afraid of Cao Wenbin? The more she spoke, the more confident she became. But the good times didn't last long. Soon, another difficult problem was placed before her. That's who should be asked to negotiate then. Lu Zhilin. That definitely won't work. For Lu Zhilin, time is the most precious thing and not a single bit of it can be wasted. But if she goes, then with Cao Wenbin's evil nature, he might very well. Never mind. I'll go then. If it doesn't work, just treat it as if you were bitten by a dog again. Chapter 643 Help you escape from the sea of suffering. What? Out of the 10 people recruited, 4 died in one night. Among the unsuccessful candidates, 3 are also missing. Dong Muyun, who had had an embarrassing dream all night, had just finished washing up when she heard a piece of bad news. But soon, she seemed to think of something. Then, with red eyes, he questioned the person who came to deliver the message, what about Linfengju? Is there any damage over there? The visitor didn't dare to delay. He immediately shook his head, no. But the person who did it must have had this intention. But on the way to Linfeng residence, I bumped into a guard. So after realizing that it was impossible to do anything, I immediately retreated. Don't talk much. But to Dong Muyun, it was like the sound of heaven. After all, the 3 in Linfengju are the real treasures. As long as they are fine, everything is under control. Of course, although she thought so, she didn't say it out loud. After taking a few breaths, she continued to ask, have you found out who did it? The messenger shook his head again, that guy is extremely fast. And when he escaped, he didn't reveal any of his movements. So there's no way to investigate. But according to the think tank's analysis, Yaoqi is the most likely candidate. Firstly, their intelligence organization is pervasive, making it very easy for them to act. Secondly, they are the most motivated. After all, Master Jian Baiyu is the only young talent who can threaten Cao Wenbin. Of course they can't let it go on like this. Dong Muyun's beautiful eyes narrowed unconsciously. Then without saying anything, he disappeared from the spot. When we appeared, we had already arrived at a 5-story building. And this is the classroom prepared for Cao Wenbin and others. There are more houses than people. The key is to be prepared. These little guys must be scared. Shook his head. The next moment, her demeanor changed drastically. The ultimate goal of being a teacher is to grasp it perfectly. But when she pushed open the door of the main classroom, she was shocked by the situation inside. The expected trembling did not appear at all. There is only one emotion in the room, and that is shyness. As to why this is so, The person she was most worried about, Jian Baiyu, was actually telling obscene jokes to the other 5 girls. Men are really no good. Although she said so, her eyes were full of admiration. After all, it's really hard to remain calm even after encountering such a big thing. No matter what, we can't let this guy die. The belief is even stronger. At the same time, she also coughed lightly. It indirectly told everyone that she was here. And this trick is indeed useful. Look, even Cao Wenbin immediately put on a serious attitude. Good. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the podium with her long legs. Immediately afterwards, the 4 words, Master of Heaven and Earth, were written on the blackboard made of special material. What does this mean? The other 6 women's big eyes were filled with confusion. Because in their opinion, these 4 words should not appear together at all. It's totally unrelated. Depend on. Cao Wenbin, who saw through everything in an instant, subconsciously rolled his eyes. This is brainwashing to ensure loyalty. No wonder she said yesterday that this class is very important and must not be missed. Speechless. Because of this, his attention was immediately diverted. It fell directly on the pair of beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. I believe it won't be long before I can put your. The more he thought about it, the more fascinated he became. At the same time, the scepter that could control desires also appeared in his arms. Very hidden. No one can find out at all. Thus, a situation of mutual torture gradually formed. What Cao Wenbin had to endure were all the weird arguments he had been hearing since he was a child. What Dong Muyun had to endure were all kinds of ambiguous scenes. They were like sticky candies, appearing in her mind from time to time, and she couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard she tried. What the hell is going on here? Why do I keep thinking about all these things whenever I'm near that brat? Dong Muyun was devastated, but she still insisted on finishing the class. Then he fled in a panic, somewhat embarrassed. While others were discussing the content of the class, Cao Wenbin, who was assigned the task of wiping the blackboard, found something interesting on the floor behind the desk. Why is it still leaking? Could it be that someone dared to cut corners when renovating this place? The corners of my mouth curled up unconsciously. But before he could find the leak, an accident happened. A voice transmission suddenly penetrated into his ears in an extremely secretive way. Husband, Liang Qi just sent me a message, saying she wants to ask you out. The venue is set at Zhongzhou building. And the time is today at midnight. Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up immediately. The image of a slender waist that can be held with one hand subconsciously emerged in my mind. You actually let a woman come. What is Lu Zhilin doing? Recover your strength. Confused. But Cao Wenbin didn't think much about it. After all, if the delicious food is served at your door, you would be wasting your time. Besides, that's all pure yin energy. As long as they can all be collected, it will definitely be a major blow to Lu Zhilin. What he replied to was not necessarily more than what was lost. Hey, he's really handsome. Zhuangyuan building is the tallest building in Yingtian City. It is also the busiest restaurant in Yingtian City. There's nothing I can do about it, it's just a good name. Anyone who wants to enter Yingtian Academy must come here for a meal. If nothing else, just to have a good start. Of course, this busyness refers to the daytime. But at night, that's completely useless. Although pitch black is a bit exaggerated, it's not far off the mark. But because of this, it is convenient for Cao Wenbin. It saves you from the hassle of changing your appearance. How understanding. In that case, I must help you escape from Lu Zhilin's suffering. Chapter 644 Intrigue. Looking at the Zhuangyuan building so close at hand, Cao Wenbin's face was filled with nothing but excitement. It looked as if he was about to taste some delicious meal. And the facts proved that there really was delicious food waiting for him. As soon as he stepped into the building, a slim figure immediately caught his eye. That willow waist, which is only about a foot wide, is extremely eye-catching. But before he could open his mouth to say hello, he discovered a beautiful figure with a slightly playful look behind Liang Qi. It was none other than Lu Yunxiao, known as the Little Witch. So, Brother Lu treats me well. After he finished speaking, the smile on his face became even more radiant. As the saying goes, one thing grows while another grows. Seeing his look, both Liang Qi and Lu Yunxiao's faces turned dark instantly. At the same time, an ominous premonition soon emerged in their hearts. It's not a good place to stay for long. Thinking of this, Liang Qi didn't dare to say any more nonsense. She stretched out her little hand and took out a bead out of thin air. Orange. There's nothing too special about it, it looks very ordinary. But the moment this thing appeared, Cao Wenbin's body suddenly showed a sense of desire. His intuition was reminding him frantically that no matter what the cost, he had to get this thing. What the hell is this? Very excited, but also confused. But soon, the answer appeared in his mind. Of course, he didn't figure it out himself. Instead, Nian Yuyu sent him a message. Wenbin, this is the Yaoyang Pearl. The highest and most yang thing. Once you get him, your physical strength will immediately reach another level. I really didn't expect that this thing would fall into their hands. No wonder I couldn't find it no matter how hard I looked before. The voice was full of joy. However, with her words as a buffer, Cao Wenbin calmed down. The next moment, he didn't even look at the Yaoyang Pearl. After Cao Wenbin smiled evilly, he slowly walked to Liang Qi's side. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, he put his arms around the slender waist that had haunted countless people. Actually, things like that aren't important at all. What I value is still people. So if you want to redeem Zhang Shengxi, you must exchange him for someone else. And in my opinion, you are quite good. I still remember what happened in the Fun Palace so vividly. How about this, as long as you're willing to stay with me for half a year, I'll release Zhang Shengxi immediately. I will never break my promise. Retreat to advance. So as to avoid being bullied by these two girls. By the way, try to see if you can get more benefits. But after hearing these words, Liang Qi was completely stunned. A company for half a year. If she agrees to this, will she still be herself when the time comes? There is no way Lu Zhilin can match her anymore. So, she subconsciously wanted to shake her head. But before she could start to act, she suddenly remembered. The initiative doesn't seem to be in her hands. If she doesn't agree, there will be no way to rescue her elder sister. What a scoundrel. Besides that thing, can't there be something else in your mind? To be honest, at this moment, she really wanted to wake Cao Wenbin up. After all, in this way, this kid will know how important this bead is. If things don't go well, she can still ask for something else. But after thinking it over again and again, she still held back. There is no way, because Cao Wenbin, who has fully recovered, is so terrifying. Given the current state of their camp, they definitely cannot withstand such an impact. Depend on. What does Nian Yuyu do for a living? Hurry up and remind her. Very anxious. Of course, it's not just her, Lu Yunxiao is also very anxious. Because through her observations over the past few days, she had already figured out the relationship between this woman with unfathomable strength and Lu Zhilin. So she had to stop it. After all, she is also very clear about Cao Wenbin's strength. If it is not stopped, what will Lu Zhilin use in the future? Therefore, Cao, take your dirty hands away from me. Don't you just want someone? Then I'll stay. For the next 6 months, I'll let you do whatever you want. No matter how you want to play, I will accompany you. After she finished speaking, she lifted her skirt. Directly exposed the whole beautiful legs. I have to say, she is really talented. Look, these legs are not only flawless but also extremely long. Longer than many people's lives. Mock up. I don't believe I can't take you down. The last few times, you were all. But before she could finish thinking it over, something she could not have imagined happened. Cao Wenbin didn't even think about it and just shook his head. You can't. I want this Liang Qi. Of course, if you really don't want to separate, then stay together, and I'll make some concessions on time. Lu Yunxiao's nose was almost crooked from anger. At this moment, she really wanted to ask, what's wrong with me? That's not what you said when we were drinking at the Dengxian Tower. But just as she was furious. The most we can accept is 5 days. Not much talk, but it confused Lu Yunxiao. You actually want to agree. How can this be? But it was obvious that her thoughts were completely within Liang Qi's expectations. Therefore, don't argue with him, otherwise, there will be no end to it. Our top priority now is to finish the work here as soon as possible. Then hurry back, so that Zhilin won't find out anything is wrong. As for what he asked for, it's just a shell, no big deal. Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. At this moment, Lu Yunxiao immediately lost his temper. Then she gritted her teeth and watched Cao Wenbin and Liang Qi bargaining. At first, Cao Wenbin held on for 5 months. However, Liang Qi advocated a maximum of half a month, not even a day longer. The two of them had harder words than each other. But in the end, Liang Qi was defeated. After all, they are the ones who take the initiative to ask for help. Have to make concessions. Okay. Just as you said, 1 month. Plus the shining sun pearl. But you must promise not to use any seduction techniques during this period. When we leave, our personalities must be intact. By the way, you also have to ensure that we can answer Zhilin's communication requests at any time. Cao Wenbin smiled. Then, he nodded without hesitation. That's absolutely fine. You know, I'm a gentleman. Never resort to underhanded tactics. I won't force you to do anything. He said it with such finality and righteousness. But Lu Yunxiao and Liang Qi almost vomited after hearing it. Gentlemen, how dare this guy say that? But in order to suffer less in the next month. But they still endured it. Then they walked towards the street together in silence. Come with us. We booked a room in the Dengxian Tower. For the next month, all doors there will be open to you. You can come anytime you want. But remember, you must shake off your tail when you come here. If this gets out to everyone in the city, even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. The voice was full of determination. They had just taken 2 steps when their hands were suddenly grabbed. At the same time, what are we going to, the Ascension Tower? It's not only inconvenient, but also carries the risk of being exposed. Come, I'll show you a good place. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin slowly opened his right hand. And in the palm of his hand, there lay quietly an extremely miniature palace. It's none other than the Fun Palace. Depend on. Why would this guy carry this thing with him? At this moment, Liang Qi suddenly felt a little regretful. But at this moment, there was suddenly a person in front of her. Zhang Shengxi. Get dressed. But his eyes are blurred. Looking at his appearance, he probably doesn't even know who he is. If we don't rescue him, it's very likely that. Therefore, she never dared to think about those impossible things again. She closed her beautiful big eyes, and without waiting for Cao Wenbin to make a move, she took the initiative to pull Lu Yunxiao into the Palace of Joy. Why? It's better to share as much as possible. Of course, since the prey has gone in, Cao Wenbin will naturally not sit idle. After handing the happy palace to Nian Yuyu who had just arrived, he followed in. Seeing Cao Wenbin's anxious look, Nian Yuyu had to remind him carefully, Wenbin, don't forget, tomorrow is Yingtian Academy's annual Shuangsun Festival. Dong Muyun warned us not to be late. She wants to take you to see the world. No looking back. In the air, there was only one sentence left. Don't worry, I know what to do. There are still 4 hours until dawn. Not much though. But it's definitely enough. After all, I still have the eternal realm. Once used, the flow of time will be slowed down by 70 times. That's right, the two women had actually fallen into the trap a long time ago. The month they thought of was completely different from the month Cao Wenbin mentioned. Chapter 645 An Unusual Forest. To the west of Yingtian Academy is an endless forest. The total area is over 100 trillion hectares. Definitely the largest forest in the Supreme Plain. Of course, it does not entirely belong to Yingtian Academy. On its borders are located the Demon Court and Baikao Hall. So the situation inside is quite complicated. Monsters and all kinds of strange races are everywhere. The so-called Forest Adventure Festival allows students to form teams and go explore the forest. Finally, the ranking is based on the harvest. Those who can make it into the top 10 will receive massive rewards. As for the purpose of Yingtian Academy doing this, nothing else. Just to train students' practical ability. So as to avoid becoming a greenhouse flower. Originally, Cao Wenbin was not interested in this at all. After all, he has no shortage of attention or rewards. And practical experience is even more nonsense. Instead of wasting time, he might as well stay in the Palace of Joy. However, just as he was about to start, he planned to find a place with beautiful mountains and rivers to stay until the end. However, Dong Muyun's words made him change his mind. Remember this, the 6 of you. We're here just to gain some experience. It's not about arguing about anything. So after you go in, be sure not to go too deep. Especially the central area. Even if someone enters the heavenly Dao realm, it's very difficult to get out. The tone is quite serious. Then Dong Muyun gave everyone a talisman. This is a peace charm. Once it's torn, a shield will immediately form around you, strong enough to withstand the full force of the 3 patrols. And I will be notified as soon as possible. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be enough to protect you. Remember, what I just said was not a joke. Once you see a blood-red tree, you must turn back immediately. The erotic music behind it is definitely not something you can resist. Obviously, there must be something in the center of this forest. Otherwise, with Dong Muyan's personality, she would never say the same thing a second time. But because of this, Cao Wenbin's interest was directly raised to the peak. It seems that Yingtian Academy must have suffered a loss there. In that case, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. But soon, he had no time to think about these trivial things. Because as the imposing Dong Muyun left, some very discordant arguments suddenly appeared at the scene. Are these the geniuses that were all the rage a few days ago? They're all good looking, but their abilities are too weak. They're totally unworthy of their reputations. Just a bunch of ignorant fellows. They don't even have a 7th grade qualification, yet they dare to come here. Chuncheon has had enough of life. If you ask me, the academy is just wasting its time. From ancient times to the present, the Supreme Plane has been filled with geniuses, but how many of them have ultimately become successful? They'd be better off using those resources to train us. Who said it wasn't? Oh, poor Teacher Dong. If she were to teach me. You better forget it. If Teacher Dong really comes to teach you, you probably won't even live to graduate. After all, you're the first person in Yingtian Academy to be punished for stealing a teacher's stockings. Listening to the increasingly obscene conversation, Cao Wenbin immediately gave Wu Yu a look. The intention is obvious, which is to make him remember the breath of these guys. Once we reach a place where there are few people, we will take care of everything. So as to avoid wasting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wu Yu didn't let Cao Wenbin wait too long, and quickly gave him a look that showed that everything was ready. So, walk. I want to see what is hidden in here. Chapter 646 Laboratory in the Forest. No wonder Dong Muyun is so cautious. There are indeed enough monsters here. That's strong enough. Looking at the corpses on the ground in front of him, Cao Wenbin's face was filled with nothing but speechlessness. To be honest, at this moment, he really wanted to go back to Happy Palace and relax. After all, he had had a very hard time in the past 2 days. Apart from hurrying on the road, there is still more hurrying on the road. Unfortunately, although he wanted to, he couldn't. Because the mangrove that Dong Muyun mentioned is right in front of him. So, never mind. Let the 3 of you rest for a while. After all, everyone rolled their eyes and stuck out their tongues when we said goodbye last time. He shook it gently, and then he took Shifeng and Wu Yu across the circle of red trees. And what happened after the red tree really lived up to his seriousness? As soon as he stepped on the ground, a voice of extreme temptation immediately rang in his ears. Even with his soul, he couldn't help but tremble. Before he could figure out the source of the sound, 2 similar noises suddenly rang out beside him. All go. Can't even the heavenly Tao realm withstand it. This is too evil. That's right, the ones who spoke later were none other than Wu Yu and Shifeng. At this moment, the 2 women's eyes were already slightly blurred. Her body was subconsciously leaning towards him. What a rare opportunity. Cao Wenbin, who had a clear view of everything, suddenly had different thoughts in his mind. There's nothing we can do about it, the environment here is just too wild. Plus, the 2 girls' looks are indeed outstanding. Team 1, go check over there. Damn it. After all these years and so many rumors spread, there are still people who dare to cross the red line. You're really looking for death. Remember, if it's a man, or an ugly woman, kill her immediately. Don't give the other party a chance to talk nonsense. As for the beauties, then knock him out and bring him back. I haven't had sex in 5 years. I'm going fucking crazy. It's time to have some fun. But just when Cao Wenbin was about to turn his idea into action, another voice appeared in his ears. Very subtle. Proves that the distance between the 2 sides is not close. But even so, Cao Wenbin immediately suppressed the embarrassing thought that had just arisen. Afterwards, he took Wu Yu and Shifeng into the Happy Palace. After all, he has no interest in being a leading actor. Then, he used the laws of space to hide himself. I want to see what secrets are hidden here. Of course, in order to avoid the other party's suspicion, before completely disappearing, he skillfully caught a lion that was covered in flames. As luck would have it, he had just finished preparing when 3 strong men arrived. Depend on. What bad luck. It's actually the flame lion. No surprises. As soon as the 3 of them arrived at the scene, they immediately started complaining. Then, without even hesitating, he turned around and walked back. But unlike the tense situation when they came here, this time they were obviously a lot more relaxed. At the same time, why? The fun is over. I didn't want to do that at first, but after the boss mentioned it, I couldn't suppress the evil fire in my heart anymore. The voice was full of dissatisfaction. And this is obviously not an isolated case. The other 2 people were also full of complaints. But as the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. Look, before they had even walked far, one of them casually came up with a bad idea. Since we can't hold it back any longer, why not join forces and do something big? Didn't Baekhyotang send a pharmacist over a few days ago? We just need to find a way to put something in her water, and tonight we can. To be honest, if I wasn't afraid of ruining our partnership, I would have done it a long time ago. No good person can stand wearing stockings and a gown every day. Don't talk much. But it obviously touched the hearts of the other 2 people. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, a person who still had a bit of common sense sighed helplessly, "It's a good idea. But it is extremely difficult to implement it. That girl is easy to deal with. After all, it's just a 9th rank. But the key issue is that Lao Lu in our team is her senior brother. And there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. As long as we take action, there is no way we won't be discovered." This concern is not without reason. But the guy who spoke first had obviously considered this a long time ago. Therefore, this is easy. Let's let Lao Lu take the lead. Such a beautiful and flirty junior sister. I don't believe he won't be moved. The more they talked, the more excited the 3 of them became. Cao Wenbin, who was following behind and hearing everything, gradually showed a look of surprise. Because he understood that this guard team did not belong to any particular force, but a united army. There are not only people from Baekhyotang and Yaoting inside. Yingtian Academy also had a hand in this. 3 holy places united. My goodness, what a huge secret is hidden here. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate at all and quietly passed the 3 people in a more secretive way. Very fast. After all, this is all the information these 3 people can provide. It would be a complete waste of time to follow any further. However, although his curiosity had reached its peak, he still unconsciously slowed down when passing by the other party's camp. He also subconsciously used his spiritual sense to observe the situation inside. Not many people. There are 7 in total. 6 strong men. Plus a woman. As for the woman's appearance, pretty passable. Her outfit was just as those 3 people said, so sexy. Depend on. You're still going to take action even though you look like this. This is crazy. As a result, Cao Wenbin instantly lost the desire to save people. After all, it's better to have less trouble than more. Besides, for this woman, what those 3 guys planned might not necessarily be a bad thing. It's hard to say who will suffer the loss in the end. Buzz. After crossing this warning point, Cao Wenbin instantly started to have fun. Speed is mentioned again and again. But even so, it was still half a day later when he encountered the building again. But this time, he didn't complain at all. On the contrary, I feel that this half-day effort is quite worth it. Because according to his observation, this is actually a laboratory. Is this some kind of black technology? You want people to have the immortality of ferocious beasts. Good fellow. This is really a big move. Chapter 647. The shock continues. Looking at the many figures in the building complex who were frantically conducting experiments, Cao Wenbin's eyes were filled with shock. It's not that he hasn't seen the world. Everything in front of me is really too shocking. Draw the blood of a ferocious beast and inject it into a human body. Are you sure you're not kidding? As expected, no one who can reach the level of the Holy Land has it easy. The reason why the 3 families didn't react much after I destroyed the Dragon Roar Sword sect is probably because they relied on this place. As soon as this thought came to mind, a hint of murderous intent suddenly emerged from Cao Wenbin's body. Then he planned to call out Nian Yu and Shi Feng. Let's completely change this damn place. He had observed it long ago, although there were 3 people in the heavenly Tao realm in charge here. But they are all at the bottom level. His aura is not as condensed as that of the first phoenix, so he is not to be feared at all. But just as he was about to take action, something suddenly happened in the central square of the camp that stunned him so much that he almost forgot to remain invisible. A space vortex appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, it began to expand wildly. And in the blink of an eye, it reached a level where a large army could pass through. Compared to him, he is very rare and surprised. The people from the 3 families in the camp should be much calmer. Look, under the organization of the 3 heavenly Tao realm masters, a large army of more than 1,000 people quickly gathered in front of the vortex. At the same time, be quick and maneuver. After you get there, no matter what you see, do your best to carry it back. After all, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. For us, even a piece of stone over there is a rare treasure. It has infinite research value. But don't get carried away. There are also many great terrors over there. Also, based on past experience, this vortex will only exist for an hour at most. So you must calculate the time well. Once you miss it, you'll just be drifting there. Because the vortexes on our side appear at fixed locations, but over there they appear randomly. It's different every time. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and it hasn't happened again. The tone is very serious. Anyone who heard these words was shocked. Even Cao Wenbin is the same. After all, the laws of space are extremely mysterious. Even at this moment, he couldn't say how proficient he was. At most, it's half a bottle of water. If you get stuck in it, it will never be easy to get back out. There will probably be quite a few people who will back out. This was Cao Wenbin's first thought. But soon, his face turned red. Because not a single one of those present retreated. Instead, their eyes lit up and they were eager to try. Fuck, are these people crazy? Looking at them, they don't look like death warriors. Very confused. But he wasn't confused for too long. Just after that, the 3 people in the heavenly Tao realm spoke again. That's right. The punishment mechanism this time is the same as before. Anyone who can bring back something useful will be rewarded with a top-grade imperial artifact. If you can bring back 3 useful items, I'll reward you with enough resources to break through to the patroller realm. And so on. There's no upper limit. As long as you have made contributions, don't worry about us not being able to reward you. Also, if anyone doesn't come back due to force majeure, we will also be responsible for supporting your family. Guarantee that the elderly have a place to rely on and the young are taken care of. A huge sum of money to buy a bone horse. Cao Wenbin understood everything in an instant. Coincidentally, at this moment, the vortex stabilized. Immediately afterwards, a desolate atmosphere spread. The plane level is not low. Although it's not as good as the supreme plane, the difference is not that big. This time, Cao Wenbin was even more shocked. After all, in his original expectation, the other side of the vortex should be some backup plan left by Lu Zhilin or the Lord Yaoyang. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. Over there should be an independent dimension. Interesting. But just as he was about to continue investigating with his spiritual sense, the palace of joy within his sea of consciousness suddenly began to tremble. Then, Wenbin, quickly find a way to get over there. I'm over there, and I feel the presence of my second sister. Nian Yuyu's tone was full of excitement. There is nothing else at all. But Cao Wenbin not only didn't move, but also looked speechless. Come on, it's not like you didn't hear what those 3 people said just now. This vortex can only exist for 1 hour at most. What does, at most, mean? Do you understand? That is to say, it is possible that it will disappear in the next moment. Then we'll just be wandering around there. Silence. Obviously, Nian Yuyu was speechless after hearing these words. However, this situation did not last long. The next moment, Nian Yuyu spoke again. Your worries are completely unnecessary. I can feel that my second sister must have awakened a long time ago. Although my second sister doesn't understand the laws of space, with her methods, she is definitely capable of sending us back. That's right. Second sister is still a rare beauty. Yulin's cold aura that day was absolutely stunning. But in front of my second sister, it's not even good enough. Cao Wenbin really doesn't like the first 2 sentences at all. Able to send it back. Why should I take the risk for something that has no benefit at all? But as soon as he said the following few sentences, his expression changed instantly. Beautiful girl. Isn't this a coincidence? But soon, he calmed down again. Then, so what if she's a beauty? If you can only look at it but can't eat it, what's the difference between that and not having it? Don't forget, she, like you, is Lord Yaoyang's woman. I don't stand a chance. Nian Yuyu was stunned. Then I almost laughed out loud. This guy is really stupid. What on earth did Wenbin go through before? With his intelligence and talent, why has he never doubted that he is the Lord of Yaoyang? Very confused. But at the same time, these words also pointed out a clear path for her. So, who said there's no chance? Well, if you're willing to take me there, I'll definitely let you have a taste. If it doesn't work, I'll give myself to you as compensation, how about that? Chapter 648 Demon World. Are you serious? After listening to Nian Yuyu's seductive words, Cao Wenbin's body suddenly began to tremble unconsciously. After all, no matter how you look at it, he has not suffered any loss at all. You'll definitely get one. As for the dangers, if you want to catch birds in the mountains or fish in the sea, how can you not experience some risks? And Nian Yuyu did not disappoint him. He quickly replied in a very affirmative tone, don't worry, I keep my word. I guarantee that your trip will be worthwhile. By the way, I've even figured out a method for you. After you get there, you'll just pretend to be our damned husband. After all, your physiques are exactly the same, even your divinity is the same. Plus, I'm backing you up. As long as you act convincingly enough, second sister will definitely not be able to detect you. And by then, you can absolutely play however you want. Now, Cao Wenbin had no worries anymore. After leaving a spatial coordinate on the spot, he rushed into the vortex without looking back. It was obvious that he was afraid that if he went too late, the vortex would suddenly disappear. Well, it's been the second time, and I finally got something. God has opened my eyes, it really is God's eyes. Holy crap. Old Lu, you've made it big. This core is exactly what the Alliance needs right now. If you take it back now, it can be worth at least 3. Stop talking nonsense. Judging from the situation here, we have obviously entered someone's ancestral tomb. And judging by its size, this family is obviously not small. In other words, as soon as Cao Wenbin crossed the whirlpool, before his feet even touched the ground, all kinds of discussions suddenly came into his ears. Immediately afterwards, there was an almost crazy sound of digging. Obviously, someone couldn't resist the temptation and started digging graves. However, Cao Wenbin was extremely disdainful of this. At the same time, I also feel that these guys are simply looking for death. After all, whose ancestral grave would be left unattended? Besides, the highest planes have the habit of burying their ancestors in the ground, so is there no such habit here? It is true that people die for money and birds die for food. He shook his head slightly, and then prepared to fly to the northeast according to Nian Yuyu's guidance. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Before he could take any action, 4 tall figures suddenly blocked the cemetery. Then, without saying a word, he used all kinds of means to directly attack the people from the 3 families who had been working frantically just now. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of objects being crushed continued. At the same time, an even more ferocious attack came flying over from farther away. As for the goal, it was Cao Wenbin who was still surrounded by the laws of space. Good fellow. Can this be discovered? It seems that there are many talented people in this world. The expression is very solemn. But Cao Wenbin did not hide. He didn't even try to stop it. Because, court death. My, can you move Wenbin? As soon as she finished speaking, Nian Yuyu suddenly appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Then, with just a glance, he broke the opponent's attack. Senior, save me. Those people from the 3 families who had originally despaired, went crazy when they saw such an awesome person suddenly appear on their side. Trying desperately to grab this life-saving straw. But obviously, they were overthinking it. Look, Nian Yuyu didn't even look at them. The next moment, he took Cao Wenbin and disappeared from the spot. There is no trace of him anymore. To be honest, no one would find fault with this operation. After all, we are not related. But the people from the 3 families who had just ignited hope completely collapsed. So, brute, we are all colleagues, yet you ignored me at such a critical moment. Don't let me go back. Otherwise I will bring your reputation to ruin. The voice was full of resentment. But after just a few breaths, these people who were cursing were completely speechless. Firstly, it was because a delicate palm formed purely from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly appeared above their heads out of thin air. And after it was fully condensed, it directly covered them. Quite powerful. Secondly, there was another young man appearing in the void. Very handsome. The temperament is quite extraordinary. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a ruthless person. But the moment he appeared, even the four tall figures acting as executioners began to tremble unconsciously. Then, "Greetings, young master. My men and others have failed to guard the ancestral tomb properly. Young master, please punish us." No words. The newly appeared young man just stared quietly in the direction where Cao Wenbin disappeared. No one can guess what he is thinking. It was not until the atmosphere on the scene had become so solemn that even those in the heavenly Tao realm had difficulty breathing that he slowly spoke. Did the man that woman protect just now also come from the vortex? It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he opened his mouth, the four tall figures began to sweat even faster. Because they know nothing at all. Even Cao Wenbin was forced out before they realized there was such a person at the scene. But they all knew that since the young man asked, they had to answer. Otherwise, replying to the young master, he did come from the vortex. By the way, judging by their trajectory, they're clearly heading for the Holy Land. Should we send someone to surround and kill them? This is said with great momentum. But a hint of disdain soon appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. Know your own business. He already knew Nian Yu's skills through the test just now. It is no exaggeration to say that in their family, apart from him, no one else has the capital to confront him. As for the siege, that's even more nonsense. If you really go, you will be committing suicide. I really didn't expect that. Han Zhongzhou is in another world, and he actually has reinforcements. It seems that the days ahead will be even more difficult. But it doesn't matter. I was able to rise from humble beginnings and endure her high pressure for 700,000 years, so I'm not afraid of another 700,000 years. And this doesn't seem like a bad thing. As long as I can unify this demon world, then I can. Thinking of this, a sly smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. But he obviously cares about his image. So it wasn't long before he was back to normal. At the same time, notify all our forces to avoid going out in the near future. All defensive formations are activated. Remember, there's no need to conserve energy, we can afford it. Chapter 649 shocked countless people. Just as the young man was frantically arranging defenses, a woman who was originally reading a book in the northernmost part of this plain suddenly raised her head. She was dressed in white. The long hair is gently tied up with a hairband. To be honest, this outfit is really homely. But the little girl who was serving on the side didn't dare to look up even once from beginning to end. There's nothing we can do about it, this woman is just too sacred. And she is none other than Han Zhongzhou, known as the Sacred Fairy. But as the saying goes, even fairies have to spread their legs. Look, at this moment, the sacred air on Han Zhongzhou's face has long disappeared. Her whole body was in a state of extreme excitement. From her beautiful little mouth, she kept repeating, "My husband is coming. My husband is here." The sound is not loud. But the little girl was so shocked that her body was shaking. At first, she thought she had misheard. But after listening carefully twice, she was sure that she was not hallucinating. Her master was literally saying, "Here comes my husband." As a result, she felt completely unwell. For millions of years, this sacred fairy, whom no one in the entire demon world has ever dared to desecrate, actually has a husband. Are you sure you're not kidding? Of course, this is not what puzzles her the most. What she really couldn't figure out was, with the master's temperament, is there really anyone who dares to sleep with her? What a huge desire this must have. What a mess. However, Han Zhongzhou did not give her time to sort it out. The next moment, a cold voice sounded in her ears. "Benger, go and convey the order to the major families now. Tell them, no matter how important the matter is, they must gather outside the sacred mountain in half a day. Anyone who doesn't show up or is late will be killed without mercy. Remember, all key members must be present. Even one of them can't be missing." Benger was stunned. But soon, she nodded quickly. Immediately afterwards, her entire body disappeared from the spot, sitting on a crystal clear shell. As she notified all forces one by one according to the altitude, the entire sacred mountain exploded instantly. Oh my god, what on earth is going on? Holy fairy, why did you give such an order? Could it be that the tigers are coming to kill us? What nonsense. Ever since Fairy Han rose to power, we've already turned the other factions into cowards. Counterattack. Give them the courage. Don't hesitate, hurry up and move. You know, this time it's a death order. If you eat, it will really kill you. Hey, my ancestor just went into seclusion. If we wake him up now and start complaining, he will definitely not be able to escape. The voices of discussion are rising one after another. But there was not a trace of dissatisfaction. Each action is faster than the last. Obviously, Han Zhongyu's prestige here is really enough. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the one who has the final say. But they are fast. But there are people who are faster than them. When they arrived at the designated location, they were shocked to find that the person they were loyal to had arrived earlier than them. And dressed up for the occasion. Depend on, who on earth is coming this time? It's actually worthy of the fairy's attention. This time, they didn't even bother explaining. What they could not have imagined was that they had to wait for 2 full hours. The sun was high when we arrived. But until the sun set, no one came. Do we have to wait all night? A slightly absurd thought unconsciously surfaced in everyone's mind. But as the saying goes, an unintended consequence leads to a great harvest. Just when everyone thought that there was no need to think about dinner tonight, a bright pink light suddenly appeared in the sky. And in the blink of an eye, it landed not far from Han Zhongyu. At the same time, Han Zhongyu, who had always had a blank expression on his face, suddenly smiled. This time, it can be said that 100 flowers are blooming. The beautiful sunset lost its luster in an instant. Then, third sister, after millions of years, we finally meet again. Don't talk much. But all the people who were called to rush into the scene showed an expression of understanding at this moment. It turns out that it's my biological sister. No wonder. As soon as this thought came to mind, their hearts also became active. His eyes were soon filled with something called ambition. Of course, they were not spying on Nian Yu. After all, they know their own strengths and weaknesses better than anyone else. What excited them was that they saw the dawn of unifying the demon world. You know, Han Zhongyu is recognized as the best master in the demon world. And as a younger sister, it must be no different. That is to say, White Tiger Clan, this time, I want to see what you can handle. The more they think about it, the more excited they get. But the good times didn't last long. Just as they were about to kneel down and pay their respects according to the name Han Zhongyu had just called out, the pupils of all of them shrank unconsciously. As for the reason, after greeting her sister, their sacred fairy turned around and looked at the inconspicuous man. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. After all, my sister's friends are definitely not outsiders. Saying hello is perfectly normal. But the key point is that after the man and the woman looked at each other for a while, Han Zhongyu actually took the initiative to tiptoe and gently kissed the man on the forehead. Then she called out softly, "Husband." Not much action. But the sensation it caused was no less than the sky falling and the earth collapsing. Some old ancestors who had fought with Han Zhongyu before and knew how tough this woman was sat down on the ground. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. Husband, it's not completely dark now. After a while, they thought of something even more terrifying. That is, the two women may not be the kind of sisters they thought before. But, who on earth is this guy? Also, how did he manage to bring two such perfect women together? Could it be that his ancestor is extremely powerful? So powerful that even a master at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm can't resist. The incredible look became more and more intense. Because they have already sensed that Cao Wenbin is at the supreme realm. Among the younger generation, they are just little ants who are not even presentable. Chapter 650, The Passage Doesn't Disappear. Third sister, what's happening with my husband now? By the way, why are you the only one around him? With his character, this shouldn't happen. It's different from other people's scalp tingling. There was only excitement on Han Zhongyu's face. However, this situation did not last long. As she asked, her brows began to frown unconsciously. Then his expression changed immediately. Could it be that you've been so greedy that you've essentially tied your husband to your side, not giving him the chance to go out and have fun? Without any hesitation, Nian Yu shook her head immediately. Second sister, even if you give me 2 more courages, I still wouldn't dare to do it. I remember everything you said before the decisive battle. To be honest, I still haven't been able to taste it. Why am I the only one beside him? Speaking of this, a sly smile unconsciously appeared on Nian Yuyu's lips. Then he took out the happy palace. This is. At first, Han Zhongyu was a little confused. I don't understand Nian Yuyu's intention at all. But as she subconsciously probed her spiritual sense into the palace of joy, her mouth immediately opened. It's not that she has poor concentration. The results fed back by the spiritual consciousness are really too astonishing. Zhang Shengxi, Liang Qi, these 2 women who were once the vanguards of the anti-Cao movement and who looked down upon her husband the most, were actually captured. And also, is my husband, who hasn't awakened yet, already so awesome? Or is it that Lu Zhilin in this life is so weak that he doesn't even have the ability to support his woman? Nian Yuyu shook her head again. Lu Zhilin is still the same Lu Zhilin. At the moment, we have indeed gained some advantages. But it's not as big as you see, second sister. These 2 women only entered the palace of pleasure temporarily because of an agreement. In 20 days or so, I have to return it. Although she said so, Nian Yuyu's face was already filled with evil. Obviously, she said one thing and meant another. Of course, it's not just her, Han Zhongyu is the same. Release it after more than 20 days. So what's the difference between letting it go and not letting it go? With their husband's abilities, such a long time is more than enough to make these 2 women feel dependent. Even if I let it go in the end, I will definitely miss it even if it's okay. What a huge advantage. The more he thought about it, the more excited Han Zhongyu became. But just when she was about to ask something else, Nian Yuyu beat her to the punch. Second sister, the reason my husband came here this time is entirely because I lied to him and told him that you couldn't see through his disguise and would let him play with you. And if it doesn't work, I'll give him myself as compensation. So you better be tough later. Sister, I really. Nian Yuyu didn't say the rest of the words. But the meaning is self-evident. And in her opinion, her second sister would definitely agree. After all, as a living being formed by the innate sacred energy, Han Zhongyu has never been very enthusiastic about the things she expects. It's okay to have it or not. Unfortunately, this time, she miscalculated. This is not. You're still waiting. My husband's current strength is far too low. I can't stand the rage of a little devil like you. But I'm completely different. I can help Wenbin condense his energy and take his strength to the next level. After saying this, Han Zhongyu's face turned red. Then, without even hesitating, she grabbed Cao Wenbin who was teasing her maid and disappeared from the spot. What's going on with this passage? It's been 2 hours, why haven't you disappeared yet? Also, why didn't any of the guys from the past come back? The whole army was wiped out. Or did you discover some great benefit and forget everything else? The highest plane. As time went by, the 3 people from the heavenly Tao realm who were sent to watch the scene were all paralyzed. Because everything in front of me is so weird. It's totally against common sense. The passage that should have disappeared long ago is still the same as before. Looking at the appearance, it even seems like it will exist for a long time. Damn it, what should I do? The more they thought about it, the more panicked they became. But before they could come up with a countermeasure, several figures with terrifying aura appeared in front of them out of thin air. It is the helmsman of the 3 families. Plus a few storefronts. Then, what the hell is going on here? Why did all our disciples' soul lamps shatter? The voice was full of anger. However, the 3 people in charge of guarding all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, everything they did was according to the rules. As long as the explanation is clear, the most you will get is a reputation of incompetence. But you will never be punished. And the fact is exactly as they expected. After listening to their words, Ying Siwan and others ignored them. After taking a few glances at the space channel that was so stable that it couldn't be more stable, they gathered together and whispered. I think we should go take a look. Firstly, so many people can't die in vain. You must give your men an explanation. Secondly, I think you two are well aware of how important that place is. If this passage really doesn't disappear in the future, and we reach a cooperation with them, then our strength will definitely be greatly improved in a short period of time. The goal of dividing the world into 3 parts will no longer be a slogan. The one speaking is Ying Siwan. And he is worthy of his teaching background, he is really able to inspire people. Look, most of the people around here are already getting excited after hearing this. However, Niu Feng, the lord of the demon court, and Yao Jisheng, the lord of Baekotang, were not affected at all. The brows of both of them were furrowed from beginning to end, obviously weighing the pros and cons. And the two of them were not just thinking about it. After just a few breaths, they almost simultaneously raised a rather thorny question. What if this is all a trap, and the other party is waiting for us to fall into it? Or maybe we're just unlucky, and the passage closes the moment we step through it. What are we supposed to do then? The atmosphere changed instantly. The excitement disappeared immediately. Instead, there is a deep fear. In such a huge square, the only one who could still laugh was Ying Siwan. It seems that the old saying is true. The longer you live, the more afraid you become of death. I admit that your worries are not unreasonable. But have you ever thought about what kind of trap would be needed to completely stop us? As for the disappearance of the passage, please, space channels never close suddenly. It will take some time. Although we don't have the ability to stop it, it shouldn't be difficult to delay it. And as long as there's only a breath or two of time, then with our speed, are we still worried that we won't be able to return? Morning bells and evening drums. So, Niu Feng and Yao Jisheng, who were a little embarrassed, didn't say any more nonsense and led the way into the passage. Chapter 651 You Need to Grow Your Brain. Boom. The people from the three families who were encouraged by Ying Siwan came here with great enthusiasm. But just as they stood firm, they were suddenly hit by a stick from the vortex. Of course, it wasn't that someone attacked them. Instead, a very incredible vision appeared above their heads. The sky, which was originally clear and cloudless, suddenly had a huge crack in it. At the same time, a torrential rain of blood suddenly fell to the earth. Is there a master fighting? Even the sky was torn apart. No, no. An attack that could cause such a commotion means that even on the other side of this plane, it's definitely impossible for this place to be so peaceful. The more they thought about it, the more confused Ying Siwan and others became. As a result, the original plan to explore outward was immediately cancelled. But they didn't just stare blankly. After taking a few breaths, he began to spread his breath outwards madly. The idea is simple. Since you don't want to explore it yourself, just lure the natives here. As for no one daring to come, that proves that our strength here is not that good. Just send people over to clean up the mess. The harvest is even greater. Buzz. But just as they took action, a very young figure appeared in front of them. Who are you? Hu Shao's face looked very ugly. A feeling of being screwed immediately emerged in my heart. He would never have thought that so many unexpected events would happen in the demon world in just one day. First, a woman came who was obviously stronger than him and most likely had a hostile relationship with him. Immediately afterwards, 3 more men came who were slightly weaker than him but had a group of terrifying subordinates. Damn it. Isn't this Chunchen trying to kill me? I'm already at an absolute disadvantage. And that's not all. As his eyes swept across the spatial channel, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot in a short period of time. The reason why he left so casually before was because he knew that this passage would be closed soon. He doesn't need to bother at all. But now it seems. Okay. You want me to be attacked from both sides, right? He was sure that all this must have been done by Han Zhongyu. As soon as he made this judgment, he dared not delay any longer. He moved his body and immediately prepared to leave this place of trouble. After all, he really had no way of judging whether these new guys were enemies or friends. But before he could turn his thoughts into actions, an old voice suddenly drilled into his ears. Fellow Taoist, please stay. We're here for once, there's no ill intention at all. If possible, we would even like to form an alliance with you. Thus achieving mutual benefit. Hu Shao was stunned. Then not only stopped all movements. I even squinted my eyes unconsciously. Are you serious? Ying Siwan, who was the most friendly, nodded without hesitation. That's absolutely true. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can just leave. We are looking for other partners. Hu Shao's heart tightened. Find someone else. This is a joke. You know, in this demon world, apart from their gang, there is only Han Zhongyu. So, he immediately put on a very kind smile. Dao, you are joking. A guest from afar is a guest. Meeting is fate. Since you are all here, why would I push you out? Let's go talk somewhere else. This is really not the place to talk. There is really nothing wrong with this. In all the heavens and worlds, even ghost cultivators, no one would discuss things in the ancestral tomb. Therefore, Ying Siwan and others looked at each other and immediately split into two groups. Yao Jisheng led the others to stay here. This ensures that any abnormal movement in the channel can be discovered immediately. As for the negotiations, they were fully handed over to Ying Siwan and Niu Feng. Please. Name: Han Zhongyu. Identity: a living being formed by the condensation of innate sacred energy. Strength: great perfection of heavenly Tao realm. Appearance score: 99. Loyalty: 100. Holy energy is born with yang energy, so she has no resistance to you who are full of yang energy. Note: because she is a congenital being, her talent is not yet online. If she can condense divinity for her, then she may also reach the realm of domination. Although the probability is not high, it is worth a try. What if it succeeds? Looking at the information appearing on the goddess record, Cao Wenbin's eyes instantly widened into lanterns. Do you have the potential to become a master? Is it so awesome? But when he thought about the changes in him, he suddenly felt that it made sense. After all, how could a man who could promote a mid-stage supreme to a patroller in just a few days be ordinary? This is what life is all about. Penance. It doesn't exist. However, although he was proud, at the same time, an inexplicable feeling also emerged in his heart. It looked as if it was about to grow a brain. What does this mean? Could it be that under the influence of this woman, I will also evolve? The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high. Therefore, looks like I have to find an opportunity to ask if there are other women with the same background as her. It's a nice thought. And even better things are coming soon. The next moment, two colorful treasure chests appeared in front of him. Dragon-inducing technique. This is an innate technique. The name is impressive, but it's not suitable for men. It's extremely suitable for women. Once you begin practicing it, the spiritual energy within your body will instantly condense countless times. Your combat power will increase exponentially. Most importantly, it can transform even those with limited potential. Note: this technique is extremely friendly to women, but it will test your strength. The name says it all. Chapter 652. The attack begins. Holy Light Wheel, a conceptual artifact condensed from innate divine energy. When held in the hand, unless the enemy possesses a worthy weapon, even if they manage to block the attack, they will inevitably be burned by the divine energy. When placed behind the head to enhance the image, it can help its owner increase physical strength, and its uses are quite diverse. Note: this item's design is not very masculine, so it is not recommended for personal use. Depend on. Looking at the introduction in front of him, Cao Wenbin's face suddenly turned red. Because he suddenly remembered that Han Zhongyu had been shouting, Divine Wheel, before. At that time, he just thought that Han Zhongyu was confused and talking nonsense. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. As luck would have it, just as he figured it out, a lazy voice suddenly drilled into his ears. When will you learn to be more careful, you bastard? Have you forgotten that even though I'm a born-again creature, I can't handle you without my divine wheel? Fortunately, I am much stronger than you at this moment. Otherwise, I would have let you carve out the original energy long ago. Cao Wenbin scratched his head embarrassedly. Then he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately stuffed the sacred halo into Han Zhongyu's hands. Of course, he also did not hide his dragon-attracting skill. I took it out as well. After all, it doesn't matter whether you give it early or late. It's in your hands. You guys just want to see me make a fool of myself. After all these years, this bad taste hasn't changed. Originally, Han Zhongyu was planning to take the opportunity to have some fun with this little man whom she hadn't seen for millions of years. But when she saw the book on dragon-attracting technique, her attention was immediately diverted. With just one glance, she could already tell that this technique was extraordinary. With this, we can finally be a little lazy. The more she thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. But just as she bit her lip and prepared to re-enter the battle and test the law with her own body, Banger's voice suddenly rang out outside the room. Owner. Our intelligence department just received a secret report that two fierce men suddenly appeared among the White Tiger clan. Their strength should all be at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. Looking at the look on his face, he clearly wants to join forces with the White Tiger clan. Banger didn't say the rest of the words. Because Cao Wenbin suddenly interrupted her. Do you know what those two people look like? To be honest, this action is somewhat impolite. However, Banger did not show even a trace of dissatisfaction. After all, she is Han Zhongyu's personal maid. I've been guarding the door for the past few days. So she knew very well who the person who spoke was. It is no exaggeration to say that even if someone interrupted her or fired her, there would definitely be someone who would stand up for her. Her owner might even be cheering her on from the sidelines. Therefore, my lord, it's in the intelligence. They're all muscular and have two horns on their heads. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the earth-splitting divine bolt transformed into a spirit. As for the other one, just an ordinary human, but he has a scholarly air. Hearing this, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth suddenly curled up. He is not stupid. Although Banger's description was a bit vague, he still figured out who those two guys were at the first moment. Niu Feng and Ying Siwan. It seems they are also moved by the benefits here. Seeing his appearance, Han Zhongyu immediately understood that the two guys who suddenly appeared must have a grudge against her husband. So, Wenbin, as the saying goes, a guest from afar is a guest. Since we have nothing to do anyway, why don't we go give them a big gift? It's impossible to destroy them all at once. But as long as nothing goes wrong, there shouldn't be any problem turning him into a homeless dog. At this moment, Cao Wenbin's eyes suddenly became brighter. How sure are you? Without any hesitation, Han Zhongyu immediately raised a finger with confidence, 100%. With my third sister and the Holy Light Wheel as my support, those guys are nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. After she finished speaking, she didn't give Cao Wenbin a chance to speak again. He immediately gave Banger a wink. The meaning is very clear, that is to quickly gather experts. Then she simply pulled Cao Wenbin and disappeared from the spot. The target is directly aimed at the heartland of the White Tiger clan. Of course, the two were not idle while on the road. Han Zhongyu immediately told Cao Wenbin everything about the White Tiger clan. It turns out that this race was not very noticeable at all hundreds of thousands of years ago. Not even first rate. It wasn't until the tiger roar appeared out of nowhere that things got out of control. But to be honest, that guy is really weird. For a newly born creature to not only possess a concept-type magical weapon but also be able to use it proficiently, is simply unbelievable. Also, his luck is truly incredible. Every time I encounter danger, I can always turn it into safety. And reap a lot of benefits. If you hadn't met me, then this demon world might really be the tiger. Master, Moonwatching City is now under our control. Oh, Xiaoyu Villa also just fell. I have to say that Han Zhongyu's command ability is indeed impeccable. On this point, even Cao Wenbin has to admit defeat. Just as the two of them were leading many masters on their journey, the two sides had already started fighting at the border. And in just a few hours, Han Zhongyu's family captured 17 of the other side's cities. The power is quite astonishing. And precisely because of this, according to intelligence, the entire White Tiger clan's territory is currently in a state of panic. All forces are afraid that they will be the next unlucky ones. Of course, this is not the biggest gain. 2 minutes after the 18th victory report arrived, a crane made of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in front of Cao Wenbin and others. Everyone looked surprised. But before the guy who was clearing the way could go forward to investigate, the crane suddenly exploded. Then they gathered together again to form a light curtain. At the same time, a muffled voice resounded throughout the space. Fairy Han, I, Old Bear, have something I want to discuss with you. I wonder if you can accept it. Chapter 653, Defeat often starts from within. Violent demonic bear. Bear opening the mountain. Looking at the burly figure in the light curtain, Han Zhongyu's face was full of disbelief. After all, this guy is a die-hard supporter of Hu Shao. Why would he contact her when the war was about to begin? Could it be? It seemed as if she had thought of something, and the next moment, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Of course, although she was excited, her expression remained the same. Since you, Shang Kaishan, are interested, why not have a chat? It won't take much time anyway. And Shang Kaishan obviously expected this situation. Therefore, without any hesitation, he immediately stated his purpose. I want to work with Fairy Han to kill that tiger roar. As for my conditions, I'm not greedy. As long as Fairy Han is willing to give my bear tribe a place to recuperate after this is accomplished, that will be all that matters. Although she had been mentally prepared, Han Zhongyu's delicate body still trembled. But just like before, she still didn't act impulsively. Can you tell me why? What you are looking for seems to be within your reach right now. Shang Kaishan shook his head gently. What you see is just appearance. In fact, we, the Bear Clan, are just cannon fodder in the hands of Tiger Roar. He has always been wary of our strength, so since 300,000 years ago, he has been using others to constantly harm our masters. My brother and my father both died in strange circumstances. The more he spoke, the angrier his words became. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a lie. So, in that case, let's do as you say. But let me be frank, we won't take any risks. Just follow the routine, unless I see your sincerity. Shang Kaishan was silent. After all, if this happens, there is a high possibility that their tribe will suffer casualties. However, this emotion did not last long. Soon, he gritted his teeth. Okay, I agree. I will find a way to open the city defense formation at the critical moment to show my sincerity. Obviously, he also knows that a short pain is worse than a long one. As soon as these words were spoken, the energy of the light curtain was exhausted. The timing is just right. Quick, speed up. I want to see how he will break this situation this time. Although they had to take care of the supreme beings in the team, Cao Wenbin and others still arrived at the front of Hushao Ridge in a mighty manner after one day. This is the birthplace of the White Tiger clan. It is also the location of the vortex. Of course, although their momentum was huge, Hushao and others did not back down. Almost at the same time, he blocked Cao Wenbin and others. Then, Mr. Han, we have kept our distance from each other for 100,000 years. You come here now, are you trying to restart the war? With such behavior, aren't you afraid of being criticized by the world? The words are very sharp. As soon as he came up, he put himself on the moral high ground. But obviously, he found the wrong person. Look, disdain soon appeared on Han Zhongyu's face. It's been such a long time since we last met, how come you're still so hypocritical? I'll tell you again, history books are always written by the victors. As long as I win, there will be great scholars who will debate on my behalf. After saying this, Han Zhongyu did not argue with this defeated opponent anymore. With a wave of his little hand, he immediately rushed forward with his people. And the opponents she chose were none other than Hu Shao and Yao Zhisheng. As for Niu Feng and Ying Siwan, they were left in Yan Yu. The distribution is quite reasonable. Boom, boom, boom. No one held back. Everyone knows that now is the time to make an effort. Otherwise, one's own interests will inevitably be damaged. As the fight went on, a situation that made Hu Shao and others happy occurred. Although their low-level monks were being slaughtered crazily, all the major battle groups were able to hold on with the cooperation of the large formation. Especially these two battle groups at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm, although they are at an obvious disadvantage, it is absolutely impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. So, boom. After using his weapon to hit Han Zhongyu's divine wheel, Hu Shao immediately burst into laughter. Han Zhongyu, I admit that you are indeed very strong. But with what you've shown so far, there's no way you can take us down. So, let's just call it a day. Of course, I won't let you come here for nothing. I don't want any of those 20 cities you've already occupied. From now on, we all have the surname Han, how about that? The conditions are very tempting. But Han Zhongyu was not moved at all. Not only that, the divine wheel in his hand was swung even faster. Of course, if that were all, Hu Shao wouldn't think there was anything wrong with it. At most, people would think that this woman is too stubborn and doesn't know how to adapt. Wrong. But not long after, a sly smile on Han Zhongyu's lips made his heart tighten. But before he could figure out what was wrong with his arrangement, a situation that horrified him occurred. Boom. With a loud bang, the formation that he had spent tens of thousands of years to build suddenly exploded without any external attack. Extremely weird. That's impossible. There is madness in his eyes. But the facts were right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, he suddenly discovered that Han Zhongyu's attack was even more sharp. It was obvious that Han Zhongyu was just teasing him before. The purpose is to wait for changes in the formation. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Who destroyed the formation? Very confused. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, with a roar, all the mysteries were solved for him. Shang Kaishan, what the hell are you thinking? Why destroy the formation? Don't you understand the principle that no egg will be left unbroken when the nest is overturned? Hu Xiao was stunned, but soon, his face turned dark rapidly. At this moment, he understood everything. At the same time, he also knew that Shang Kaishan must have seen through his plan. That's why he was hit like this at this critical moment. Damn it, the method is still a bit too soft. We should have cut the Gordian knot right away. Chapter 654 Classic Scene. Hu Xiao regretted it very much. But in this world, there are all kinds of medicines, but there is no medicine for regret. Because of this, he immediately started thinking about his way out. He knew very well that once the formation was broken, Tiger Roar Ridge would definitely not be able to be defended. But where to retreat made him feel troubled again. Go to other cities. That's absolutely not possible. If the formation here can't hold up, then everything else is useless. Am I really going to become a homeless dog? Coincidentally, as soon as this idea came to his mind, Ying Siwan, who was a shrewd man, sent him an invitation. My friend, the other side is too well prepared. We can't withstand it at all. Why don't you come with me to our place first? Then we will make long-term plans and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. The words are quite sophisticated. The tone remains the same as before. So, Hu Xiao, who didn't feel any discrimination, gritted his teeth and quickly went with the flow. What about the others down there? Originally, Ying Siwan was very excited when he saw Hu Xiao nod. After all, this is a real master. If it can be completely absorbed into one's own camp, the situation of the Supreme Plane will change immediately. The 8 holy places. It doesn't exist. From now on, there will only be 2 strong contenders. But Hu Xiao's question instantly ruined his good mood. Because among the people below, there are also his people. Especially Ying Sheng and Dong Muyun, they are both. No, we must find a way to save him. I have to say, he is still somewhat humane. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, after he was hit by Han Zhongyu's divine wheel, he suddenly didn't dare to think about those unnecessary things anymore. There's no way around it, the burning sensation is just too unbearable. If this happens a few more times, he will definitely be injured. Therefore, may the best of luck to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the passage without looking back. Of course, it's not just him, the other 3 are the same. As soon as they left, those people in Hu Xiao Ridge who were still desperately resisting the attack suddenly felt like the sky was falling. After all, without a strong man to support them, how could they handle those 2 crazy women? You're such a jerk. Without any surprise, panic quickly spread. Then all the experts above the patrol level swarmed towards the passage. The defeat was like a landslide. However, although they reacted quickly, it was still too late. Nian Yuyu and Han Zhongyu, who had their hands free, were extremely efficient in killing people. Look, Ying Sheng had just taken off when he was pushed down. Compared with him, Dong Muyun's situation is much better. But he was still covered with wounds. When he was still 1 or 2 miles away from the vortex, he collapsed directly to the ground. No more ability to fly. So, is this the end? Despair. Immediately afterwards, a sense of deathly silence slowly emerged around her. This is a sign that she is about to expose herself. As for why it's so extreme, she still can't forget the look Cao Wenbin gave her legs when they were on the ring. It looked as if he wanted to eat her alive. And if she is captured alive this time, she will definitely be sent to Cao Wenbin as soon as possible. Then, so she would rather choose to die. But just when everything was about to be inevitable, a voice that was slightly familiar to her suddenly came into her ears. Sister Mu Yun, wait a minute. We're not that bad yet. Things can still be salvaged. As soon as the voice fell, Dong Muyun suddenly found that her body had fallen into an extremely warm embrace. What a scoundrel. In an instant, she was ready to speed up her self-destruction. In short, no matter what, she must not give Cao Wenbin the chance to lift her legs. But before she could turn her thoughts into actions, she suddenly discovered that the person hugging her was actually her newly accepted student, Jian Baiyu. Why are you here? The voice was full of disbelief. After all, she had warned him repeatedly not to cross the red mangrove area. Hearing this surprised question, Cao Wenbin did not hesitate and immediately blurted out the words he had already prepared. I've been a bit stubborn since I was a kid. The more others tell me not to do something, the more I will do it. That's why. Cao Wenbin did not say the following words. Of course, it's not that he wants to keep you in suspense. But someone was chasing them from behind. Not very strong. At best, he is just a 9th-rank emperor. But for the two people at this moment, it was no less than a bolt from the blue. Fortunately, we are not far from the vortex at this moment. So, Sister Mu Yun, you go first. I'll cover your retreat. While speaking, Cao Wenbin exerted force with his right hand and threw Dong Muyun directly into the passage. The power is quite great. Therefore, even though Dong Muyun was struggling desperately, she still sank directly into the passage. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground. It hurts. But Dong Muyun has no time to care about that. Because in the moment before entering the passage, she saw that the pursuer's palm had already landed on Cao Wenbin's back. That is to say, how could you be so stupid? From the beginning to the end, I just wanted to use you. I've never taught you anything. There is sadness in his eyes. But what she didn't know was, Master Cao, my acting skills are pretty good, right? Demon world. In Dong Muyun's eyes, Cao Wenbin, who should have been seriously injured and dying, was now alive and kicking. Not to mention being injured, even the skin wasn't scratched at all. The man who was chasing him with a ferocious look on his face was now smiling fawningly at Cao Wenbin. Well enough. When everything is over, go find your family master. Just say what I said, I'll give you a promotion. The words fell. Cao Wenbin ignored this random passerby he picked up. I started putting makeup on myself right away. First, he made his face turn pale. Then he even used some tricks to create a bright red at the corner of his mouth. And these are just appetizers. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin began to tear his clothes off frantically. Before long, he turned himself into a miserable loser. Mock up. I don't believe I can't take you down this time. Chapter 655 Important Chess Piece. Don't worry, Bai Yu. I will help you avenge this vengeance no matter what. Even if it means death. The voice was full of determination. Then Dong Muyun prepared to take the time to regulate her breathing. After all, it's not safe here. The other party may catch up at any time. But before she could get into the mood, something unexpected happened. Out of the vortex, another person unexpectedly flew out. Not good. At first, Dong Muyun thought that it was that 9th-grade cultivator who was chasing after her. So quite desperate. But after just a few breaths, despair turned into surprise. Because she recognized that the person who came was Jian Baiyu, the man she had been thinking about day and night. And still alive. White feathers. It was obvious that she was going to say something. But what she didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin didn't give her any chance at all. After struggling to get up, he put her directly on his back. Then, Sister Mu Yun, quickly clamp your legs around my waist. Otherwise, I won't be able to increase my speed to the maximum. When I escaped, it was almost over. So it won't be long before the enemy's main force will catch up. We have to race against time. The reasons are quite sufficient. Dong Muyun did not hesitate at all and did it the first time. At the same time, she took the initiative to let Cao Wenbin hug her legs. After all, this is the only way to ensure that she doesn't fall. As for doing so, some advantages will be taken. Come on, my life is almost gone, who cares about this? Besides, he would even risk his life for her. Now that I've escaped death, what's wrong with touching her a few times? Bai Yu, I can't fall anymore. Let's get going. The voice is soft. It is quite effective. The next moment, the two of them shot directly towards Yingtian Academy like arrows. So fast. Dong Muyun was a little confused. But soon, she discovered that Cao Wenbin's condition was quite bad. His face, which was already very pale, became even paler now. Sweat formed a stream, and in the blink of an eye, it wet the collar of the clothes. Obviously, this is a life-threatening act of overdrawing oneself. So, Bai Yu, you don't have to fight so hard. Just use normal speed. Let's run away if we can. If you can't escape, it's your fate. My heartache is beyond words. But, it didn't work at all. In the end, all I got was a single sentence, no. I have to send Sister Mu Yun out no matter what. Even the Lord can't stop me. Dong Muyun was stunned. After a long while, he spoke again, can you tell me why you are so nice to me? Because I don't want that beautiful dance to become a swan song. Stunned again. Just for this. But she reacted quickly. Dance or something. It's definitely an excuse. What this little guy is really greedy for is actually. He's not big, but he has a lot of ideas. A mere 6th rank official dares to think about. Of course, although he thought so, his face was full of smiles. Then she directly pressed her little face against Cao Wenbin's back. Since you like this, then after we get back, let's find an opportunity to discuss this alone. I can do more than just that dance. Demon World. Boom. As the last loud noise disappeared, this battle concerning the ownership of the demon world came to an end. However, Nian Yu, who was free, was not very happy. Because her man disappeared. Wenbin is such a picky eater. Second sister's meal was so perfect, and he only took one bite. The implication of standing up for justice is extremely obvious. But Han Zhongyu, the person involved, blushed immediately. Then, without even thinking, he covered Nian Yu's mouth. You want to die. Why are you saying everything out loud? Besides, this is really not my husband's fault. He's just following his heart. Don't you realize that Dong Muyun is not simple? Nian Yu was stunned, but no matter how she recalled, she still couldn't figure out what was so special about Dong Muyun. Seeing her like this, Han Zhongyu immediately understood that her sister didn't think that way at all. But that's true. Nian Yu's division of labor has always been to manage the happy palace. Try your best to make Cao Wenbin happy both physically and mentally. I'm really not good at conspiracies and intrigues. So after shaking her head, she didn't keep the secret any longer. If my guess is correct, this Dong Muyun should also be a chess piece that my husband has laid out in advance. And it's an important one. Because the bond between the two of them is quite deep. As long as this knot can be untied, the benefits that my husband will gain will be absolutely enormous. Nian Yu's eyes lit up. Then she couldn't wait to ask, after this time, can my husband awaken? By the way, since she's a chess piece, we should all know her predecessor. Who on earth is it? Han Zhongyu smiled. Awakening will never happen. Don't forget, in that battle, we actually had a slight advantage. The reason why the situation has become like this is entirely because my husband wants to take it a step further. So that you can remove that thorn. So he will never recover until his goal is achieved. Otherwise, wouldn't it be all in vain? As for Dong Muyun's predecessor. During our time, wasn't there also a woman named Dong who was very famous? Have you forgotten even this? No surprises. Nian Yu's eyes widened to the limit in an instant. Is it her? How is this possible? Didn't she always remain neutral back then? One time, my elder sister went to borrow something from her, but she ignored her. Also, if it was her, why wouldn't Lu Zhilin fight for her and instead use her as cannon fodder? Speak very fast. Obviously, Nian Yu was really shocked. Han Zhongyu, who has always doted on her younger sister, didn't feel annoyed. The next moment, he explained with a look of disdain, neutral. Everything in the world, except my husband, is a chess piece. She is no exception. She thought she could have it all her own way, but she had no idea she had already fallen into her husband's trap. If she wasn't still very useful, she would have been fully developed millions of years ago. As for why Lu Zhilin didn't notice. Chapter 656, already showing rebellious intentions. Since you still remember that my eldest sister went to borrow something from her, I think you also remember the result of that time. Nian Yu nodded without hesitation. Certainly. We didn't reach an agreement in the end. So, in desperation, my eldest sister used an innate level hairpin to exchange for the spiritual fruit she needed. Wrong. Could it be? Seeing that her silly sister finally reacted, Han Zhongyu smiled with relief. That's right. Actually, big sister doesn't need any spiritual fruit at all. Our goal is to make her accept the hairpin. Because that thing can block aura, even fate. So. Han Zhongyu didn't say anything else. After all, everything is quite clear. Any more is a waste of words. Nian Yu, who got a positive answer, immediately covered her mouth and laughed. At the same time, her mind also emerged the image of Dong Muyun humbly calling her sister not long after. HMPH. Weren't you extremely arrogant in your previous life? Isn't she known as the White Lotus? I want to see if you can still be so arrogant now that you have blossomed completely. The more she thought about it, the more evil the corners of Nian Yu's mouth became. She has decided to arrange an interesting room for Dong Muyun in the Happy Palace. So that it falls quickly. Have you heard? Dong Muyun, that nun Miju, was captured. And she was treated extremely harshly. When she entered the school, she couldn't even walk. She was literally carried in. The posture was quite ambiguous. Do I even need to hear about this? They've even released a video. The protagonist is none other than Jian Baiyu, who caused such a sensation not long ago. I have to say, that guy is truly courageous. You know, that was Dong Muyun, and he actually dared to do that. His methods were truly sophisticated, though. The video shows Dong Muyun clearly conquered. When she entered the school, her face was filled with happiness, with no hint of reluctance at all. Damn it, it's true that the bold die of overeating, and the timid die of starvation. Our Dean of Studies is one of the top 5 beauties in the universe. But she was screwed by that brat. She even lost her shoes. And the flesh-colored stockings she always wears are even more. Actually, there's nothing to envy. After all, that guy may be happy, but the price he paid for it is most likely the entire family. Don't forget, our senior brother Yan has been pursuing teacher Dong for 300,000 years. In the past, when there were no competitors, he could pursue her calmly. But when this happened, don't tell me, it seems to be true. If I remember correctly, senior brother Yan seems to be the young master of the god-destroying tower. If he goes crazy, stop fooling yourself. You have to know that this is Dong Muyun. If I can make her lose everything, even just once, then even if I die, what's the big deal? Besides, with Dong Muyun protecting her, she might not be in any danger. As Cao Wenbin carried Dong Muyun back to the academy, this originally peaceful place for educating people suddenly exploded. After all, matters concerning the demon world are top secret among the top secrets. Not to mention students, even teachers don't know much. Because of this, all kinds of rumors suddenly started flying around. Of course, they weren't the only ones excited. As the dean, Ying Siwan was also very excited. Originally, he thought that his 2 generals were doomed to die. But unexpectedly, one of them came back alive. This is such an unexpected surprise. So he didn't even hesitate. With a flash of his body, he went straight to the residence of Cao Wenbin and others. Mu Yun, I'm so glad you're okay. By the way, are you injured in the foundation? Do you want to ask someone from Baekyeodang to take a look? The voice was full of excitement. And Dong Muyun, who was wiping Cao Wenbin's body, did not win his face. A slightly tired smile soon appeared on the beautiful face. Thank you for your concern, Dean. I just look at the misery. But in fact, it's nothing serious. After 10 days or half a month of recuperation, you will be back to normal. By the way, Dean, I plan to take Baiyu to the library in a few days. After all, I was able to come back this time thanks to Baiyu's selfless dedication. So I'm going to let him go there and try his luck. It's a reward for him. Ying Siwan was stunned. At the same time, an emotion called regret was spreading wildly in his heart. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't have come. You know, although the library sounds ordinary. But there is a lot of secrets inside. Not only does it house countless rare books, it also houses a magical stone that he obtained in his early years. That thing is extremely magical. Although the energy contained in it is not much, as long as you can absorb a little bit, you will definitely get huge benefits. The reason why he can achieve what he has today is all thanks to that magic stone. If a person can only absorb it once in his lifetime, and cannot touch the magic stone no matter what, he would not contribute it at all. But even so, when he heard that someone was going to touch this sacred object, he still felt a little physical. Damn it! Why are my legs so bad? Can't you just send someone a message? Why do you have to go there in person? Very upset. But after opening his mouth for a long time, he still couldn't say the word, no. After all, he had already let Dong Muyun down once in the demon world. If we don't give face this time, the 2 sides will really become disunited. So after gritting his teeth, he nodded dejectedly, just do as you wish. Since he saved you, it's like he has done a great favor to our entire Yingtian Academy. We certainly can't let heroes bleed and cry. What a beautiful thing to say. But before the sound faded away, his figure disappeared from the spot. Judging from his expression, he was obviously afraid that Dong Muyun would make another request. But what he didn't know was that the moment he disappeared, Dong Muyun's expression changed immediately. The original smile disappeared instantly. Instead, there is a gloomy atmosphere that can change the color of the sky and the earth. Old man, why didn't I realize you were so hypocritical before? But this is fine. Since you were unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. It's time for a change in Yingtian Academy. That's right, Dong Muyun had already changed her mind at this moment. And she does have the capital. After all, this powerful weapon has always been controlled by her. Plus the power left vacant after Ying Sheng's death. However, her sinister look did not last long. Because soon, a hand suddenly appeared on her leg. As a result, her little face suddenly turned red. What a fool. You're so tired, yet you still refuse to behave. Chapter 657 3 Drops of Blood. Sister Mu Yun, when will the dance you promised me start? By the way, you're not going to break your promise, are you? Time flies. And Cao Wenbin's recovery speed is even more amazing. Look, the injury that should have taken 10 days or half a month to heal, only took him 3 days and was completely restored to its original state. So, Dong Muyun was completely numb. After all, she is not well yet. Of course, if it's just a dance, that's fine. But her heart is as clear as a mirror. The boy in front of me definitely has ulterior motives. If she really jumped, she would definitely be. But at this moment, she absolutely could not bear it. Depend on, what on earth is this guy made of? How could he recover so quickly? The forbidden body doesn't seem to have this ability. Speechless. However, after her beautiful big eyes turned a few times, a way to break the deadlock suddenly emerged in her mind. It was nothing else but to send Cao Wenbin to the library as soon as possible. Despite this, the strength of this little man will definitely have a qualitative leap. The impact she will endure afterwards will increase exponentially. But no matter how you look at it, this delaying tactic is definitely worth it for her. After all, no matter how much Cao Wenbin improves, he will never be able to surpass her. That's it. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, she rolled her eyes. Then, kid, why do you keep thinking about unhealthy things all day long? Don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised you. And there will be no discounts. Okay, pack up and follow me. I'll take you to a place where you can be reborn. After she finished speaking, she took the initiative to help Cao Wenbin tidy up his collar. The two of them have been together for the past 3 days, so this slightly ambiguous action seemed quite natural to her. From beginning to end, Cao Wenbin never said a word of rebuttal. Because he also knew the woman's physical condition very well. It is no exaggeration to say that if he really succeeded, there would be no need to use his full strength. Even if he used only 1% of his usual level, it would be enough to send him into reincarnation. Never mind. In that case, let's go to the library and have some fun. I want to see what on earth could cause that old man surnamed Ying to feel so much pain. And with his cooperation, everything becomes much simpler. Not long after, the two of them appeared out of nowhere in front of a 3-story building. A very inconspicuous place. But just as the two of them stood firm, several extremely terrifying auras suddenly came towards them. It was not until Dong Muyun took out a token that the other party withdrew. Good fellow. 1 heavenly Dao realm, 5 inspectors. After judging the strength of the person in the dark, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's eyes. You know, this is the core area of Yingtian Academy. Anyone who can get here is definitely one of our own. But in this situation, we still need such a strong guard force. Interesting. But before he could observe carefully, Dong Muyun gently pushed him. Stop standing there like an idiot. Hurry in. Remember, you can read the books inside at any time. All your energy must be put into the sacred stone. That's the real treasure. Not very powerful, but it just happened to send Cao Wenbin to the door of the small building. The level of meticulousness is simply outrageous. And it was this one move that caused 2 people who happened to pass by to collapse on the spot. They were none other than senior brother Yan Wushuang. And his die-hard followers. Bitch. Chunchen is a bitch. In front of me, you're as cold as an ice lump. But in front of others, it's. Originally, Yan Wushuang didn't believe those rumors. Even with video evidence, he still didn't believe it. In his opinion, the most likely thing was that Dong Muyun was injured for some reason, and then happened to be caught up by Jian Baiyu, that's all. But what he saw and heard this time directly changed his mind. After all, details can't lie. Everything Dong Muyun did showed that she had really fallen. Even if nothing unspeakable has happened yet, it is definitely not far from that step. No, we must get rid of this guy as soon as possible. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he could no longer suppress his murderous intent. Then he gave a wink to his follower. The intention is quite obvious. Don't worry, boss. I'll go inform the experts in the clan right away. This brat will definitely not live to see Dong Muyun. Very confident. But that's true. You have to know that their god-destroying tower is the #1 killer organization in the universe. As long as you are willing to pay the price, that little Jian Baiyu is really nothing. Even if the other party has Dong Muyun as his backer. This should be the so-called divine stone. Thanks to Dong Muyun's prior advice, Cao Wenbin didn't have to spend any effort at all. He quickly found a stone that was emitting fluorescence all the time on the top floor of the small building. Very beautiful. It is extremely mysterious. However, as his observation deepened, Cao Wenbin soon discovered that the light emitted by this magical stone seemed to be something he had seen somewhere before. But no matter how hard he thought, he just couldn't remember it. How strange. Never mind. Let's try it first. Shook his head. Then he took 2 steps at a time and quickly arrived in front of the stone. But before he could take the next step, his consciousness suddenly became out of control. And almost in the blink of an eye, it was sucked into the stone. It was not until this moment that he realized that there was no energy in this stone. Everything is created by 3 drops of blood. Of course, the moment he saw them, Cao Wenbin immediately understood why he felt they looked familiar. Because his blood also emits this fluorescence. It's just not that powerful. Chapter 658 Half-Step to Heavenly Dao Realm. The Blood of Lord Yaoyang. After making this judgment, Cao Wenbin's eyes suddenly became burning. Then, without saying a word, he pounced directly on the drop of blood closest to him. After all, how powerful Lord Yaoyang is can be seen from the desolation of the divine realm. Such a huge piece of land. There has been no grass growing for millions of years. This strength, and the blood did not disappoint him. As soon as the 2 sides touched each other, his physical strength suddenly increased sharply. The strength is increasing exponentially. He was originally still at the early stage of the patroller, but the moment the first drop of blood disappeared, he had already reached the level of the middle stage of the patroller. As for the second and third drops, the peak of the mid-stage patroller. The inspector is perfect. When he had squeezed everything out of this place, his strength had reached the point where he was only half a step away from entering the heavenly Dao realm. Fuck. Feel the tremendous energy in your body. Cao Wenbin was stunned. He had thought that this wave of improvement would be huge. But it was still beyond his expectations that it was this big. But when he opened his eyes, something even more shocking occurred. The original small building has long disappeared without a trace. Mu Ji Suo Ji, Yi Pian Lang Ji. Is this the thunder tribulation I attracted during my advancement? I scratched my head embarrassedly. Especially when he saw Ying Siwan's expression as if he had eaten shit, he felt even more embarrassed. After all, the consequences of his actions were too terrible. Not only did it suck the treasure of the other person's courtyard into waste stone, it also completely blew up the originally good courtyard into ruins. Bai Yu, how do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? But before he could say anything, Dong Muyun rushed to his side with an anxious look on her face. At the same time, he was blinking like crazy. It was obviously a reminder for him to find a reason quickly. Don't give Ying Siwan a chance to speak. Otherwise you will be blackmailed by him. So, everything else is fine, just a little weak. Sister Mu Yun, please help me back to Linfang residence first. If you have anything to say, wait until I recover before we talk. The reason is perfect. Just shut everyone's mouth. But the 2 of them left in a very cool manner, but Ying Siwan, who had been waiting for half a day, almost fainted from anger. Originally, he was planning to use this incident to completely tie Jian Baiyu, a boy with unlimited potential, to his own chariot. Thus making up for the loss of the divine stone and Yingsheng. But now it is. Never mind. Even if the monk can escape, the temple cannot. With Mu Yun as his bond, he definitely won't be able to escape even if he doesn't resort to any tricks. Ying Siwan is not blind. Although there is not much contact. But in these limited times, he still saw the secret between Dong Muyun and Cao Wenbin. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, he obviously miscalculated again. Dong Muyun at this moment is no longer the Dong Muyun before. That's why. Sister Mu Yun, you should finally keep your promise this time. Don't delay this any longer. As soon as he left everyone's sight, Cao Wenbin shook off his previous slump and immediately became full of energy. The expression can be as frivolous as possible. To be honest, if it were someone else, Dong Muyun would have slapped him in the face a long time ago. By the way, let me give you another sermon. After all, what she hated most was this extremely obscene look. But when it comes to Cao Wenbin, you are really persistent. Don't worry, I'll dance for you when we get back. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Her expression was full of shyness. Obviously, she was really prepared. But just as she was about to speed up, her arm was suddenly grabbed by Cao Wenbin. You are very confused. But this expression did not last long. Don't go back to Linfengju. It's boring there. Let's go to the place where you taught us last time. It feels better there. By the way, you're changing into your clothes from last time. At this moment, Dong Muyun's already red face suddenly became even redder. As someone who has been in Blue Star for more than 20 years, although she has been a good child since childhood and even worked her way up to the level of a university counselor, she also watched Enlightenment education films secretly. So I know very well what this kid in front of me wants to do. You're dreaming. At first, Dong Muyun subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, that's really embarrassing. Her values don't allow her to do that. But when she saw Cao Wenbin's expectant eyes, the words of rejection that were on the tip of her tongue could no longer be uttered. After a while, even more. Okay, just as you say. After she finished speaking, she didn't even hesitate, and directly pulled Cao Wenbin away and disappeared on the spot. When I showed up, I was already in that big classroom. At the same time, the formation here was directly raised. Completely isolated from everything outside. But what a coincidence. All of this happened to fall into the eyes of Yan Wushuang and his subordinates. So, boss, let's go back. Looking at Fairy Dong's expression, it's obvious that she's going to give that Jian guy a good lesson. In the short term, he will most likely not have time to care about us. The little follower's tone was full of regret. Because he was the one who arranged this trip. The purpose is to let the boss and his goddess communicate more and develop their relationship. So that after Cao Wenbin's death, he can take over smoothly. So that others won't take advantage of you. But he never expected that he would encounter such a situation after arriving. He is not stupid. Of course I know what those two people went in for. After all, what kind of good person would raise a defensive formation during class? Even though he understood it, he still wanted to compromise with it. Otherwise, with his master's violent temper, he would definitely be in big trouble. And his words really worked. Look, Yan Wushuang's face was still full of anger. But after hearing what he said, he calmed down instantly. Is this really a makeup lesson? Without any hesitation, he nodded firmly, absolutely. Don't forget, according to the information we obtained, Jian Baiyu stayed in the library for 11 days. As the most talented student, he's missed so many classes. Fairy Dong, his teacher, must be very worried. Well-reasoned and well-founded. But before the little follower could breathe a sigh of relief, a situation that made his scalp tingle appeared before his eyes. In that case, let's wait here. It's still cultivation no matter where you practice. There are so many empty rooms here, no one will be able to find us. Chapter 659, A Great Opportunity. Buzz. Cao Wenbin is in high spirits, and Han Zhongyu and others are no less proud. Just then, as all the forces in the demon world offered their special surrender letters, astonishing changes suddenly occurred in the very center of the demon world. The rivers are receding and the land is rising rapidly. And it's rising higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. This is. Zhongzhou, who had just been picked up, was stunned by the scene in front of her. Because she felt the divinity on top of this newly appeared mountain. Although it is not much, it is real divinity. Not a bit false. And her intuition was still reminding her that no matter who it was, as long as they could climb this mountain, they would definitely get a lot of benefits. So, she subconsciously looked at Han Zhongyu. Second sister, the reason you didn't rush to find your husband after awakening was probably because of this. Without any hesitation, Han Zhongyu nodded immediately. That beautiful face was filled with smiles. That's right. Actually, when I first recovered my memory, I didn't have any other thoughts. I just want to find you. But as my understanding of this world gradually deepened, I gradually discovered that this world is not as simple as I imagined. The faith of the creatures here is extremely pure. Regardless of race, everyone worships heaven and earth during festivals. And according to what my husband said, in this situation, there is a certain probability of condensing divinity. Although the probability is extremely low. But after weighing the pros and cons, I decided to stay and unify this place first. After all, even if I return to your side, the help I can provide to my husband won't be very great. But if we could truly find divinity, the situation would be completely different. As long as one of us sisters can absorb it, we will become another master. The more he talked, the more excited Han Zhongyu became. Because judging from the current situation, the choice she made is absolutely correct. Of course, although she was excited, she did not forget the important things. Soon he continued, "Sister, let's start climbing. To prevent any more trouble at night." That makes sense. Therefore, Zhang Jian subconsciously prepared to nod. But after just a few breaths, she stopped again. Then she waved her hand, and the teleportation array she had built when she came here just now suddenly lit up again. Immediately afterwards, a group of beautiful girls walked out. And they are none other than the women on the nameless island. If you look closely, you can find that even Lin Xiu and Lin Xian are among them. As for why Zhang Jian did this, when something good happens, we must not forget our own people. Wow, Wenbin is worthy of being Wenbin, he really won't be idle. Because he didn't know the inside story, Han Zhongyu immediately thought of something wrong. What's interesting is that Zhang Jian didn't explain. He just immediately introduced to everyone the purpose of calling them here. Therefore, Dai Chi Si, just by climbing a mountain and experiencing an illusion, I can instantly increase my strength. Is there such a good thing in the world? Zhao Yuaner, no, I must reach the top of the mountain no matter what. That way, I can continue to be Wenbin's backer. Yang Xiao, my goal is also to reach the summit. But I don't have too many extravagant expectations. I just hope that my strength can grow a little. After all, the stronger I am, the more talented my and Wenbin's offspring will be. Lin Xiu, I finally got my chance. Once I get that divine power, I'll see how that Wenbin brat can stand up to me. When that happens, I'll definitely help him reminisce about his childhood. Ouyang Yue, I don't ask for anything else, I just want my body to be a little stronger. After all, I don't want to die a violent death. That would be too shameful. It's just a drama between three women. As soon as Zhang Jian finished speaking, the situation at the scene immediately became out of control. People like Long Ji, who are more impatient, rushed to the mountain as soon as possible. Big sister. Han Zhongyu's meaning was very clear, that is to ask when they would start climbing. After all, they are in the heavenly Dao realm, and that is the one with the greatest chance of attaining divinity. But what Han Zhongyu didn't expect was that Zhang Jian still had no plans to take action. Then, no rush, you and third sister, stay here with me and observe for a while. After all, now that the fun palace is out in the world, it's time to divide the rooms. And this time, it's time to observe everyone's characteristics. Oh right. Having said that, she seemed to have thought of something, and then pointed at Zhao Yuaner and Lin Xian. When you two see them next time, keep a low profile. Don't act like you're worth 2.5 million. Their status in Wenbin's heart is quite extraordinary. Without even a hint of hesitation. Whether it was Nian Yu or Han Zhongyu, they all nodded at the first moment. Although they did not see what was so unusual about the two women their eldest sister was referring to, they still took it seriously in their hearts. After all, their eldest sister never does anything without a purpose. Since he specifically explained it, there must be a purpose. Coincidentally, they had just finished communicating when the first group of people over there also set foot on the mountain. To be honest, if it were an ordinary person, at most they would just be able to watch the fun. After all, the environment affects the sea of consciousness. As an outsider, what can you see? But for Zhang Jian and others, it was not a big deal at all. Works in the sea of consciousness. Why not go in and take a look? Look, what Longji had experienced was soon revealed to their eyes. A dragon and a phoenix are above Longji's head. There was a terrifying light in his eyes. The first thing he said was, "How dare you, a double-blooded beast, live in this world? Now that we're here, if you don't commit suicide, when will you?" Very eerie. It is even more violent. Pity. Chapter 660 Yaoyang Teleportation Technique. Let me commit suicide. Are you worthy enough? My husband is the lord of the continent of gods and demons. What about you? It's just his side dish. So, all of you go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely dark flame appeared on Longji's body. Not much heat, but wherever it passed, everything turned into nothingness. Good. The dual attributes of ice and fire, and domineering enough. How about this? From now on, she will be in charge of guarding the room with the constable and official uniforms. In this case, it would be very interesting for the husband to force his way in. Longji's performance was quickly recognized by Zhongzhou and others. Of course, Longji is not the only one who performs well. Look, whether it is Yao Ruqing, Dai Yunyu, or Pei Luoxue, their performances are all quite brilliant. So, this Dai girl has the temperament of a young lady next door. It's just right to guard the room next to the master bedroom. Hey, this Pei Luoxue is something. Have you ever been a queen mother? That's perfect. There's a queen mother's bedroom in the Joy Palace. It would be fun to have her issue an order to Wenbin. Look, this demon Ruqing can actually heal illnesses. What a coincidence. The medical clinic in the Happy Palace has never had anyone guarding it. The more they looked, the brighter the eyes of Nian Yu and others became. But if there are good performances, there will naturally be bad performances. Look, Zhang Jian soon discovered someone with a red face. Obviously he had encountered a problem. And this person is none other than Lin Xiu. This is. Without any hesitation, Zhang Jian's spiritual consciousness rushed out at the first moment. But as soon as she saw the content of the illusion, her face immediately turned red. At the same time, she waved her hand and directly brought Lin Xiu down from the mountain. She knew very well that this woman had no chance of success. After all, what this chick encountered was, as the saying goes, appearance is determined by the heart. It seems that this is also a person who says one thing and means another. Are you holding it in such high regard because you can't let go of your pride? Zhang Jian shook her head gently. To be honest, she really doesn't understand this mentality. In her opinion, why bother thinking so much when life is short? Just enjoy life while you can, isn't that enough? Sister, this time it's really our turn. But soon, she had no time to think about all this mess. Although the mountain is high, there may not be any ordinary people coming here. So the results came out pretty quickly. In the end, among these women, only Zhao Yuaner and Mu Qianchen reached the top of the mountain. Unfortunately, even so, they still couldn't shake the divinity in the slightest. It was just that under the influence of the divine light, one person comprehended one more law. Let's go. And this time, Zhang Jian did not refuse. After all, everything that needs to be recorded has been recorded. So the next moment, she flew directly to the top of the mountain like an arrow. As for the illusion, that doesn't exist at all. With the strength of the three of them, this naturally generated illusion has no way of causing any impact on them. Because of this, the three of them arrived in front of the divine power in the blink of an eye. Who's going to try first? Very humble. But at this moment, buzz. As the tremolo sounded, the divinity that had been extremely aloof before actually began to move without any wind. Then he started to circle around Zhang Jian and Han Zhongyu desperately. It was obvious from the look on his face that he was hesitating about whose body to enter. Click. However, this state did not last long. Before the two women could react, it quickly split into two halves. Next, one portion for each person. It was just like rain and dew were equally distributed. As a result, the two women were immediately paralyzed. They didn't know much about divinity and had no idea whether this situation was good or bad. Never mind. It's a blessing, not a curse. Let's refine it first. When my husband wakes up, we will ask him carefully. Name: Dong Muyun. Identity: a living being formed by the innate energy of peace. Strength: mid-stage of the heavenly Tao realm. At her peak, she had reached the great perfection of the heavenly Tao realm. Currently awakening, I believe it won't be long before she fully recovers. Appearance score: 99. Loyalty: 90. She was originally completely neutral. Even if the sky fell and the earth collapsed, she would never take action. But after half a month of tutoring, her mindset has completely changed. Although the balance of victory has tilted towards you, it is not very secure. Note: having lived two lives, this is the first time she's realized how wonderful this world is. So, she's a little confused. And this is exactly where her breakthrough comes in. As long as you're willing to put in a little more effort, I believe it won't be long before her mind is completely free of distractions. Fuck. Looking at the information that popped up on the goddess record, Cao Wenbin's eyes almost popped out. His original intention was just to take revenge on teacher Dong who sent him to this world. But unexpectedly, such a great god was revealed. Innate creatures. This is the same level as Han Zhongzhou. Fortunately, this woman has little experience. Otherwise, very fortunate. But after just a few breaths, all his attention was completely attracted by the two treasure chests that had already taken shape. Open. Yaoyang teleportation technique, the most miraculous teleportation technique in the world. Anywhere with yang energy can be reached instantly. And when using this technique, there's no need to worry about energy consumption. It draws upon the world's yang energy, instantly reversing any losses. Note: while there's no teleportation technique that can surpass this in time, there is one that can rival it. Therefore, never be arrogant. How could you actually come up with this thing? It seems the old saying is true. The bolder the people, the more fertile the land. No surprises. The corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth immediately curled up. It's not that he hasn't seen the world, it's just that his movement skills are too amazing. If Lu Zhilin didn't have this skill when exchanging with Lu Yunxiao, there would be no way he could escape. He was envious for a long time at that time. But I didn't expect. What he didn't expect was that the other treasure chest was just as good. Enlightenment bracelet. This is an extremely magical chaos treasure. Born with chaos, it was originally just an ordinary bracelet. But coincidentally, when the Great Tao condensed, it was right next to it. Therefore, it unintentionally recorded all the Tao methods. Note: although wearing it can quickly and constantly comprehend various Tao methods, please be sure to take it off when doing something. Because not everyone is suitable for forcing growth. Oh my god, is it so outrageous? Chapter 661. You want to run. Dream on. This brat, he must be extremely proud at this moment. Looking at Cao Wenbin, who was laughing foolishly not far away, Dong Muyun, who had just regained consciousness, rolled her eyes almost to the sky. Of course, more than that, it was shocking. Now that she has regained consciousness, she has completely understood everything related to her. A plan spanning hundreds of years. And it also spans two worlds. If there was even a small mistake, for example, if she hadn't been so slow that day, even if she didn't lose the whole game, she would definitely have made a mistake at every step. Thus, he completely fell behind Lu Zhilin. Wrong. This guy doesn't seem to have awakened yet. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have kept repeating, "You're blocking my diploma." Given our relationship in our previous lives, there are many more teasing things we could say. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. But after thinking it over again and again, she didn't ask. She was afraid of delaying Cao Wenbin's good fortune. Never mind. Anyway, it won't be long before I can see Zhongzhou and the others. It's never too late to ask then. But before that, I have to change the name of Yingtian Academy. After all, if I don't bring some dowry, I'll be bullied to death by those three crazy women. Once this idea came to her mind, she didn't hesitate anymore. I immediately prepared to tidy up the desk in front of me. Then get down to business. But at this moment, Sister Mu Yun, let's just go. Dong Muyun was stunned. Go straight. What a joke. But as her consciousness returned to its normal level of alertness, she immediately understood Cao Wenbin's intention. So, after hesitating for a while, she gritted her teeth and agreed. After all, some people are really annoying. It's time to let him give up completely. Therefore, then let's go. After she finished speaking, she, who could have disappeared out of thin air, stretched out a hand towards Cao Wenbin. The intention is very clear, that is to come and help her. And this trick is indeed useful. Just as they walked out of the small building, a roar that was obviously suppressed on purpose suddenly came into their ears. Quickly mobilize some manpower for me. I can't wait even a minute. As soon as you get the chance, kill this Cao guy immediately. Without any surprise, both Cao Wenbin and Dong Muyun narrowed their eyes immediately. It is full of murderous intent. Wenbin, what are you going to do? The voice is very cold. It's very simple, just lure the snake out of its hole. I'll go out and have some fun later. Give them a chance to attack. And then completely wipe them out. God-killing tower. The world's #1 killer organization. I want to see who of us kills the other first. If we were to say who is the worst in this world, Cao Wenbin would be second, and no one would dare to say he is first. Not long after reaching a consensus with Dong Muyun, he appeared in a place no one expected. Medical clinic. As for what to buy, that is self-evident. And precisely because of this, Yan Wushuang, who had been hiding in the dark and following quietly, suddenly exploded. After all, she is his goddess. The goddess he had never even held hands with. But was given. I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all. It's so cheap to argue with the dead. Although he said so, his eyes were getting redder and redder. Especially when he thought of that messy classroom and that shabby. He's all alone at this moment. Hurry and do it. Remember, I want to live. Even slashing his neck with a knife wouldn't be enough to alleviate the hatred in my heart. The resentment cannot be hidden at all. And the people he called obviously knew the character of their master. So no nonsense. The one with the highest cultivation level dodged and directly jumped behind Cao Wenbin. Immediately afterwards, a knife cut directly on the back of Cao Wenbin's neck. This person has reached the early stage of Heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, this time, he deliberately restrained his strength. After all, in his opinion, if he used all his strength, he might chop off the boy's head. But although the idea was good, reality soon gave him a slap in the face. Bang! After a dull thud, not only did he fail to complete the task, but his arm became numb. That's impossible. However, he did not give up because he did not believe in evil. Soon the same thing happened, but with a more brutal attack. As for the results, click, the entire arm was broken. Not good. This guy is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. As a master in the Heavenly Tao realm, he is still very smart. So after being stunned for a moment, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it's all too late. He was too close to Cao Wenbin. The next moment, his neck fell directly into Cao Wenbin's hands. He struggled hard, but it's of no use at all. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't pry open a single finger of Cao Wenbin. Fuck. And it wasn't just the person involved who was shocked by this scene. Yan Wushuang and his followers, who saw everything, almost popped their eyes out. The Heavenly Tao realm was crushed by the inspectors. Are you sure you're not kidding? Of course, although they were shocked, their actions were not slow at all. Turning around, they immediately headed northwest. There is absolutely no intention to save people. But that's true. Even the strongest one among them is like a little chicken in other people's hands. In this situation, if they go up again, wouldn't that be Chunchen's death? Although they managed to escape, their hearts were still uneasy. After all, the feud this time is really too big. There is absolutely no way they will let this go. And judging from the current situation, it seems that they are really no match for them. So, Master, what should we do now? This time, we really hit a wall. The voice was full of helplessness. But Yan Wushuang calmed him down completely with just one sentence. Don't panic. Why don't we just go back to the main building and never come to Yingtian Academy again? Don't forget, our God-destroying tower was able to survive that chaotic era. It's not about strength, but it appears and disappears mysteriously. The 8 sacred grounds haven't been able to find our exact location in all these years, let alone that little brat. Very confident, but what he didn't know was that Cao Wenbin possessed the magical skill of soul searching. In front of him, even the most stubborn person can't keep a secret. Chapter 662, The Frightened Yan Wushuang. I finally escaped back. Although he was not chased or followed by anyone along the way, Yan Wushuang still ran in fear. He was afraid that at some point, the huge hand that even a Heavenly Tao realm cultivator couldn't break free from would suddenly fall on his neck. Damn it! In the next few years, even if the sky falls, I will never go out. After he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate at all and rushed into the small mountain village in front of him. This is not the supreme plane. It is an intermediate plane of similar level to the continent of gods and demons. It can be said to be an inconspicuous place. Although the sparrow is small, it is full of masters. Just then, he had just flown out a few hundred meters when a stunning beauty wearing a gorgeous long dress that was quite out of place with the surroundings suddenly appeared in front of him. It was none other than the owner of the god-destroying tower, Xuanyuan Ya, known as the Queen of the Dark Night. As soon as he saw his biggest backer, Yan Wushuang couldn't hold it back anymore. Tears immediately welled up in my eyes. Then, Auntie, it's so great to see you. You don't know, I almost died with you. The voice was full of grievance. My body was shaking unconsciously. Xuanyuanya, who saw everything, immediately showed a look of heartache. After all, what aunt doesn't love her nephew? Of course, as the owner of the first floor, she didn't let her emotions control her for too long. After a few words of comfort, he asked the question that concerned her most. Wushwang, what exactly happened at Yingtian Academy? Why did even Uncle Da's soul lamp go out not long ago? Wrong. She seemed to have thought of something, so her voice suddenly paused. Then his tone completely changed. You can't be asking for it for a long time and not getting it, so you have evil thoughts about Dong Muyun. Depend on. How can you be so impatient? You know, he's the third in command of Yingtian Academy. In the future, he may even become the master of the Holy Land. Didn't I tell you over and over again to be patient, to have complete patience? Only by doing this can we possibly wipe out our entire family. The more she talked, the more anxious Xuanyuanya became. However, this situation did not last long. An extremely strong bitterness soon appeared on Yan Wushwang's face. Aunt, even if you give me some courage, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Uncle Da died because I discovered that Dong Muyun secretly kept a gigolo. And rather than being in the classroom. So I was so angry that I decided to let Uncle Da kill him. But I never thought that guy would just pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. He's only a patrol officer, yet he managed to capture Uncle Da alive. Extremely perverted. If you don't believe me, look at this. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of stockings that were so torn that they couldn't be torn anymore appeared in his hands. I found this at the scene after they left. There was a sense of frustration in his words. Xuanyuanya was speechless immediately. All that's left in my heart is heartache. Not long after, he slowly raised his right hand. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously preparing to comfort Yan Wushwang. But at this moment, Brother Wushwang, why are you running so fast? You know I've been working so hard for over half a month. Those legs are pretty weak. Yan Wushwang was stunned. Then his expression changed immediately. Not good. That Jian Baiyu is chasing us. Could it be that Uncle Da couldn't withstand the torture and gave away the base? As he spoke, he began to back away. Obviously, he was really scared. So even if the world's #1 killer was standing next to him, he still didn't feel safe at all. But he had just taken 2 steps back when his arm was suddenly grabbed. The next moment, Xuanyuanya's voice suddenly penetrated his ears. Can you be more promising, kid? I can feel that there is only one person coming. Then Dong Muyun didn't follow. That is to say, Xuanyuanya didn't continue to say anything else. First of all, the meaning is extremely clear. What's more, it's just a waste of breath. Secondly, Cao Wenbin has already appeared. She was already observing Cao Wenbin's flaws. But her confidence did not infect Yan Wushwang. Therefore, Aunt, please take me away first. Let's go meet up with my mother. And then think about counterattack. After all, the stronger your strength, the higher your success rate. That makes sense. But Xuanyuanya looked indifferent. You have to know that she is a master in the middle stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Even though I just moved in. But the midterm is the midterm. His fighting ability is definitely not comparable to Uncle Da's. Coupled with her assassination skills, although she has no confidence in fighting Dong Muyun, she is sure to kill this guy named Jian. In order to help her eldest nephew regain his confidence, this time, she didn't say any more nonsense. The beautiful big eyes narrowed slightly, and then, they completely disappeared from the spot. After all, facts speak louder than words. Once Yan Wushwang sees the other person's corpse, everything will naturally return to normal. Of course, confidence is confidence. But she didn't waste time. As soon as she came up, she used her signature skill, stealth. This is a unique copy that she found in a cave more than 2 million years ago. Extremely magical. As soon as it is used, it will immediately turn into nothingness. No one can discover her location before attacking. It is precisely because of this unique skill that the God-destroying tower has become the #1 killer organization in the world. And he frequently kills people above his level. Dang. As time went by, a situation that made Xuanyuanya feel at ease emerged. The boy in front of her who scared her nephew was obviously unable to see through the stealth technique. Look, her dagger landed on his neck without any suspense. Even though it was unsuccessful. It was like chopping off a rock. But she was not panicked at all. After all, no matter how good the defense is, it will eventually be breached. So, this round is a sure win. Little guy, I have to admit that your talent is indeed amazing. Being favored by Dong Muyun is a great fortune. What a pity, you are so arrogant. There are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you. Haven't you heard of that? After she finished speaking, Xuanyuanya, who had reached the best position again, stretched out her dagger again. But this time, chapter 663, you must not stay. Bang! Xuanyuanya, who had the absolute upper hand, looked so arrogant. But the good times didn't last long. Soon, her expression changed. Because her second attack didn't hit. It's not that she cut it crookedly. It wasn't that the kid in front of him was quick-witted and dodged it at the last moment. But her wrist was actually captured. That is to say. That's impossible. Stealth is the crystallization of the law of void. A supreme skill that even the demon court lord cannot fathom. How can a little brat like you, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, see through it? His expression was full of disbelief. But how could she know that Cao Wenbin was really hard to see through? But with the law of time in place, her sneak attack was a joke. Although due to the difference in strength, the law of time can only reverse a tiny amount of time. But it was enough for Cao Wenbin to make a prediction. Of course, although her mouth was questioning, her body was extremely honest. The captured right hand began to struggle frantically at the first moment. Unfortunately, she was obviously doing useless work. Even though she was in the middle stage of Heavenly Dao realm, the feedback she received was no different from that of Uncle Da. I just can't break free. So, I just don't believe it. She gritted her teeth, then raised her right leg and kicked Cao Wenbin directly in the chest. The power is quite great. But it was obvious that she was desperate and was trying anything. Even the innate magic weapon in her hand couldn't hurt Cao Wenbin at all, so how could her legs be of any benefit? Look, almost in the blink of an eye, her leg fell into Cao Wenbin's other hand. Not good. A trace of despair suddenly emerged in her heart. She had already seen that the boy in front of her was a strong man who practiced pure physical training. The patrolman's strength is not what he shows on the surface. She is a natural nemesis for killers like her. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons again and again, she stopped struggling, turned around suddenly, and then yelled at Yan Wushuang, "Get out of here. Hurry and find your mother. Then let her take you into hiding. Wait for an opportunity to avenge me later." The voice was full of anxiety. In order to make her nephew not hesitate, she added at the end, "Don't worry, Auntie will be fine. With my looks, no man would be willing to kill me. Besides, as long as your mother is not dead, it will also be a guarantee for me." After all, stealth is useless against this guy. But it is definitely a huge threat to those around him. Yan Wushuang's eyes lit up. Because no matter how you listen to it, this statement makes a lot of sense. As for the punishment he would suffer after being captured. Compared to life, what does that mean? So, the moment Xuanyuanya finished speaking, he turned around. But before he could start running, "Brother Wushuang, stop messing around. Come, look who this is." After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin did not make any move, but the next moment, there was suddenly another person between the two of them. She is also wearing a luxurious long dress. It is also an extremely perfect face. The only difference is that this new woman looked quite strange. Not only did he roll his eyes. From time to time, a silly smile would appear at the corner of his mouth. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the tattered stockings on her legs. And the only high heel left. This is. Whether it was Xuanyuanya or Yan Wushuang, their pupils shrank unconsciously. Neither of them is a fool. Although they only knew the results, they knew everything that had happened before like a mirror. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Wushuang, now you should understand why you have been so safe and sound throughout this journey. It's not that you run fast. It's not like the path you took was so secretive. But someone is carrying the burden for you. That's right. She's really moist." Without any surprise, Yan Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned red. But just when it was obvious that he was going to fight to the death, Xuanyuanya's roar appeared again. "Wushuang, don't think too much. Hurry up and leave. Remember, as long as there is Green Mountain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. Your potential is among the best in the world. Sooner or later, you will be able to avenge me and your mother. After saying that, Xuanyuanya became ruthless again. He directly hit Cao Wenbin's chest with his head. Very fierce. Unfortunately, momentum can't make up for the gap in strength between the two sides. Look, at the moment of the collision, Cao Wenbin was fine, but she fainted. I really can't see the situation clearly. Your sister is much smarter than you. There was no resistance at all. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then Cao Wenbin looked at Yan Wushuang. The eyes are very dull. But after just one glance, Yan Wushuang, who was originally standing, collapsed to the ground. Then, you can't kill me. You absolutely cannot kill me. Oh right. After muttering to himself for a few words, he seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head. If you really think about it, you're still my dad. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, so you must spare my life no matter what. This time, Cao Wenbin was completely confused. Especially the word, dad, which almost made him fall over. But precisely because of this, a vortex appeared directly under Yan Wushuang's feet the next moment. Reincarnation corridor. The other end is the place of reincarnation. In other words, as long as Yan Wushuang cannot break free, he will be forced to reincarnate the next moment. No, although this vortex doesn't look big, it can only accommodate one person. But the suction force is quite terrifying. Look, even though Yan Wushuang struggled desperately, he still couldn't escape. After a few breaths, it completely disappeared. HMPH. If you can endure this, you must not let me stay. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then Cao Wenbin grabbed the two men on the ground, one in each hand, and directly clamped them under his armpits. But he had just flown a few hundred meters when his figure suddenly stopped. Then he turned his head and looked towards the center of this plain. There is a mountain towering into the clouds. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What really attracted him was the bright light at the top of the mountain. Divinity. Is the faith of this plain so pure? What a pity there's only one wisp. There's not enough to do anything. His expression was full of regret. As luck would have it, just as he figured out everything, Dong Muyun, who had helped him, arrived. So, Chapter 664, Lin Zhilin is relieved. Wenbin, give me this thing. My intuition tells me that it will be quite useful for me. Obviously, Dong Muyun also discovered the divinity. But from her tone, it is not difficult to find that she is not very confident. But that's true. After all, the two of them had only known each other for a short time. We only chatted for half a month. To ask for something so valuable right away, it must be a bit. But what she didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin didn't refuse immediately. Instead, he laughed evilly. Now that teacher Dong has spoken. As a student, there's no reason for me to refuse. But next time in class. Dong Muyun rolled his eyes immediately. As smart as she is, she naturally knows what Cao Wenbin wants to do. So, after biting her lip, she rushed towards the mountain without looking back. No direct answer. But at this moment, silence is better than words. And Cao Wenbin didn't just wait there foolishly. With a move of his body, he entered the Palace of Joy directly. After all, too much time was wasted in this promotion. It won't be long before we release them. So we have to race against time. The realm of eternity. Finally reached the peak of the patroller. Cao, this time, I wonder what you can use to fight me. Xiaoyao sect. Lu Zhilin, who had been silent for more than a month, suddenly opened his eyes. The smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't be concealed at all. But as he laughed, his brows unconsciously frowned. As for the reason, his spiritual sense searched the entire Xiaoyao sect, but he couldn't sense any trace of Liang Qi's aura. Depend on. Could it be that she was captured by Cao Wenbin again? Also, why isn't mother here? The more he thought about it, the more panicked Lu Zhilin became. So the next moment, he directly sent a communication request to Liang Qi. Beep. There is no delay. The waiting tone sounded immediately. But this not only failed to relieve his anxiety, but made him even more anxious. Every beep was like a heavy hammer, hitting his fragile nerves hard. Intel. Husband, are you finally awake? Don't be impatient. Sister Yunxiao and I are doing our best to save Big Sister. If nothing unexpected happens, the three of us will be able to show up beside you in 3 days. Not one less. Lu Zhilin was stunned. Then, the heart that had been hanging in the air suddenly fell to the ground. He didn't hear any flaws in what he just said. Liang Qi's voice is as normal as it can be. Not to mention any strange noises, even heavy breathing wasn't there. What made him feel more at ease was that the next moment, Lu Yunxiao's voice came out from his control. And there are no flaws either. It seems I was overthinking it. He shook his head gently. Then he asked about the specific details of the substitution. And when he knew that they only needed to pay a Yaoyang pearl to make Zhang Shengxi return to him, he was so excited that he almost lost his mind. Is this what they call good things come in pairs? It seems that the tide of fortune is really turning in my favor. As for whether this is a trap, if someone else was in charge of this, he would definitely give some instructions. But since Liang Qi is the leader, there is no need for him to worry at all. After all, even during Cao Wenbin's heyday, he was defeated by Liang Qi many times. Not to mention now, but obviously, he had never heard of the term, different times, different circumstances. This is not. Bang! The moment the call was hung up, Liang Qi, who had been holding on, suddenly felt her legs go limp and she collapsed directly onto the grass. This is a plain. The scenery is beautiful, but if Lu Zhilin were here at this moment, he would definitely collapse on the spot. Because the three women who are most important to him are in such a bad state right now that each one is worse than the other. The best ones all have lifeless eyes. After a while, someone spoke again. What should I do next? Going back directly is definitely not an option. Zhilin is super sensitive right now. If he sees this, who knows what will happen. But if we wait until everything returns to normal, it will be too late. After all, this process is too long. We can't wait until that time. This time, the atmosphere became even more silent. Of course, this situation did not last long. After just a few breaths, Zhang Shengxi suddenly raised his head. Second sister, stop keeping me in suspense. I know you. If you can ask a question, there must be a solution. The reason why you don't say it directly is probably because it's difficult to say it. But what I want to say is, we have all experienced one of the four great ironies of life together, so what else can't we talk about? The tone is full of sincerity. When he heard there was a solution, Lu Yunxiao nodded immediately. But the good times didn't last long. The next moment. In that case, I'll tell you. In my early years, I once obtained a 3 talents formation. It's not very powerful. But once the formation is complete, it allows the energy of the people who formed it to flow freely between the 3 of them. In other words, using this formation, we can sacrifice one and save the other 2. As long as it's done right, it's completely possible to conceal the truth. But for me and my elder sister, that's definitely not possible. After all, the purpose of this trip is to save my eldest sister. What if big sister doesn't show up after we go back? As for me, now is the critical period of the battle between the 2 sides. If I don't show up for a long time, it will cause great harm to Zhilin. So, the corner of Zhang Shengxi's mouth twitched. At this moment, she finally understood why her second sister had been keeping the secret. And she is like this. Not to mention Lu Yunxiao, the person involved. Chapter 665 Assassination. Transfer all the yang energy in the 3 of you to me. When Lu Yunxiao reacted, he almost fainted. After all, she is also a monk. She also knows clearly what the consequences of doing this will be. If a large amount of yang energy gathers, it is very likely to cause death. And the probability is quite high. Of course, not to kill her. But, no, this plan absolutely won't work. Zhilin's father is still alive. If I'm unlucky, then all. Thinking of that scene, Lu Yunxiao subconsciously shuddered. But before she could utter the words of refusal she had prepared, the grip on Liang Qi's wrist suddenly made another sound. As a result, Lu Yunxiao suddenly became numb. Because the gesture Liang Qi gave was very clear, the one who applied for communication was still Lu Zhilin. What should I do? My thoughts are very confused. Before she could sort out her thoughts, Liang Qi, who was stunned for a while, was given another bombshell. Sister Yunxiao, we don't have much time. Zhilin sent me a message just now, saying that he was a little worried. So you want to complete the deal with us? If I hadn't thought quickly and said the deal was done, we would have already rushed back. Then he might have already. Don't talk much. But the power is enormous. As a result, Lu Yunxiao suddenly didn't dare to think about anything else. After gritting his teeth, he said with a determined look, "If that's the case, then what are you waiting for? Let's get started. I just can't believe my luck is that bad. Isn't it just a gamble of life? This isn't the first time." As soon as she finished speaking, she sat up and prepared. But what she didn't know was that the moment she nodded, both Zhang Shengxi and Liang Qi smiled unconsciously. Obviously, everything that just happened was a setup. The purpose is to force her to agree to this proposal. But as the saying goes, even the wisest man can make mistakes. Zhang Shengxi and Liang Qi would never have thought that it was this plan that would make it impossible for them to escape from the clutches of the devil in the future. After all, once a woman gets pregnant, her mindset changes. Wenbin, now I realize that your greatest strength isn't even your actual ability. It's not your planning ability either. But your. Looking at Xuanyuanya and Xuanyuanshu who were following behind Cao Wenbin, with an expression of submission on their faces and no hatred at all, Dong Muyan's face was full of admiration. Of course, she said so, but as the few of them stepped down to the ground, her expression immediately became serious. Because at this time they have returned to Yingtian City. According to the plan, they will start to seize power in the next period of time. So, Wenbin, are you sure you don't need to call Jian and the others? Actually, we don't need to race against time. After all, Yingtian Academy is a dead thing. But I can't grow legs. Then Ying Siwan didn't see through my mind either. We have plenty of time. That makes sense. But Cao Wenbin still shook his head. Need not. Just proceed according to the original plan. Just Ying Siwan. At this moment, I am more than enough with these two girls. The only thing you need to consider now is how to transfer away all the experts loyal to Ying Siwan. And catch them all in one fell swoop. Very confident. Dong Muyun, who saw everything, immediately revealed an obsession. Depend on. Why didn't I find this guy so charming in my previous life? If I had discovered it earlier, I wouldn't have held it in for so long. Shook his head. Then she didn't say anything else. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the spot. And she is worthy of being the second in command of Yingtian Academy. It's really appealing. Look, streaks of light soon appeared in the sky above the academy. And the target is quite consistent, which is the big forest west of the academy. Very good. Of course, Cao Wenbin is no less impressive. Not long after, he appeared in front of a bamboo house. Then, is the dean here? Junior Jian Baiyu, I'm here to consult you about something. I hope you can give me some advice. That's right, this extremely simple bamboo house, which is even worse than a thatched hut, is Ying Siwan's residence. However, even though it is not good looking, Cao Wenbin does not dare to underestimate it at all. Because according to Dong Muyun, every bamboo strip used to build this bamboo house is chaos spirit bamboo. Adding to that the formations that have been set up over the years, it is no exaggeration to say that if Ying Siwan is determined not to come out, no one can do anything to him. That's why Cao Wenbin didn't knock on the door. Instead, he started knocking on the door. As for the effect of this move, pretty good. As soon as the voice fell, Ying Siwan suddenly appeared in front of the bamboo house. Boy, you finally decided to go back to school. How's it going? You've been having a comfortable time these days, haven't you? Especially during the half-month of special treatment. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then the corners of his mouth began to twitch wildly. He would never have thought that this highly respected dean would have such an unconventional side. But soon, he reacted. This old guy is trying to get closer to him. What a great opportunity. So, he immediately backed off the opportunity. An extremely obscene expression soon appeared on his face. It's okay. But really speaking of this, I really want to thank the dean. After all, if you hadn't been so strict about enforcing school discipline, this kind of good thing would never have happened to me. Ying Siwan nodded with satisfaction. Obviously, what Cao Wenbin said touched the heart of the matter. But as the saying goes, too much joy leads to sorrow. Just as he was about to say something in praise, the evil jade pendant on Cao Wenbin's waist suddenly turned into a long sword as black as ink. Then, in the blink of an eye, it pierced into his chest. To be honest, as one of the most powerful figures in the universe, Ying Siwan has countless defensive methods, but he definitely has dozens or even dozens of them. But at this moment, none of them can play a role. Just let the evil jade pendant do whatever it wants. There is no way, the gap in levels between the two sides is just too big. An ordinary innate treasure. In the eyes of the evil jade pendant, that is garbage. Pure garbage. Chapter 666, was the experiment successful? Looking at the rapidly festering bloody hole in his chest, Ying Siwan's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't understand why this kid, who had no grudge against him in the past or recently, would suddenly kill him. Also, what exactly is this method? Why is it so amazing? His body, which is at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, can't even bear it. Of course, even though his brain was about to shut down, his body was still moving at full speed. The target was the bamboo house behind him. Boom. Unfortunately, although he has rich combat experience. But his reaction had already been predicted. Look, he had just retreated 4 or 5 steps when Xuanyuan Shu and Xuanyuan Ya appeared out of thin air behind him. Immediately afterwards, 2 identical daggers were inserted into the bloody hole in his chest again. Stealth. Someone from the God-destroying tower. Why did you come to wade into this muddy water? This time, Ying Siwan was even more shocked. After all, in his memory, the purpose of the God-destroying tower was only to make money and never to get involved in disputes between parties. Besides, the young master of the God-destroying tower is also his disciple. Although it is just a nominal one, it should be enough to make both parties become grasshoppers on the same rope. But now it is wrong. However, as the pain intensified, a flash of clarity suddenly flashed through his mind. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be someone in this universe who could make the impossible possible. Although that guy's strength is not that good. But as long as a woman is targeted by him, she will surely fall into his trap quickly. Even Bai Qingyan couldn't escape from his clutches, let alone the sisters from the God-destroying tower. Oh shit, this really looks like his handwriting. If that's the case, then Dong Muyun must also. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Seeing his expression, Cao Wenbin immediately smiled. Then I didn't hide it anymore. With a flash of brilliant light, it immediately returned to its original appearance. Old Dean, it seems you have figured it out. But judging from the current situation, it seems a little late. So I think you should stop struggling. As long as you're willing to cooperate, I can make an exception and leave you an intact body. The words were full of sarcasm. At the same time, the evil jade pendant also flew to the best position again. Swish, still entering the body directly. Even though Ying Siwan had prepared in advance, it was still useless. The only difference is that he barely avoided the vital points. But this small success was like chewing wax to him at that moment. It's basically the same whether you have it or not. After all, what he needs most now is to get out of the battle group as soon as possible. But obviously, this is just wishful thinking. Look, in the following time, no matter how he struggles, he could only spin in circles. The range of movement does not even exceed 30 meters. So, Mr. Cao, you forced me to do this. Even if I die today, I will definitely take you with me. Feeling the vitality that was madly draining away and the world in front of him becoming increasingly blurred, Ying Siwan's old eyes suddenly turned red. Then, 2 more things suddenly appeared in his hands. One is a black pill that will reduce your appetite just by looking at it. The other one is a blood-red crystal. It is a specialty of the demon world. Blood Moon Stone. This is. Cao Wenbin, who saw everything, had his pupils shrink unconsciously. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the experiments he saw in the forest. Are you planning to take a risk and test the drug on yourself? Or is it that the experiment that allows people to possess the abilities of ferocious beasts has been successful, but it just hasn't been announced to the public yet? Frowning. Immediately afterwards, the evil jade pendant slashed towards Ying Siwan's right hand holding the medicine. The intention is obvious. That is, no matter whether this is a desperate move or not, we must never let it succeed. After all, it's better to have less trouble than more. But Ying Siwan had obviously been preparing for this move for a long time. So almost in the blink of an eye, the body was adjusted. At the same time, Ying Siwan did not choose to swallow the food with his mouth. Instead, he stuffed the pill and the blood moon stone directly into the bloody hole in his chest. It saved a lot of time. Fuck, we shouldn't be like this. There was no surprise, Cao Wenbin was completely numb. But Ying Siwan looked indifferent about this. And his efforts were soon rewarded. The momentum, which had been extremely weak, suddenly became violent the moment the 2 things entered the body. As for vitality, that was a complete 180-degree turn. Cao Wenbin had only seen such vigor in ferocious beasts. Of course, every advantage has its disadvantages. At the same time as these favorable factors appeared, Ying Siwan's figure was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. The surface of the body was covered with red hair in the blink of an eye. The size of the hands and feet increased several times within a few breaths. In short, it still looks like a human being. But in fact, it has nothing to do with people anymore. Unknown later years. Good fellow. The corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched. However, although he was shocked, his hands did not stop for a moment. The evil jade pendant soon hit his vital point again. But unlike the previous times when it penetrated the body, this time it only penetrated a dozen inches. Although a lot of blood was still shed. But it's not fatal. Dang. Dang. The attacks of the two Xuanyuan sisters were in vain. Not even a single hair could be shaved off. Go and search the bamboo house. Leave this to me. Seeing the two women who were about to go up, Cao Wenbin immediately stopped them. After all, efforts that produce results are what we call efforts. If you know there will be no result but still insist on doing it, then it is not hard work, but stubbornness. Besides, the cooperation between these two people at certain times can definitely be called perfect. He only has such a short time, he doesn't want anything to happen to him. Owner. But it was obvious that the two did not want to leave. But Cao Wenbin only needed to give them a look, and the two women disappeared immediately. Hee. At this time, you still have the mind to care about others, what a playboy. But don't you look down on me too much. Do you think they can escape? I tell you, dream on. Anyone who has anything to do with you will surely die. Even if the King of Heaven comes, there's nothing he can do to save us. Chapter 667, Get It. The tone is very arrogant. But Cao Wenbin was full of disdain for this. Because he could see that Ying Siwan was gradually losing his mind. Obviously, the side effects of the pill are not just for the body. The damage to spiritual consciousness is also not small. Therefore, he had no intention of wasting his breath on him. I was focused on just settling everything in front of me as quickly as possible. Then he completely took over this piece of land with the largest population on the Supreme Plane. So, stop just staring. Come out and join me. If you keep being lazy like this, you'll turn into a pig. The sound is very low. It sounds like he is mumbling to himself. But just as the voice fell, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared beside him. It was none other than Yi Qinger, who had been following him in the form of armor. You're annoying. I won't become a pig. A face full of cuteness and innocence. So heartless. But her aura is not weaker than Cao Wenbin's at all. What's even more bizarre is that she can actually control the evil jade pendant. Therefore, Master, you know that after transforming into a human form, I am very afraid of pain. So this round, you'll be the tank, and I'll be the damage dealer. Cao Wenbin rolled his eyes slightly. Is this human language? But he also knew that this girl, who was deeply bound to him and could share all his abilities, was not lying. So the next moment, he moved directly. The Book of Life appears above your head. The technique of unifying all things, which is very suitable for hand-to-hand combat, was immediately used. As for the effects, bang! After the sound of muscles colliding, both sides did not retreat a single step. It was a stalemate right away. The improvement those 3 drops of blood brought me is actually so great. You are truly worthy of being the Lord of Yaoyang. Cao Wenbin was quite satisfied with this result. After all, it's 2 against 1 now. If they can maintain a stalemate, it means that the balance of victory is already tilting towards them. But he was satisfied, but Ying Siwan became even crazier. He looked like he had suffered a great humiliation. But that's true. You know, he has reached the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. And what about Cao Wenbin? I have just glimpsed the door to the heavenly Dao realm. Logically speaking, the struggle between the two sides should be a crushing victory. But now it is. Go to hell. The voice was full of rage. The arm covered with red hair suddenly became thicker. But just as he was about to exert his strength, a sword as black as ink, like a ghost staying up late, stuck to Cao Wenbin's body and pierced directly into his kidney. Very accurate. No deviation at all. Although this part is not fatal, it is the foundation of human beings. Therefore, the strength that Ying Siwan had just accumulated was immediately drained away by this blow. Not only did he fail to regain his face. Instead, he was pushed down by Cao Wenbin. Plus he got kicked several times. Die. You all must die. Ying Siwan's murderous intent became stronger and stronger. Thinking is one thing, but doing is another. Having suffered fatal injuries one after another, he simply couldn't exert his full strength. However, the cooperation between Cao Wenbin and Yi Qing'er is becoming more and more skillful. Especially when the laws mastered by the two people gradually merged into one, the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2 directly erupted. Completely grasp the initiative. Mock up. You think a pill can turn defeat into victory. How naive. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin kicked again. As for the evil jade pendant held by Yi Qing'er, it never stopped for a moment. Roar. The two men enjoyed the chopping, but Ying Siwan, who was used as a punching bag, soon let out a roar with a hint of despair. Then, the surname Cao. Don't be so complacent. Even though you won this time, it doesn't mean you can win in the future. To tell you the truth, the pill I took wasn't even a semi-finished product. And the other two also have complete information on some things. So I dare to assert that sooner or later, you will fail because of this. The voice was full of resentment. But these words also exhausted all his strength. The next moment, he tilted his head and fell completely silent. Obviously, what he said was true. That pill is really just a semi-finished product. Although he possesses the vitality of a ferocious beast, he does not have the ability to be immortal. It's just that they are a little harder to kill. Brother Siwan. Coincidentally, just as we finished our work here, two figures suddenly appeared in the distant sky. One in front and one behind. The one fleeing madly in front was none other than Hu Xiao, who had been driven out of the demon world. As for the ones chasing after me, it's Dong Muyun. Depend on. It is obvious that Hu Xiao is here to ask for help. So the moment he saw the situation here clearly, he changed direction immediately. He didn't even turn his head. There was no time at all for Cao Wenbin to intercept. This guy's luck seems to be really good. They managed to escape one after another. Shook his head. Cao Wenbin did not chase after him. Even Dong Muyun was called back by him. After all, don't chase a desperate enemy. Let's sort out the harvest here first. Anyway, this supreme plane will eventually be ruled by the Cao family. Even if he can still run, he won't be able to run for long. Sister Shengxi, we finally meet again. Xiaoyao sect. As Liang Qi and Zhang Shengxi landed one after another, Lu Zhilan's face suddenly showed a strong excitement. And the most important thing is that he didn't see any yang energy in Liang Qi. In other words, his previous worries were really unnecessary. As for Zhang Shengxi, he was mentally prepared for this. After all, if such a gorgeous beauty had been captured by that Cao for so long and hadn't been touched, that would be really wrong. However, after the initial excitement wore off, he quickly discovered a problem. By the way, why are you two the only ones back? Where's mother? Without any hesitation, Liang Qi, who had already guessed this scene, immediately took over the conversation. You are still so impulsive. Didn't you notice that the defense formation in my mother's boudoir has been opened? We came back together. It was just during this trip that my mother encountered an opportunity. So as soon as I arrived at the house, I immediately went back to seclusion. Lu Zhilan was stunned. Then he scratched his head embarrassedly. But just when he was about to say something, a servant suddenly rushed in from outside. Chapter 668. If you want to be respected in front of others, you must suffer behind their backs. Part 1. Master, something big happened at Yingtian Academy. Our people hiding there just risked their lives to send back news that Ying Siwan disappeared for no apparent reason. And those who were loyal to him were all eliminated in a very short time. As for the power that is being vacated, currently, Dong Muyun, the former third in command, is taking over completely. No one dared to object. Oh right, our people have also seen many masters affiliated with Yao Kai in the academy. It is speculated that the two parties have reached some kind of agreement. Lu Zhilan's hand, which was originally about to hug Zhang Shengxi, suddenly froze in the air. His expression changed from joy to horror in the blink of an eye. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. Liang Qi was not spared either. There's nothing we can do, since both of them know the inside story. If Ying Siwan got into trouble at this time, it could only mean that Dong Muyun had been tricked into surrendering. Yingtian Academy will soon be completely named Cao. There is no possibility of recovery. Depend on. It's only been a few days. With such little concentration, how the hell did you manage to reach the heavenly Dao realm? Although she was full of resentment, Liang Qi felt extremely empty in her heart. Because she knew very well that if it were her, she would probably be at the same level. After all, that's Cao Wenbin. Once the firepower is on full blast. However, this thought did not last long. Soon, she put it behind her mind. Then, no, we absolutely cannot continue like this. Husband, we must unite the other forces as soon as possible. This is the only way to avoid being defeated one by one. Also, the matter of rescuing Fang Ling and Yi Chunyu must be put on the agenda. Although the strength of those two women is not very good, their abilities are a natural counter to Cao Wenbin. And once we have their help, we will definitely be able to take the initiative a lot more. These words were spoken quickly and urgently. But it is well organized. The feasibility is very high. Therefore, in that case, I'll go find Dad right now. Tell him to contact those old friends as soon as possible. Lu Zhilin, who also knew that time was running out, flew directly to the inner house without any hesitation. As the saying goes, there is no wall that is impenetrable. Just as the remaining 6 holy places were busy studying the matter of alliance, news soon emerged from above. When a woman is in charge, the house collapses. Not to mention he's just a puppet. So I advise all students to find another way out as soon as possible. Otherwise, your mother and your aunts and uncles will most likely lose their dignity in their later years. After all, your current real principal is him. The title is extremely eye-catching. Because of this news cannot be banned at all. Before this one could be closed, another one popped up. So, holy crap, that Jian Baiyu is actually Cao Wenbin. Is this true? There are photos to prove this, how could it be fake? No wonder Director Dong looked so embarrassed at the gate last time. It turns out he was targeted by the demon. No wonder. Damn it. If the academy falls into the hands of this kind of guy, what future do we have? My mom just sent me a message saying she won't be attending any future parent-teacher conferences. Everyone, I'm already packing. After all, you all know how beautiful my aunt is. So we have a long way to go, and we'll meet again later. The pace is getting faster and faster. But Cao Wenbin simply ignored it. After all, public opinion can't kill anyone. For him at this moment, letting the Julian flowers cover this area is the real serious matter. Oh right, that ferocious beast here must be absorbed as soon as possible. That's a great tonic that can strengthen the body. You absolutely can't miss it. But unlike him who didn't care, Dong Muyun, who already held great power, became more and more angry the more she looked at it. So, find out all these outspoken guys. And then we'll take care of them one by one. Especially the one who brags about his aunt, we must not let him get away. I really want to see how beautiful his aunt is. Xiaoyao sect. Because they had a common enemy and common interests, the meeting led by Lu Zhenchen went quite smoothly. No one opposes the union. Passed unanimously. Depend on. Although the meeting went smoothly, Tian Yulin was extremely unhappy after it ended. As for the reason, this time, she was actually ignored by the vast majority of people. All the eyes that should have followed her in the past were attracted by the two vixens. What a bunch of tasteless guys. Those Zhang Shengxi and Liang Qi are obviously worn out by others. How can they compare with me? Besides, they're obviously not as pretty as me. However, having said that, Tian Yulin had to admit that those two women were indeed very elegant. Very fairy. His strength is definitely stronger than hers. And because of this, we can't delay any longer. She bit her lip, and then she disappeared from the spot. When they appeared, they had already arrived at Yingtian Academy. And he soon found his mortal enemy Bai Qingyan. Why are you here? Bai Qingyan was a little confused. After all, although the outside world has always discussed them together, in fact, the relationship between the two is extremely bad. We have never even met in private. As soon as she saw this mortal enemy, Tian Yulin's newly risen determination instantly dissipated a lot. There's nothing we can do about it, since they've been fighting for a lifetime. Embarrassing yourself in front of her is more painful than killing her. What should I do? Very confusing. But as Zhang Shengxi and Liang Qi's pretending to be aloof appeared in her mind again, her heart instantly became firm again. Because she knew very well that this was her only chance. If she doesn't catch it now, she will really be left behind. And once that happens, even if she wants to make a deal, she probably won't be able to sell it at a high price. After all, at this moment, she still holds the title of the most beautiful woman in the world. This can add a lot of points to her. Never mind. It's just face, how can it be more important than profit? There's no way this matter will get out. If you want to be respected in front of others, how can you not suffer behind their backs? As long as it succeeds, I will still be the goddess in the hearts of most people. So, Chapter 669, if you want to be respected in front of others, you will have to suffer behind their backs. Part 2. I have something I want to discuss with Cao Wenbin. So please pass the message on. Bai Qingyan was stunned. But soon, I reacted. After all, she controls the largest intelligence agency in the universe, and she knows all about the vast majority of rumors. Therefore, to discuss something, I think you want Wenbin to use special methods to help you improve your strength. I really didn't expect that. As proud as you are, you will have to bow your head one day. Not surprisingly, Tian Yulin's face turned red instantly. But as the saying goes, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. So even though her face was red, her mouth was not at all forgiving. So what? Do you dare to stop me? Okay, go call someone. Otherwise, be careful, I'll whisper in your ear and make you pay for it. Very arrogant. But Bai Qingyan had a look of disdain on her face. Pillow talk. It's like she can't blow. However, she did not continue to interfere. Instead, he immediately started to use the voice transmission technique. But this straightforward action immediately made Tian Yulin feel alert. Because when things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. Logically speaking, Bai Qingyan should definitely not miss such a good opportunity to mock. But now it is. Is there something else here that I don't know? And the facts soon proved that her guess was correct. When Cao Wenbin appeared in front of her, her eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. As for the reason, I don't know what Cao Wenbin just experienced, but in short, all the exposed skin was red. And it's still emitting water vapor. It looked like a cooked prawn. You are. Tian Yulin subconsciously took a step back. The means to save her life immediately appeared in her hands. Obviously, if Cao Wenbin didn't tell her everything, she would definitely leave immediately. After all, Cao Wenbin at this moment looked like he was practicing some evil skills. Although she is eager to improve her strength, she will never rush to seek medical help. But just when she was nervous, a big red hand suddenly fell on her small hand. Very fast. She wasn't even given a chance to react. Fortunately, at the same time, a hearty laugh also came into her ears, otherwise, she would have gone crazy. Sister Yulin, don't be nervous. The reason why I look like this is not because of any training. It's because I just refined the ferocious beast here. Of course, if it were a normal ferocious beast, it wouldn't be like this. But I didn't expect that this one here is also a pure yang body. So, pure yang body. Tian Yulin was stunned. Then there was a dizziness. Depend on. No wonder Bai Qingyan is so happy. So you were waiting for me here. No, I have to pick a new date. Otherwise, you will die here. The reason why she had this idea was because she had heard about Cao Wenbin's strength a long time ago. Even the battle record is known to him like the back of his hand. After all, she has an insider in the Cao family's camp who is not really an insider. But before she could turn her thoughts into action, Cao Wenbin spoke before her. I already know why Sister Yulin came here. I have to say, your luck is really good. Don't think I look weird now, but this is definitely a good thing for you. Because you can definitely get more. Not surprisingly, Tian Yulin was immediately nailed to the spot. There's nothing she can do about it, since she came here just to improve her strength. Since there is a better opportunity, she naturally cannot miss it. As for the many sins, no pain, no gain. Never mind. Since we're here anyway, let's fight. However, although she had made up her mind, she quickly stretched out 3 fingers based on the principle of dealing with villains first and gentlemen later. Since everyone is interested, I won't hide it anymore. That's right, I came here to improve my strength. But to avoid disputes later, let's set some rules before we begin. Don't let a good thing turn into a bad thing. And this first time is the only time. No one should bother anyone else after this. Even if we meet again, we must pretend not to know each other. Second, you must never do anything malicious on purpose. For example, deliberately causing death. As for the third, you must not use the photo stone. Well, do you agree? If you agree, then we will. That beautiful face is all solemn. But before she could say anything, she suddenly realized that she was already walking impassively. Obviously, Cao Wenbin agreed. But what she didn't notice was that a look of deep disdain had already appeared on Bai Qingyan's face. Don't bother. How interesting. I want to see what expression you'll have when you break your promise. Xiaoyao sect. After sending away all the masters of the Holy Land, Lu Zhilan started to refine pills as soon as possible. And his efforts were indeed not in vain. Look, in just 10 days, 2 crystal-clear pills with an extremely strong medicinal fragrance appeared in front of him. A soul-restoring pill. A longevity pill. It is the elixir that the 2 women Liang Qi found need the most. Let's go and save Fang Ling first. His handsome face is full of excitement. As to why this is so. First of all, the relationship between the 2 sides was good in the previous life. Secondly, it is because this woman has achieved enlightenment through the extremely yin fire. Fueled by pure yang energy, she is naturally Cao Wenbin's nemesis. If she had enough time, she could even burn Cao Wenbin completely. Hey, this woman in the previous life, although she also belonged to our camp, she only obeyed orders and not announcements. I hope that things can change in this life. He shook his head gently. In fact, in his previous life, Lu Zhilan was very clear about the difference in combat effectiveness between the 2 sides. To sum it up, there are only 2 words. Chapter 670 Yaoyang Ding. Human heart. The camp headed by Lu Zhilan was defeated by these 2 words. All along, the people on their side have been treating each other as friends. There is no such thing as superiors and subordinates. Only the strongest Zhang Shengxi and Liang Qi are firmly united by his side. And in normal times, this mode really makes everyone feel comfortable. But as the saying goes, success and failure are both due to Xiao He. This model also makes their alliance extremely loose. When there are benefits, no one will miss out. But when it comes to exerting effort, all kinds of problems will immediately arise. Seriously affect the overall situation. During the decisive battle in the previous life, many people didn't even come. If he hadn't decisively self-destructed, the world would have been destroyed long ago. And what about the other side? To be more direct, those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. It seems inhumane though. But people's hearts are really united. Once Cao Wenbin gave the order, even Zhang Jian would not say a word of no. Hit wherever you point. The gap is obvious. Depend on. Should I also learn from that guy surnamed Cao? But the more he thought about it, the more depressed Lu Zhilan became. Because of this, he really can't do it. Firstly, he doesn't have Cao Wenbin's skills. Especially after redeeming Liang Qi, he had even less. Secondly, he doesn't dare. After all, he knew very well how serious Liang Qi's misophobia was. If he dares to act recklessly, he may not even be able to maintain his basic foundation. Never mind, let's focus on strengthening ourselves. As long as I can always be better than Cao Wenbin, I don't have to worry about anything else. But he had no idea that Liang Qi's misophobia had actually been cured by Cao Wenbin during these 2 captures. There is no possibility of another attack. However, although his means of controlling his subordinates are not very good, his ability in refining pills is really good. As soon as Fang Ling took the pill, he woke up immediately. Then, what happened in the first place? Why do I know nothing after a wave of air passes? The sound is very nice. As her beautiful big eyes slowly opened, the pure yang energy in the room suddenly rushed into her body. And in the blink of an eye, she completely consumed it. Obviously, she is really good at it. He truly deserves the title of Wenbin's nemesis. Of course, Yi Chanu, who was lying not far from her, was no less impressive. Although there was nothing unusual when he woke up, Lu Zhilan and others all knew that this person was also a person who could give Cao Wenbin a headache. Because this woman is immune to all yang energy. Whether it was Cao Wenbin's attack, or Zhang Jian and Han Zhongyu's, it was just a tickle to him. It poses no threat at all. Very good. After confirming that the abilities of the 2 had not deteriorated at all, Liang Qi's mind suddenly became active again. Husband, I estimate that Cao Wenbin's next target will definitely be the demon court. After all, as long as we can capture that place, the divine realm will be completely surrounded by the Cao family's forces. Invisibly, it cuts off our possibility of going back to search for the previous relics. So I want to take my sisters with me and go over there to have a good fight with that Cao guy. And you, take this opportunity to recover your cultivation. Of course, if you're worried, you can come with us. You're just recovering anyway. As long as you have enough energy, it doesn't matter where you are. The analysis makes a lot of sense. So, whether it was Zhang Shengxi or Lu Zhilin, they all nodded at the first moment. As for the two women who just woke up, having already suffered a loss once, it's natural that I won't forget it. They know very well that now is not the time to be clever. We must work together. Therefore, in that case, let's go. Plan early and feel at ease early. Yingtian Academy. Damn, is that guy surnamed Cao really a natural-born leader? Recovering power is destiny. Looking at the sky, which had been raining blood for more than 10 days, and feeling the spiritual energy that had surged by 30%, the students in the academy were all stunned. After all, this is not an isolated case. In their impression, it seems that this situation will occur in every force conquered by Cao Wenbin. This is Yao Kai. The same is true for the Longyan sword sect. What a hell. Unlike their shock, Cao Wenbin at this moment had a look of excitement on his face. Because, name, Tian Yulin. Identity, the owner of Linglong Valley, recognized as the most beautiful woman in the world. Strength, peak of the heavenly Tao realm, as a newly born being, without a chance to defy the heavens, this is already her limit. Of course, if she is willing to spend more time with the leader of the list, her combat power will still have room for improvement. Appearance score, 100. Loyalty, 30. Originally, her favorability towards you should be higher than this. After all, your looks really make her heart flutter. And you've really boosted her strength to a whole new level. Unfortunately, you've been refusing to let her go, and your increasingly desperate behavior has really driven her crazy. But don't lose heart, as the saying goes, things bounce back after hitting rock bottom. If you keep this up, you'll likely reap unexpected rewards. Note, this woman is very concerned about her reputation, so if you can surprise her in public without any hesitation, then her so-called, "don't bother," will definitely become a complete joke. Looking at the new information appearing on the scroll, Cao Wenbin smiled. Good at saving face. This is a simple thing. Why not just praise her more at next large gathering? With a little more effort, you can get a heaven-defying experience. No matter how you calculate it, this deal is a steal. The more he thought about it, the higher Cao Wenbin's mouth corners turned up. Of course, he didn't stay proud for too long. Soon, all his attention was drawn to the two colorful treasure chests that suddenly appeared. Open. Yaoyang Ding, the companion treasure of the Yaoyang Lord. Its rank is immeasurable. Containing a primordial energy, it has numerous uses. One is that it can provide the owner with a constant supply of various pure energies. In other words, as long as you possess it, you will never need to worry about energy under any circumstances. You will never be exhausted again. The second reason is that the primordial energy within it can assimilate everything. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is to eliminate something, you can throw it in. At most, a cup of tea will be enough to eliminate your future troubles. Third, when placed within the body, it can continuously refine the owner's soul and body. There's no limit. Given enough time, it can even grant you the ability to reopen the world. Fourth, if you encounter a life or death crisis, you can transfer the Hongmeng Qi within it into your own body. This will exponentially increase your strength, and you will also have the ability to assimilate the Hongmeng Qi. But please remember, this should not be done for too long, otherwise you will likely become part of the Hongmeng Qi. If you notice something is wrong, you must immediately return the Hongmeng Qi to the cauldron. Note, this item has no usage restrictions, use it as you wish. However, since the primordial qi within it is growth-oriented, if conditions permit, please allow it to assimilate more. Of course, the greatest improvement would naturally be to allow it to devour more of its kind. And such a thing, in this supreme plane, can only be found in one other divine cauldron of the same rank. Chapter 671 Chaos Phoenix Crown. Fuck. Seeing the word, immeasurable, in the introduction of the baby, Cao Wenbin's eyes were immediately wide open. That look was exactly like when he looked at Tian Yulin just now. There's nothing we can do about it, this thing is just too incredible. If I had it earlier, Ying Siwan wouldn't have been able to stay alive for so long. There's absolutely no need to lure the snake out of its hole. So what if the bamboo house is made of chaos divine bamboo? I'll just assimilate you. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. As for the divine tripod mentioned in the note, he knew very well that the thing must be in Lu Zhilin's hands. He even guessed the name. Dark Cauldron. Looks like we need to think of a solution. This tactic of catching a woman probably won't work. After all, even if Zhang Shengxi and Liang Qi were tied together, they wouldn't be worth this tripod. His eyes narrowed. The next moment, all kinds of bad thoughts emerged in his mind. However, the reality did not give him too much time to think about it. Just a few breaths later, another treasure chest opened automatically. Chaos Phoenix Crown, the most beautiful ornament in the world. But as the saying goes, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is, and this is no exception. Born from chaos, it also has many functions. First, it can significantly increase the physical strength of the woman who wears it. This will bring the wearer greater happiness. However, when using it, please be sure to calculate carefully, otherwise it is very likely that a good thing will turn into a bad thing. Secondly, it grants the wearer absolute defense for a short period of time. Unless the opponent possesses a magical weapon that surpasses this item's level, there's nothing to do but wait. There's no other way. Third, after a woman admires it, any action she takes will be filled with an extremely alluring power. Those with weak concentration will be completely lost in an instant. Fourth, this object can split infinitely, and each one has exactly the same abilities. Fifth, this item supports multiple owners. One master, multiple slaves. The slaves can use all the functions mentioned above. And the main owner will have an additional remote control function. With a thought, you can temporarily control any wearer. Note: once the owner is confirmed, it cannot be changed. Once the fourth function is activated, no matter how strong the wearer's willpower is, they will be unable to resist. However, this function can only be used once within 10 days, so please be careful with your usage. Depend on. It really deserves to be number 1 on the list. This reward is truly unmatched. The excitement surged again. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin looked at Tian Yulin, who had a frosty face. You're such a good pretender. You weren't like this not long ago. Of course, although he thought so, he was not stupid. Of course it is impossible to tell the truth. But before he could figure out how to start the conversation, Tian Yulin took the lead. You can finally let me go now. Remember, don't break our previous agreement. Otherwise, I will make sure you don't get away with it. Compared to his expression, his voice was even more sinister. But Cao Wenbin didn't care about it. After all, Wanmailu will not lie. Although the value of 30 is low, it is completely within the negotiable range. We will never resort to direct violence. And because of this. Sister Yulin, don't be so nervous. I admit that I really went too far in the past 10 days. But you can't blame me for that. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too beautiful. Even though I've been trained by Qingyan's sister, I can't control it at all. Don't talk much. But this flattery was just right. Especially after the last 2 sentences came out, Tian Yulin's expression immediately eased. After all, she and Bai Qingyan have been rivals for millions of years. Although this is shameful, but as long as she wins, there is no way she won't be happy. Seeing this situation, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth immediately curled up unconsciously. Then, in line with the principle of striking while the iron is hot, the Chaos Phoenix crown that he had just obtained soon appeared in his hands. Of course, wrong is wrong. So I accept the punishment. Look, this is a chaos treasure I obtained not long ago at the risk of my life. I was still wondering who to give it to. But only now did I realize that it wasn't a struggle at all. But its owner hasn't appeared yet. God forbids me from touching it. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin stuffed the extremely luxurious phoenix crown into Tian Yulin's hands without saying anything. Without any hesitation, this action completely confused Tian Yulin. It's not that she has poor concentration. What she had in her hands was simply too incredible. The treasure of chaos. You have to know that before this, there was only one in her huge Linglong Valley. Still can't move. It's totally incomparable to this thing that you can take with you on the run. What on earth is this guy trying to do? Could it be? I don't know what he was thinking of. In short, her face suddenly turned red, and there was no longer any coldness in it. Although her expression had softened, her mouth was still extremely hard. Boy, Don't think that you can completely conquer me with this little favor. Let me tell you, I've seen the world. I still have a lot of things of the same level as this in Linglong Valley. After she finished speaking, she put on the phoenix crown first, and then without any hesitation, she disappeared from the spot. But not long after, Cao Wenbin's ears suddenly heard another soft moan. Boy, my strength hasn't even met my expectations. How about this, after I arrange things in the valley, we can make up for the regrets. Chapter 672 The Bustling Butterfly Dance City. Make up for the regret. Next time, the intensity will be completely different. After hearing the voice transmission, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth quickly curled up. The expression on his face was as obscene as it could be. However, this situation did not last long. Because you were really amazing. It's just such a small thing, but it took so long. Well, can we get down to business now? You know, Lu Zhilin and his gang had already moved into Diwu City 3 days ago. If nothing unexpected happens, that place should have been built into an iron wall. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Butterfly Dance City. Where is that? However, as the map of the Supreme Plane slowly emerged in his mind, his eyes immediately became solemn. You're very accurate in grabbing the spot. It got stuck in the vital spot. Did you guess that I was going to lock the border of the divine realm? Of course, although he was solemn, he did not regret it. After all, whether it is the Yaoyang Cauldron or the Chaos Phoenix Crown, they are much more important than this advantage. So, Iron Wall, do you think I'm afraid of this? Don't forget, I'm the best at digging holes. The tone is full of confidence. Dong Muyun, who saw everything, immediately revealed an obsession. Handsome. It's so handsome. But before she could say anything else, Cao Wenbin's next words made her collapse. Oh, Sister Mu Yun, I've noticed you really like to allow officials to set fires but not allow the people to light lamps. It's just a small thing, but why did you spend so much time on it? That's not what you said in the classroom. Full of sarcasm. So before he could finish his words, Dong Muyun covered his mouth with her hand. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, he simply pulled him away and disappeared from the spot. The target is directly towards Diwu City. Buzz. Just as Cao Wenbin was busy on his way, Tian Yulin, who had gone ahead, finally returned to her territory. Then she lay on her back on her big bed without saying a word. The aloof expression turned into deep fatigue in the blink of an eye. Depend on. That kid is really not a human being. My strength is clearly a realm higher than his. But why? Thinking of the situation where she cried for her parents before, Tian Yulin subconsciously hid her beautiful face in the quilt. As she put on the quilt, she suddenly felt sleepy. Never mind. Let's get some sleep first. Unfortunately, although the idea is good, some people don't want her to get what she wants. This is not. Master, are you back? That's right, I have something important to report to you. 3 days ago, the Lu family sent a message saying they had accurately calculated that Cao Wenbin would definitely descend upon Butterfly Dance City in the near future. So they want us to send someone over for support. Look, his brows were immediately furrowed together. To be honest, if this had happened half a month ago, Yulin would have definitely not said a word and would have just taken her people and left. But at this moment, this time out, I got a great opportunity. So we won't get involved in this muddy water. Remember, in the next few days, no matter what happens, don't bother me. Also, all experts above the rank of patrolman are absolutely forbidden to leave without permission. Death to the violator. The voice was full of seriousness, and it was obvious that he was not joking. As a result, Yin Qingzhou, who was originally laughing, suddenly froze in place. He never expected to get such a result. You know, before coming here, he was still fantasizing that he could take advantage of this opportunity to bring his childhood sweetheart back. But now it seems, oh shit, what the hell is going on? Master clearly dislikes Cao Wenbin. How come everything changes after I go out for a while? His eyes were full of confusion. Of course, more of it is still crazy. No, this is a rare opportunity. I have to participate no matter what I say. I just don't believe it. Master would really kill me for such a small matter. Butterfly Dance City. 7-star grass, moonflower all 30% off today. You won't get cheated at this price. A prime shop for rent. A prime shop for rent. In such a prime location, not 998 per year, not 98, just 68, and you can take that amazing shop home. And as the saying goes, a shop can support 3 generations, even if you leave, the shop still exists. Just rent this, and happiness will be right at home. Heavenly Star Divine Iron for sale here. Master, you're already so tired, so don't rush on. Come in and have some fun. I guarantee that our second floor will make you forget everything. Because it is located at the border and is the intersection of 3 forces, the popularity of Diwu City is no less than that of Yingtian City. Even worse than that. Look, even when Cao Wenbin and others arrived, it was already late at night, and the place was still bustling with people. However, neither Cao Wenbin nor Dong Muyun paid attention to these. There was no way, because as soon as they stepped through the city gate, a wave of extremely terrifying momentum fell on the 2 of them. Obviously, the simple interrogation at the city gate was just a cover-up. Or it is used to make people relax their vigilance. Cao Wenbin also discovered that these spiritual consciousnesses would obviously stay on a combination of one man and multiple women for a long time. Good boy, you're trying to be loose on the outside and tight on the inside. But that's true. That's how they are constructed. It makes sense that you like to play this trick. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Then Cao Wenbin walked towards and in without blushing or beating his heart. His original intention was to have a good rest first. At least make yourself less noticeable. Then take a long-term view. But as the saying goes, plans can never keep up with changes. This is not. The city lord's mansion is recruiting. Wenbin, this is a good opportunity. Looking at the notice at the hotel entrance, Dong Muyun's eyes immediately lit up. After all, as long as they can break into the enemy's interior, with her man's strength, he can definitely turn the other side's loose alliance upside down. At the beginning, Cao Wenbin was also very happy. But as he looked at it, his brows began to frown unconsciously. Chapter 673, Scheming Against Each Other. Only one person. And he has to be young, handsome, and popular. Depend on. No matter how you look at it, it looks like they're making dumplings like crazy just for a portion of vinegar. Coincidentally, just as Cao Wenbin finished muttering to himself, the waiter of the inn happened to walk not far away from the 2 of them. So, sir, you are so insightful. I saw the clue right away. Yes, this is said to be open to everyone, but in reality, it's just a face-saving project. The person in charge of this matter almost wrote down the specific smell of the vinegar. But for some reason, this notice has been posted for 3 days, and the position still hasn't been assigned. Just now my colleagues and I were joking that the person who met the requirements might have gotten lost. Slightly stunned. Then a bright light flashed quickly in Cao Wenbin's eyes. 3 days. This timing is very delicate. Damn it. So I'm the vinegar. Is this a second line of defense? Walk into the trap. The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this must be the truth of the matter. Otherwise, it would never be such a coincidence. Of course, even though his back teeth were almost broken, he didn't show any sign of abnormality on the surface. Then he ordered the dishes calmly. It was not until the waiter went to prepare everything with a happy face that he revealed a sinister look. Very good. Liang, just wait for me. Next time you fall into my hands, I will definitely not show any mercy to you. If I don't break your little waist, I'll take your last name. The voice was full of dissatisfaction. Dong Muyun, who also understood everything, immediately agreed. After all, this is her man. She hadn't even used it a few times, and the other party wanted to destroy it. He is simply not a human being. Wenbin, what are you going to do? It's very simple. Lure the snakes out of their holes, and then defeat them one by one. City Lord's Mansion. Different from the bustling streets and alleys, this house with the best geographical location is extremely quiet. However, there are quite a few people here. There were 5 people sitting in just a pavilion in the lake. And they are all beautiful women. As for why no one said anything. Every one of the 5 people counts. Waiting for the fish to bite. And their efforts were not wasted. Just when all 5 of them thought that they would return empty-handed again today, a very speechless scolding voice suddenly rang out from outside the pavilion. You are such a talent. You want to find a way to make a living, but you didn't know how to do it earlier. What's the matter with you coming here so late at night? But you're lucky, the fairies haven't rested yet. Otherwise, I'll beat you out with a stick. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man suddenly appeared beside the pavilion. Handsome. Stand tall. fully meet the recruitment requirements. Of course, for the 5 people in the pavilion, these are not that important. What really shocked them was that after this boy saw the appearance of the 5 of them, a lustful look appeared in the depths of his eyes. That's right. That's the feeling. All 5 of them were very happy. After all, with their aura, ordinary people wouldn't dare to look at them like that. At least none of the dozens of people from Cambodia dared to do so before. But no matter how excited they were not spared from the most important test. The next moment, a huge formation, with them as the center, spread out madly. And in the blink of an eye, the young man was enveloped in it. The God-trapping formation, chaos-level formation. The unique skill that Lu Zhilin learned from the Dark Cauldron. Even if you use the Sun teleportation technique and the Dark teleportation technique, you won't be able to escape in a short period of time. While the formation was taking shape, Fang Ling, the nemesis of Yang energy, was not idle either. With a flash of his body, he rushed directly to the young man's side. But what confused all 5 women was that the person who, in their opinion, was most likely Cao Wenbin, was burned to ashes by Fang Ling in the blink of an eye. That little bit of Yang energy is not even enough to make the flames rise. Depend on. I thought he was a king. I didn't expect it to be such a fool. How dare you, someone like you, look at us like that? Who gave you the courage? No surprises. After they realized what was happening, the 5 of them started cursing. But how could they know that the reason why this person dared to do this was all because of that announcement? It's so ambiguous. Let them mistakenly believe that the city lord does not want to recruit some menial servants, but a concubine. It is precisely because of this that he came here in the middle of the night. After all, this is the time when women feel the most empty and lonely. Highest success rate. Of course, Zhang Shengxi and the other 3 did not let their emotions control them for too long. After cursing a few words, they all regained their composure. But they were calm, but Dai Menglu, the lord of Diwu city, couldn't hold it anymore. Therefore, 4 sisters, what do you think? Will Cao Wenbin really take the bait? It's been 3 days. The sound is not loud, but it hits the heart. Liang Qi, who planned all this, was indeed stumped by the question. There is no way, 3 days is really not a short time. That shouldn't be the case. Given how obsessed that guy is with my waist, how could he not come here easily when given such a good opportunity? Could it be that he has seen through everything and is competing with me in patience? Or is it that he's been bewitched by Dong Muyun and hasn't escaped from her gentle embrace yet? Very confused. But she also knew that no matter which one it was, it could not be delayed any longer. So, never mind. Since this hook is too straight, let's try another method. Start the second plan immediately. The other 4 people were shocked again. Then they said nothing and nodded subconsciously. The so-called second option is actually to let them use themselves as ears. Go out for a walk when you have nothing to do. This creates opportunities for Cao Wenbin. Of course, to ensure safety, they need to plant soul imprints on each other. Once they find something wrong, the other 4 will immediately bring people to provide support. To be honest, this trick is really amazing. But just as they were about to take action, a loud bang suddenly came from the southeast of the city. Immediately afterwards, a divine light rushed straight into the sky. And it lasts for a long time. Colorful. Chaos treasure. Chapter 674. The devil is more powerful than ever. That shouldn't be the case. Looking at the strange vision that lasted for a long time, Liang Qi was completely stunned. After all, this situation is really weird. You have to know that chaos treasures were extremely rare even in their time. Not to mention now, could it be that Cao Wenbin is cheating? My vigilance instantly reached its maximum. But before she could say what she was thinking, Fang Ling, Yi Chenu, and Dai Menglu all suddenly disappeared from the spot. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously going treasure hunting. Depend on. Why are you so impatient? If this is really a trap, then won't you all be? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. But it was obvious that she was like a full man who didn't know the hunger of a hungry man. With Lu Zhilin's support, she has no shortage of chaos treasures. Then you can naturally resist temptation. But Yi Chenu and others can't do that. As independent cultivators, even in their prime, their companion treasures could only reach this level. The others are simply not good enough. As for now, there is absolutely no hair at all. In this situation, if you suddenly see one and still remain calm, then you've really seen a ghost. No, we have to go and see. After saying this, Liang Qi didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately disappeared from the spot. Seeing that his sister had moved, Zhang Shengxi naturally wouldn't stand there any longer. Followed up quickly. However, they obviously used too much strength. So, when the two arrived at their destination, they suddenly discovered that apart from the 3 women who had left earlier, there were only some low-level monks nearby. There is no trap at all. Am I really overthinking it? Very confused, but adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, she immediately asked, who triggered this strange phenomenon. Also, what is the specific situation? The sound is very loud. But no one answered at all. Except for her and Zhang Shengxi, everyone present was staring at the beam of light. I don't have the mind to care about anything else. So, I'm asking you a question. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer within 3 breaths, then you all will die. While speaking, Liang Qi also slowly spread his aura. Bang, bang, bang. There was no surprise. Wherever the momentum passed, everyone except Yi Chenu and the other 2 women knelt on the ground. The look of greed disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a deep fear. Of course, it's not just them, Dai Menglu's face also doesn't look very good. To be honest, she had thought that these 2 women would be very strong. After all, her boss Niu Feng's eyes were full of fear when he introduced these 2 women. But being this strong was still beyond her understanding. Depend on, where the hell did this come from? Why haven't I heard of this person before? Just as she was pondering this, the bang bang sound rang out again. It's obvious that someone can't take it anymore. Kowtow madly. Then, Fairy, calm down. Fairy, calm down. It was me who triggered this vision. As for the specific situation, this was originally my family's ancestral grave. And later today, my little brother happens to die of old age. So I came over to choose a spot for him. Originally, everything was fine. But I had only dug a little over a meter when a light curtain blocked my way. The precious light is extremely heavy. So, the process is extremely detailed. It is completely logical. Therefore, even if Liang Qi tried her best to find fault, it was still to no avail. It seems I was overthinking it. Shook his head. But even so, she still doesn't plan to get involved in this mess. Then she pulled Zhang Shengxi back a step. Please do as you please. Hundreds of miles away, in a cave filled with formations, Cao Wenbin suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he sighed helplessly. Damn it, how can a person be so vigilant? She obviously hasn't suffered much. That's right, the person Cao Wenbin wants to trick the most is Liang Qi. The second one is Zhang Shengxi. After all, the military advisor is the soul of a team. If we can take it down, the opponent's combat effectiveness can be reduced by at least 30%. But I didn't expect. Of course, although he felt regretful, his brain was never idle for a moment. Because time is limited, the formation over there won't last long. So he must come up with an alternative plan as soon as possible. Otherwise, we can only leave it to fate. And the first person he crossed off the list was none other than Dai Monroe. It's not a matter of appearance. On the contrary, this city lord who is not tall and looks petite and clever is really no worse than the other 2. The reason why she was not chosen is entirely because of her strength. It's really not worth it to use such a big fuss to trick someone in the early stage of the heavenly Dao realm. But after crossing this out, Cao Wenbin immediately fell into confusion again. There's nothing we can do about it, since the other 2 are almost the same in everything. They are both the queen type. Their strength is also in the middle stage of heavenly Dao realm. Even their heights are pretty much the same. Depend on. And this dilemma lasted for several minutes. The results were almost out, so he gritted his teeth. Never mind. Just choose Fang Ling. Can't she burn away all the yang energy? In that case, let me see who gets burned faster, her or me. As soon as he finished talking to himself, a spell suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's hands. As soon as he finished his work, Dong Muyan's voice rang out immediately. Congratulations. I'll be able to taste fresh food again soon. I have to say, you really have good taste. This spirit was known as the Night Elves during our time. The flame dance I created is unique in the world. Thinking back then, Lu Zhilan pursued her for hundreds of years. Countless resources have been spent. But I never even got to hold hands. Hearing these slightly jealous words, Cao Wenbin was stunned at first. Then he shook his head gently. Although the most important step was successful. But it's still a long way from being able to taste something new. Based on the caution Liang Qi displayed earlier, I'm certain she'll be keeping a close eye on Fang Ling for the next few days. There will be no slacking off. Chapter 675 Everyone has their own thoughts. Thank you for your kindness, everyone. As Cao Wenbin made his choice, Fang Ling on the other side also quickly started to giggle. Because the thing in the colorful rays of light was approaching her rapidly. The look on his face clearly showed that he wanted to acknowledge her as his master. Of course, she was laughing, but her body had already been tense to the extreme. After all, this is often the time when accidents are most likely to happen. Who knows what kind of monsters might pop up? But soon, she found that she was obviously overthinking. Look, until the things were obtained, there was still no trouble at the scene. It seems that the incident happened suddenly and many people didn't notice it. There is divine light in his eyes. And after she figured out the properties of the object in her hand, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. Chaos Phoenix Crown. Absolute defense. It's truly worthy of being called the Chaos Treasure. It's truly powerful. With it, my voice in the group will definitely increase exponentially. It's a nice thought. But she obviously forgot that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As for what she has to pay for it. Second sister, it seems you are really worrying too much. That Phoenix Crown is truly just a chance. It's not a trap. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. During this period of time, neither Zhang Shengxi nor Liang Qi was idle. They are all using various methods to monitor Fang Ling. Obviously, Cao Wenbin made the right prediction again. But human patience is limited after all. Look, after the light once again enveloped the earth, Zhang Shengxi was the first to open his eyes. Of course, it's not just her. Liang Qi soon made the same choice. Then, it's really a waste of time. But in my opinion, this is not a bad thing. It's actually worth celebrating wildly. After all, this indirectly proves that Cao Wenbin's ambition is no longer as strong as it was in his previous life. Otherwise, why would he waste so much time on Dong Muyun? Think about it, would he do this in his previous life? The Fun Palace is famous far and wide, and every man wants to copy it. But when has he ever gone in there when he has something important to do, even though he has the real thing? Zhang Shengxi was stunned. Then he nodded unconsciously. At the same time, her little face quickly turned red. There was no way. The 3 words, Happy Palace, brought back some memories for her. The rooms with different themes. Don't tell me, he seems to be even more lustful in this life. If he were willing to use all the time he wasted on me to practice, then I can't say how much more, but his strength would at least increase by 10%. Although he was shy, Zhang Shengxi confirmed his sister's guess immediately. However, she only had time to say these 2 sentences. Because, 2 sisters, something terrible has happened. Many experts suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Butterfly Dance City. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the Yaokai Coalition forces. Because I saw Bai Qingyan in the enemy's command camp. But the weird thing is, Bai Qingyan doesn't seem to be the main conductor. Not even second in command. Judging from where she's standing, she seems to be ranked outside the top 3. Dai Monroe speaks very fast. But it's not urgent. Obviously, these 2 sisters who she had just met gave her a great sense of security. It looked as if as long as these 2 were willing to take action, there was nothing that could not be resolved. But the good times didn't last long. Just a few breaths later, something shocking happened to her. In her eyes, these 2 women should be invincible in the world, but after hearing what she said, their expressions changed immediately. Then he started to make hand seals frantically. This is summoning. They are actually summoning other allies. The pupils shrank subconsciously. Then, an extremely bad thought came into her mind. Of course, in order not to disturb these 2 backers, even though her heart was in turmoil, Dai Menglu still did not say a word. After the 2 women finished their work and began to fly towards the battlefield she mentioned, she carefully asked, Sisters, is this person here very troublesome? Why are you so nervous? Liang Qi and Zhang Shengxi first looked at each other, and then the corners of their beautiful mouths began to twitch. Troublesome. These 2 words are simply not enough to describe the other party's perversion. Let me tell you this. None of the 3 leaders on the other side is weaker than the 2 of us. That's why we're here. But don't worry, we have made all the necessary preparations. Plus, we have the advantage of location and people. So in this round, we will definitely be the ones to win in the end. The last two sentences are obviously to comfort Monroe. After all, as the landlord here, his role is quite significant. But although their voices were very gentle, Daimenglu still couldn't hold it back. There was nothing she could do. The reality was so far from what she expected. She originally thought that it was her good fortune to know two such powerful people. But now it seems that this is clearly a sinkhole. The kind that you can't climb out of at all. So, sisters, can you tell me how bad things could get here? Of course, it's not that I don't trust my two sisters. But I want to prepare early. After all, my sister's descendants are all here. If there is really a danger of destruction, I must leave some incense for my butterfly family. Silence. Only after the three of them reached the top of the city wall did Liang Qi speak again. It's my elder sister who's inconsiderate. I only wanted to prevent my sister from getting worried, but ended up giving up her family. But you don't have to worry about them. Although the other party's leader is a scumbag, he will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. As for you, if we lose, then with my sister's beauty, her life will most likely not be in danger. But in some places, you will definitely suffer a lot. It might even be turned into a toy. The description is very terrifying. Obviously, he didn't want Monroe to think there was a way out. But what they didn't notice was that the moment the words, "no longer in danger of life," came out, a trace of relief suddenly flashed in Daimenglu's eyes. Will you just be toyed with? No wonder the boss didn't give me any hints when he introduced these two women here. So he knew it a long time ago. My life is not in danger. Chapter 676. Let's see who surrenders first. Is the battle about to begin? Very good. I can finally show my skills. This time, I will definitely make a splash. After stroking the phoenix crown on her head, Fang Ling's face was full of confidence. Immediately afterwards, a space crack suddenly appeared in front of her. Obviously, she is preparing to go and provide support. Although the idea was good, before she could lift her legs, her body froze in place. After the initial confusion, her expression quickly changed. The excitement disappeared immediately. Instead, there was a deep fear. What's going on? Why can't I control my body? She wants to struggle. But even though she used all her strength, she still couldn't regain control of her body. Of course, this situation did not last long. After a few breaths, her body suddenly moved. Even though it's stiff. But it did move. But for her, it would be better not to move. Because judging from the trajectory of movement, the destination is not the space crack she opened up at all. Instead, he walked towards a passage that appeared out of nowhere. Don't want. The fear is even greater. She is not stupid. She knew very well that the other side of the passage was definitely not a good place. Unfortunately, she could do nothing but panic. All he could do was watch his perfect body step by step towards the abyss. Completion. Slowly closed his eyes. Intel. Miss Fang. Being an ostrich won't solve the problem. So, you better face reality. Fang Ling was stunned, because this voice sounded familiar to her. And the more you listen to it, the more familiar it sounds. As her memories flooded back, a flash of inspiration soon appeared in her mind. Could it be? She suddenly opened her eyes, then gritted her teeth and said, Cao Wenbin, it really is you. I'm telling you, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, I will burn you to ashes. As the saying goes, the unknown is the most terrifying. After figuring out who was behind this, Fang Ling instantly regained her confidence. And they are becoming more and more arrogant. As for the source of her confidence, even if you took great pains to capture me, so what? To you, my aunt is poison. If you touch it, you will be hurt. What can you do to me in this situation? And the reality is exactly as she muttered. As soon as Cao Wenbin's hand touched her, a white mist suddenly rose up. So she laughed immediately. How about it? Are you convinced this time? You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Remember, keep your eyes open from now on. Don't always be unable to walk when you see a woman. You must know that there are always people who are better than you and there are always things better than you. The didactic meaning is quite obvious. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, the smile froze on her face again. Because she said so much, but she still didn't take her hand away. Just let the white smoke rise. What on earth does this guy want to do? Very confused. As the instigator, Cao Wenbin did not let her be confused for too long. The next moment, poison, you're too confident. You must know that water can conquer fire. But when the fire gets big enough, ordinary water becomes a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, the smoke suddenly became thicker. Zhongzhou, I advise you not to do useless work. If you have this much time, you might as well go back to the Fun Palace and lie down for a while. After all, the meaning of your existence is to make that Cao guy happier, right? On the city wall, after a short standoff, Zhang Shengxi took the lead in attacking. And her words were indeed sharp. But before her voice faded away, there's nothing wrong with what you said. Making Wenbin happy is indeed the greatest meaning of my existence. But before we go back to Fun Palace, I have to take you with me. After all, facts speak louder than words. The past few days have proven that when you are around, Wenbin returns to Happy Palace the most frequently. Not surprisingly, Zhang Shengxi's face turned red immediately. The body was shaking wildly. She would never have thought that Zhongzhou would bring this up in public. Doesn't this tell everyone that she was once? And soon, what she worried about became a reality. Oh my god, is that Cao guy so powerful? He even took down our leader. Damn it. If that's the case, then why are we still struggling? Why not just surrender? How can someone who can't even protect himself protect us? Could this be a trick? A trick designed to trick us? Hey, Cao Wenbin's life is the real life. He uses the best resources and sleeps with the best girls. As for us, the best we can do is just survive. These whispers are very quiet. Weak mosquitoes. If it were under normal circumstances, even with Zhang Shengxi's strength, he would definitely not be able to hear it. But that is just the case. This is what she cares about most now. So, Zhongzhou, go to hell. You can make up a rumor about my aunt. How long have I been awake? When have I been to the Palace of Pleasures? After she finished speaking, she didn't give Zhongzhou a chance to speak again, and a giant palm containing destructive power suddenly fell down. Very fast. Boom. But even with the first mover advantage, she still didn't gain any advantage. There's nothing we can do about it, since both sides know each other so well. Although both of them remained calm, the surrounding environment was not so good. Look, wherever the shock wave passed, all the flowers, plants and trees turned into nothingness. It was pulled out so cleanly. Of course, this is just a small matter. What really confused everyone was that the sky was also affected by this collision. The void that was originally as smooth as a mirror was actually hit and a hole was created. What's strange is that there is no turbulence behind the hole. Instead, it is a sea of clouds full of fairy spirit. You can even vaguely see some pavilions and towers. Ordinary people are a little confused. Even the masters of holy lands like Niu Feng and Bai Qingyan were completely confused. After all, this situation is really too weird. It's totally against common sense. But it's different from them. However, the faces of those who existed before the Big Bang changed drastically. Then, Chapter 677 The Realm of Domination. The Realm of Domination. How is this possible? Didn't this place completely disappear after Wenbin and the others were born? Very shocked. But soon, the shock turned into joy. After all, this is where the two overlords stayed before they transformed. Even though most of the benefits have been taken away by the two of them. But if you say that there are no loopholes, even the two parties involved will never believe it. Besides, even if there really aren't any treasures left, this space alone is definitely worth exploring. What if I could find the chance to become the master in there? This thing holds all the benefits in it in your hands. In an instant, the eyes of those who knew the inside story turned red. Regardless of whether it was Zhongzhou or Zhang Shengxi, they all used secret methods to contact their men at the first opportunity. But what confused the two was that they received no response. What's going on? Very confused. But no matter how they tried, the result remained the same. Sister, could it be that Wenbin was so engrossed in playing that he forgot himself? Nian Yuyu's voice was full of uncertainty. Obviously, she was just guessing. But if you think about it carefully, there is some truth to this. After all, as insiders, they knew exactly what Cao Wenbin was doing at the moment. It's really possible. But before the sound faded away, Zhongzhou immediately shook her head. Han Zhongyu was rolling her eyes crazily. My silly sister. Although Wenbin likes to play, in all these years, when has he ever neglected his work? So any reason is possible, but this one is absolutely impossible. Besides, didn't Lu Zhilan come either? Could it be that he also? Nian Yuyu was stunned. Then he stuck out his tongue unconsciously. But soon, she no longer had time to think about these useless things. Because someone in the opposing camp could no longer resist the temptation. Buzz. Very fast. Obviously he is afraid of being stopped. So I used all my strength. Peak patroller. But when she saw the strength of the person who came forward, Nian Yuyu subconsciously curled her lips. To be honest, this strength is really not bad. No matter which force it is placed in, it is definitely the backbone. But wanting to rely on this foundation to enter the land of domination is absolutely wishful thinking. Bang! And the fact was no different from what she expected. Look, this guy who stuck his head out couldn't even get close to the crack. When it was about 500 meters away, it exploded out of thin air. And it exploded extremely thoroughly. Not only the body, but even the soul was not spared. Fuck. The occurrence of this unexpected change immediately suppressed the vast majority of people who were still ready to make a move. Never dare to make even the slightest movement again. Of course, they are honest. But ordinary people in the heavenly Dao realm like Dai Menglu became anxious in an instant. Because judging from the situation just now, they are not very stable. But they are unwilling to give up directly. After all, at their level, it is absolutely extremely difficult to make any progress. And the space behind this crack is obviously an opportunity. No, never give up. If you miss this opportunity, you will never find this store again. So, the Tiandao realm in the Lu family camp gritted his teeth and suddenly saluted Zhang Shengxi. Fairy Zhang, excuse me, what conditions are required to enter this space safely? Please also transform yourself into a Dao, so that I can give up waiting. To avoid more unnecessary casualties. That makes sense. But Zhang Shengxi looked embarrassed. Because although she knew this space, she didn't know much about it. Not to mention the specific circumstances. That's why she didn't move. But just when she didn't know what to do. Anyone who has reached the heavenly Dao realm, or has come into contact with the divine, can enter. But remember, no matter what level of cultivation you have, you must be extremely careful in there. Otherwise there will be disaster. Lu Zhilan's voice. Obviously, he was trying to rescue his woman. As soon as these words were spoken, Dai Menglu and others immediately waved their arms fiercely. After all, they crossed the line. Although it is the lowest grade, you may not enjoy the food there. But what's past is past. As long as you can get in, it's better than not being able to get in. Of course, they weren't the only ones happy. The Cao family is also very excited. As for the reason, they can fit in more. After all, we have all been in the palace of pleasures, so who hasn't come into contact with divinity? But the good times didn't last long. After the initial excitement passed, their beautiful eyebrows began to frown again. Because this is what Lu Zhilan said. Who knows if it's a trap? What if he was just trying to trick them? Let someone try. This is the safest way. However, this thought came quickly, but also went away quickly. After all, with Cao Wenbin's desire for control, if one person suddenly disappeared, even if it was a small unknown person, he would definitely go crazy. What should I do? Very confusing. But just like when Zhang Shengxi was in an embarrassing situation before, Lu Zhilan came out to rescue him. Just when they didn't know what to do, Cao Wenbin's voice quickly appeared in their minds. Those who meet the requirements, please go in. My intuition tells me that guy is not lying. The women were stunned. Then they were all overjoyed. Although the word, intuition, appears in this statement, it sounds unreliable. But all the girls understood that the little man must be 100% sure about this matter. Otherwise, I would never speak. Of course, although they were excited, they did not get carried away. Soon I started to think about the strategies and tactics for after entering. It's definitely not okay to stay together all the time. In that case, the space that can be searched is really too limited. But if they all scatter, that would be even worse. After all, many of them have very low strength. Just like Pei Luoxue. At this time he was only a second-rank emperor. If you walk alone, you will definitely not be able to move forward. So, after some discussion, the girls decided that Zhang Jian, Han Zhongyu, and Nian Yuyu, the three strongest ones, would act alone. As for the rest, they all united together and were commanded by Zhao Yuan'er. Walk. Since the strategy was set, the women didn't hesitate any longer. With a flash of their bodies, they all rushed directly towards the crack. And everything is just as Cao Wenbin said, they can indeed enter. No pitfalls. Chapter 678 The Wonderful Use of Divinity. Oh my God. This spiritual energy is too strong. If I could live here forever, why would I struggle? Just lying down would make you invincible. Without any surprise, as soon as everyone stepped over the crack, all kinds of discussions immediately rang out. Idiot. But for such remarks, both Zhang Shengxi and Zhang Jian looked disdainful. They are sure that this place is definitely not as good as it appears. Otherwise, Cao Wenbin and Lu Zhilin in their previous lives would never leave. Boom. And what a coincidence. Before their thoughts faded, a storm suddenly appeared at the end of their sight. Boundless. And the speed is incredibly fast. Fuck. Everyone's mouth opened subconsciously. There is no way, this storm is just too shocking. The destructive power contained in it is absolutely devastating to the vast majority of people here. If it is not handled properly, it will definitely turn into ashes immediately. Completely destroyed both body and soul. No. It's better to retreat first. Come back after things stabilize here. Great idea. After all, judging from the current situation, the crack is still quite stable. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Look, even if everyone tried their best, they still couldn't escape the storm. Depend on. Do you have to be so extreme? I haven't even warmed the ground yet, and I'm already throwing myself into a life or death test. So frustrating. But there is no solution. The next moment, the storm covered everyone. No trace left. Good fortune and bad fortune really do go hand in hand. Fortunately, I don't meet the requirements, otherwise, after this wave, there would definitely be nothing left of me. Just now I was envious of those Cao family women. Now, all I can do is feel lucky. Fortunately, my useless nature saved my life. Nothing else matters. I just want to see Cao Wenbin's expression. He's worked so hard for so long, but now he's back to where he was before liberation. He must be very excited right now. It's hard to say about Cao Wenbin, but if it were me, I would definitely cry without any rhythm. Originally, those who were blocked outside by the cracks were all extremely upset because they had missed the opportunity to return. Some very beautiful women were secretly blaming themselves, wondering why they didn't take the initiative to find Cao Wenbin. But as soon as this storm broke out, everyone's mentality immediately took a 180-degree turn. The troubles disappeared instantly. Schadenfreude has become the mainstream. However, this situation did not last long. As the storm gradually passed, the scene around the crack appeared in everyone's eyes again. The crowd of onlookers who were very lively just now suddenly became as if they were cast under a spell and became completely motionless. At the same time, an unbelievable figure gradually spread. As to why this is so, the power of the storm is truly beyond words. Look, people from other forces, no matter how high or low their cultivation level is, even the demon court lord like Niu Feng, have all suffered some injuries. As for someone like Dai Menglu who is just an ordinary heavenly Dao realm, her face turned pale. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. But the emperors like Pei Luoxue, who were considered doomed to die in everyone's eyes, were all safe and sound. Not only did the people look normal, but even their clothes didn't have a single tear. How is this possible? Why do these women do this? Just because they are Cao Wenbin's people, they get preferential treatment. But what they didn't know was that their subsequent complaints were actually the main reason. As the saying goes, everything in the world is interdependent and mutually exclusive. There can't be anything that is absolutely invincible. And divinity is the nemesis of all natural disasters in this realm of domination. No need to possess divinity. Even if one has had close contact with divinity, any natural disaster there will be powerless to deal with it. Buzz. Just as these onlookers were secretly denouncing the injustice of heaven, amazing changes occurred again on the other side of the crack. Every single one of the people in the Lu family camp chose not to stay where they were to recuperate. As soon as they caught their breath, they immediately went their separate ways like flowers scattered from heaven. It is obvious that although they are in the same group on the surface, after losing the ability to protect themselves, they simply cannot trust anyone else. Why? Liang Qi, who saw everything, soon sighed. As a military strategist, since Lu Zhilin has figured it out, how could she not see through it? In our previous life, we were defeated by this human heart. Do we still have to? No. We will never make the same mistake again. Since Cao Wenbin can win over people's hearts, then we must have a way. Of course, although they were unwilling, her and Zhang Shengxi's reactions were not slow at all. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. After all, everyone in the Cao family has been eyeing them covetously. If they don't leave now, they will most likely fall into the Palace of Joy again. By then, Jian, what should we do next? Are you still following the original plan? Without any hesitation, Zhang Jian nodded immediately. Just follow the previous grouping. But the details need to be slightly changed. I just observed that all the people in the Lu family camp are running westward. There's not one in the east. So after we separate, second sister and third sister, you will head south and north respectively. And I will always be between you two. In this way, we can draw a line and completely lock down this area in the east. Let everything inside belong to us. At the same time, we can ensure the safety of others as much as possible. The arrangements are comprehensive and there is no loophole. So no one raised any objections at all. Name: Fang Ling. Identity: the body is extremely yin fire, and it has been cultivated for thousands of years to form an innate creature. Strength: mid-stage heavenly Tao realm. Because of his various magical methods and deep foundation, even though his strength is mid-stage, he can definitely fight against an ordinary peak heavenly Tao realm cultivator. Appearance score: 98. Loyalty: 50. Your ruthlessness really scared her, so she's more or less convinced. And at this moment, her only thought is that her best friend will come to save her. Note: she still has some desire for freedom. After all, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. So as long as you can repel the reinforcements coming to her right in front of her a few times, she will definitely collapse quickly. She will never have the heart to rebel again. Chapter 679, The Law of Heaven and Earth. Good. Everything is good. Looking at the information on the divine record, a look of pride quickly appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. Of course, this wasn't the only thing that excited him. He would never have thought that after being burned by the extremely yin fire, the energy in his body would become even more condensed. Although the total amount is much less. But the power has at least doubled. As for the ability to hold one's own against others, it is completely incomparable. Big profit. All the effort I put in before was definitely not in vain. Of course, just a few breaths later, the thing he was most looking forward to arrived as expected. Nothing else but unboxing. The two standard ones. Very nice. The next moment. Yaoyang Bell. This is also a supreme divine object created together with the Yaoyang Lord. Its sound is extremely pleasant. However, those who are not strong enough to listen to it will inevitably become intoxicated. Unless rescued by the bell's owner, there is no possibility of awakening. It also has the effect of stabilizing space and regulating yin and yang. The frequent disasters in the realm of the Lord are precisely because the Yaoyang and dark bells disappeared at the same time. Note: this item is also the core of the Yaoyang Palace. Without it, no one can open the Yaoyang Palace. Therefore, please keep it carefully. Law of Heaven and Earth. Since the dawn of chaos, only two people have ever mastered this magical power. Once unleashed, you can reach for the moon in the sky, bend down and catch turtles in the oceans. Moving mountains and filling the sea is a piece of cake. When fighting, unless your opponent possesses equal strength or possesses this technique, they will be reduced to a pulp. There is no other way. Note: while this technique has no restrictions on its use, it is quite stamina intensive. Therefore, you must be fully energized before using it, or else, if you become a weakling, you will only add to the joke. As expected, as long as it's an innate creature, the reward will definitely be great. The more he looked, the more excited Cao Wenbin's face became. Because this method of controlling the heavens and the earth is so practical. With this technique, he could find a time to move the continent of gods and demons back to the divine realm. As for Yaoyang Bell, my intuition has been telling me that entering the realm of domination is a complete waste of time. But now, this warning has disappeared. It seems that what I lacked before was this Yaoyang Bell. Combined with the introduction of the Yaoyang Bell, I can also analyze that everything useful to me should be in the Yaoyang Palace. Thinking of this, a divine light immediately flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. But before he could take any action, he suddenly discovered that someone had gotten there first. It was none other than Lu Zhilan. And the moment this guy appeared, the Yaoyang bell, which he had not put away yet, also trembled slightly. It looked as if he had encountered something delicious. I really want to take it for myself. As a result, Cao Wenbin's heart suddenly trembled. He is not stupid, so the first possibility that came to mind was, that is, there is another bell on Lu Zhilin's body. It seems the reason why this guy didn't go in right away was to look for the key. In that case, I don't know what he was thinking about, but at that moment, a rather evil loneliness unconsciously appeared at the corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth. Then, come with me and do something bad. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin grabbed Fang Ling's arm. And this girl was obviously convinced. Look, the smoke that would appear whenever you touched it before is now completely invisible. Although her body submitted, her consciousness obviously still wanted to struggle. Therefore, you're dreaming. Mr. Cao, I advise you to let me go immediately. Otherwise, my girlfriends will never let you go. Both the voice and the expression are stern. But after hearing this, the evil look on Cao Wenbin's face suddenly became even more intense. That's a great feeling. Don't worry. As long as they dare to come, I will definitely treat them well. I wouldn't say how much, but it's definitely enough to keep you full. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin did not give the woman a chance to refute. He just dragged her away and disappeared on the spot. That illusory palace doesn't look very far away. Why can't I get closer? In the east of the domination realm, the large group of people led by Zhao Yuan'er have been running wildly for 5 days. But he didn't catch even a hair. As the saying goes, the first push is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. As the complaints came out, the girls suddenly lost the mood to run. Then, they all started looking for a place to rest. But sometimes, things are just like that. Just a few breaths later, a scream suddenly rang out. Come here quickly. There's a sapling here. It looks extraordinary. The voice was full of excitement. So, the girls who had just sat down suddenly felt as if their butts were on fire and rushed directly to the place where the sound came from. As for the previous fatigue, now that you have seen the baby, what is there to be tired about? Perhaps it was because it knew it could no longer hide, or it was just the time for it to be born, but the next moment, the black and white sapling, which was originally only as tall as an average person's ankle, began to grow wildly. And in the blink of an eye, it grew to 4 or 5 meters high. Of course, whether the tree grows tall or not is of no importance to the women. What really made them happy was that there were fruits hanging on the tree. Not much. At most, there are only 90 of them. But it is definitely enough. After all, there are less than 90 direct descendants of their Cao family. But as they observed more deeply, they soon discovered that these fruits did not seem to be exactly the same. The one on the left is whiter. The one on the right is even darker. Only the one in the middle seems slightly normal. It can't be poisonous. This is everyone's first reaction. Immediately afterwards, those pairs of beautiful eyes all looked at Zhao Yuan'er. The meaning is very clear, that is to let the team leader come up with an idea. Should I pick it or not? But what no one expected was. Chapter 680 The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Buzz. After the sound of a sword light appeared directly in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, this sword filled with the energy of reincarnation pierced directly into the soil at the foot of the big tree. Yes, why should we worry about whether it's poisonous or not? Why don't we just take it back and let Wenbin make the decision? The women who saw everything soon had a glimmer of understanding in their hearts. But what no one expected was that this powerful sword was actually defeated. The tip of the sword only penetrated 3 inches into the soil. Then it stopped completely. No matter how hard Zhao Yuan'er tried, she couldn't move forward at all. Oh my god, is the ground so hard? This is almost catching up with Wenbin's. An expression of disbelief spread instantly. But after just a few breaths, the women came back to their senses. The spiritual energy here is so rich, and the land has been nourished for endless years, so it has become a little harder, which is not a problem. Looks like I need to put in some effort. Shook his head. The next moment, all the women took out the digging tools that came in handy. No one is lazy. But just as they were about to start, a delicate voice suddenly penetrated everyone's ears. Sisters, please don't dig. My roots are very fragile. If you get hurt too much, you'll have to return to the world. Well, if you can promise not to overpick my fruit in the future, I'll go with you. How about that? Everyone was stunned. This sound. Is this the tree talking? Depend on. It truly deserves to be the place where two masters were born. There are so many strange things. Very shocking. Of course, although the brains were down, the girls' mouths were not idle. I took the opportunity to ask the biggest question in their minds. Your request is not excessive. But what is your role? Can it make one's cultivation level soar? Or can it increase the potential of the monks? Maybe it really didn't live enough, because the next moment, the sound of the big tree appeared again in a hurry. I can't do any of what you said. The only thing I can do is to ensure the fate of your child. With me here, their aura is absolutely amazing. Even if you try hard, you won't suffer. That's right. I can also enhance your husband's strength. I can't say how much more it can be, but adding 50% is definitely something I can do. No surprises. The girl's eyes immediately turned green. Even Bai Qingyan, the lord of the Holy Land, is no exception. Then they subconsciously dropped the tools in their hands. After all, this is a supreme divine object that can ensure that their future children will never suffer. Anything that could possibly cause harm is heresy. Then, little sapling, we must slow down. We're not in a hurry. There's always time. Don't worry, no one will touch your fruit from now on. You can do whatever you want with it. As long as you can do what you say, then nothing will be a problem. Huh, is this place still comfortable? There's a warmth everywhere. West of the Dominion's realm, Lu Zhilan, dressed in black, is running for his life. The goal is very clear, pointing directly to the illusory palace that can be reached outside the crack. But as he was running, he suddenly stopped. Then he turned and looked to the west. Is there a fight going on in the heavenly Dao realm? Did you find something good? As he calmed down, a very faint sound of quarreling soon entered his ears. Tiger Shao, are you still a human being? You've been a homeless dog twice. All forces regard you as a disaster sent by heaven. No one will take you in. And just when you were at your wit's end, I, remembering our friendship in the demon world when we fought side by side, reached out and helped you. But you actually attacked me while I was collecting spiritual herbs. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? The voice was full of anger. The words hit the soul directly. But it's obviously useless. This is not. Yao Jisheng, we are all 1,000-year-old foxes, so please stop doing these useless things. I admit, you're really nice to me. He's not stingy at all with his cultivation resources. But as the saying goes, having it from your parents is not as good as having it yourself. So even if the Jade Emperor comes today, you must leave your life and this grass to me. Watch this. Didn't listen any further. Lu Zhilan suddenly opened his eyes. Then he flew directly towards the source of the sound without saying a word. At the same time, a strong murderous intent slowly spread. As for his goals, it was none other than Tiger Roar. Of course, he is not doing this for justice. I just want to make my own camp more pure. This is better management. After all, that Tiger Roar is obviously not an easy thing to deal with. If he really gets control of Baekyeoteng, who knows what kind of trouble he might cause. And this is obviously a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. With this life-saving grace, the person who uses medicine to save lives will definitely not have any second thoughts. It's an unexpected success. As a result, his speed suddenly increased to another level. We arrived at our destination almost in the blink of an eye. As soon as he saw him, a hint of surprise flashed in Yao Jisheng's eyes. Then, my dear Lu, you came at the right time. Help me take down this lunatic. After the task is completed, I will reward you handsomely. My joy is beyond words. But Hu Xiao was extremely disdainful of this. Yao Jisheng, it seems you are at the end of your rope. Even my brain is starting to get confused. What kind of waves can a kid like this, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, stir up? But my luck today seems to be really good. After all, if I remember correctly, the two beautiful girls leading our group seem to be this guy's women. Doesn't this mean that as long as I can take it down? Then there is a high probability that. The more he spoke, the more excited Hu Xiao became. Then, without even hesitating, he flashed behind Lu Zhilan. Then he formed his right hand into a claw and immediately reached for Lu Zhilan's back. Obviously preparing to strike a successful blow. But what he didn't notice was. Chapter 681, Be the Oriole again. How dare you think about my two wives? Who do you think you are? Without any surprise, Lu Zhilan's eyes turned red. After all, whether it is Zhang Shengqi or Liang Qi, they are both his Achilles heel. Moreover, these words brought back some bad memories for him. So, go to hell. As soon as the roar fell, Lu Zhilin turned around suddenly. Then he punched directly onto Hu Xiao's palm. Boom. The explosion was earth-shaking. However, the two people fighting did not retreat a single step. Tai. That's impossible. As soon as this result came out, Hu Xiao went crazy. After all, he is at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. But what about the little brat in front of him? But he hasn't even touched the door to the heavenly Tao realm. It is no exaggeration to say that the gap between the two sides is like that between a mayfly and a big tree. Fireflies and the bright moon. There is no comparison at all. But now it is. I just don't believe it. With a cold snort, Tiger Roar attacked again. The trick is the same, still heartfelt. The only difference is that this time his hand turned into a tiger claw covered with white hair. Obviously, he was serious. Even the true form is revealed. Boom. But the result is no difference. Lu Zhilin didn't seem to use any means, but he was able to easily block the attack. Oh my god, what kind of monster has emerged from the Lu family? This is almost catching up with Cao Wenbin. When the result came out this time, excitement suddenly appeared in Yao Zhisheng's eyes. He knew that his life was definitely saved. At the same time, he finally understood why those two extremely terrifying women would commit themselves to this little brat. With such potential, which woman wouldn't be confused? No, I have to recover quickly. As long as I can move, I will definitely be able to stop this bastard named Hu today. So, he didn't waste even a second and immediately began to madly absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. And with the density of spiritual energy here, it wouldn't take much. Just a stick of incense would be enough for him to recover to the level he wants. But he was happy, but Hu Xiao was numb. After all, once is a coincidence, but twice, it is inevitable. Everything proves that this kid in front of me is really capable. It's not a trick. Are we going to make a strategic retreat? And then make a long-term plan? Very confusing. However, this idea came quickly, but it also went away quickly. After just a few breaths, the tiger's roar completely threw it out of his mind. Because he suddenly remembered that he had no way to retreat. The leaders of the two major camps were offended by him. If there is no good result today, he will definitely become a rat crossing the street. Everyone is calling for his death. Damn it, I'm going to fight you. I've weathered so many storms. I don't believe I'll capsize in this little ditch of yours. As soon as he finished muttering, a millstone filled with a destructive aura suddenly appeared above Hu Xiao's head. It was his conceptual magic weapon. Go to hell. The momentum is terrifying. But Lu Zhilin, who saw everything, immediately curled his lips in disdain. Compare magic weapons with him. Are you sure you're not here to make fun of me? Today, I will let you, a frog in a well, know how big the Tianhe River really is. Grin. The next moment, a small black tripod covered with mysterious runes blocked Hu Xiao's way. You are the frog in the well. Hu Xiao was also very disdainful of this. After all, in hundreds of thousands of years, he has never seen a magic weapon that can compete with the millstone in his hand. Boom. But as the collision sound rang out again, his eyes popped out. There's nothing we can do about it, the result is just too shocking. In his eyes, the millstone that should have been invincible in the world was defeated this time. And they were defeated completely. That little tripod didn't even shake. But his millstone was about to fly out of his sight. When it passed by him, it almost hurt him. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. My thoughts are confused. His face was full of confusion. However, this state did not last long. The next moment, he woke up. Then he was ready to run. Let the rats cross the street, let them cross the street. It's better than losing your life. Unfortunately, it's all too late. By the time he reacted, Lu Zhilin's counterattack had already arrived in front of him. Not good. He wants to hide, but there is no way to avoid it. Therefore, puff. As the sound of cutting flesh was heard, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his chest. At the same time, his spirit suddenly became excited. The condition has never been better. But Hu Xiao knew that this was not a good thing. A last gasp. Damn it, am I really going to die here? No. My ideal is to be in power while awake, and to sleep in the lap of a beautiful woman while drunk. How can I die when even half of it hasn't been achieved yet? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and then threw out all the treasures he had collected over the years except for the millstone. Then, burst. Not many words. But the power is earth-shattering. If you look closely, you can find that this area has even been blown into space fragments. But you have to know that this is the realm of domination. Zhao Yuaner, who controls the underworld, has a super powerful space that can't even scrape the ground. However, it was precisely because of this cover that Hu Shao quickly found a way to survive. I really have a destiny. Want to kill me? You still have to practice. The face is very distorted. But just when he was about to say something harsh, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. And it's obvious that they have been waiting for a long time. Therefore, he didn't even have the chance to react. He grabbed his throat. You! The tiger roared in horror. Because he has recognized that the man picking peaches is also his archenemy. Cao Wenbin. So, he didn't care about feeling sad anymore and immediately prepared to use the same trick again. Directly detonate the millstone. After all, although treasures are good, compared to life, they are nothing. But before he could turn his thoughts into actions, a voice full of disdain suddenly drilled into his ears. Do you think I'm that idiot Lu Zhilan? Use the same move twice. You're the one who thought of that. As soon as the voice fell, the millstone that had accompanied him throughout his life suddenly lost contact with him. In his eyes, there was only a coin with wings. Chapter 682 Backhand. This is called falling treasure money. It's specifically for collecting people's magic weapons. Okay, you country bumpkin can go to hell now. Remember, don't think about any woman in the future. Zhang Shengxi and Liang Qi appear to have the surname Lu, but in reality, their surname is Cao. How could you possibly figure that out? As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers, directly cutting off Hu Shao's life. Then he threw it into the Yaoyang Ding. After all, such good nutrients should not be wasted. Besides, it can prevent future troubles. Cao Wenbin. It's you. Damn it, you're following me. Just as he finished his work, Lu Zhilan's voice suddenly rang out. Even a fool could understand the anger in it. But Cao Wenbin was extremely disdainful of this. Then, what's wrong with following you? If I don't follow you, how can I clean up your mess? Do you know that this boy has always been thinking about my 2 wives who were left with you? If he gets away, there was no surprise. Before Cao Wenbin could finish his words, Lu Zhilan's face turned eggplant color. That's my wife. It has nothing to do with you. I can protect their safety myself. You are not needed at all. Cao Wenbin curled his lips slightly. Can you stop deceiving yourself? From the beginning to the end, you are just a figurehead. The right to use them has always been with me. Don't forget, you've already ruined yourself in order to save others. This time, Lu Zhilan couldn't hold it anymore. Especially when he remembered that he had never touched either Zhang Shengxi or Liang Qi. But the boy in front of me is. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately controlled the dark cauldron to cover Cao Wenbin. Very fast. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Cao Wenbin by surprise. But just as he moved, a small tripod that was also surrounded by mysterious runes but was extremely white appeared in front of him. It's the Yaoyang Ding. Oh shit, isn't this guy awakened yet? If that's the case, then how did he get this thing? Very confused. It is even more helpless. After all, the guy in front of me is really weird. No matter what, I'm always one step ahead of him. But soon, he had no time to think about these things. Because, boom. The explosion was earth-shaking. The shock wave swept away everything in sight in the blink of an eye. As for the feeling of tremors, that even shocked the onlookers outside the crack. Oh my god, what happened over there? Is there another natural disaster? Everyone, I'm going to excuse myself first. I have a feeling that after this incident, the structure of this supreme plane will undergo a huge change. So I have to prepare early. You mean, the Lord of the Holy Land will perish in there? Don't talk nonsense. That's not what I meant. Of course, the most shocking thing is not these guys. But it was Yao Zhisheng, who was closest to the explosion and had been shaken to the point that his internal organs were displaced. Depend on, are they the inspectors, or am I the inspector? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Also, judging by Cao Wenbin's tone, it seems that he has already killed our 2 mainstays. Damn it, if that's the case, then what's the point of all this trouble? Why not just raise the white flag and surrender? The more he thought about it, the more panicked Yao Zhisheng became. Then he didn't even hesitate, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slipped away quietly. Because he had already seen that Lu Zhilin would lose this round. Although the strength of these two little brats is comparable, Lu Zhilin's endurance is obviously not as good as that of the guy surnamed Cao. Boom. And the facts soon proved that his vision was indeed very accurate. As a result, after 100 moves, Lu Zhilin was suddenly embedded in the ground. Then, it disappeared completely without a sound. The art of dark movement. Want to leave? It's not that easy. He rolled his eyes slightly. Then Cao Wenbin also disappeared. It's almost exactly the same as the teleportation technique used by Lu Zhilin. The only difference is that the light that flashes is black. The other one is white light. Of course, Cao Wenbin has not forgotten the little grass that caused the dispute. It was fine if he could pick it, but when he got it in his hands, Cao Wenbin almost dropped his jaw. Yang boosting grass. Good fellow, you want to kill someone. Such a rich yin and yang energy. Did my husband run into that Cao guy? Billions of miles away, Zhang Shengxi and Liang Qi, who were originally on their way, suddenly stopped. Then they all turned their heads and looked towards the west. At the beginning, they all looked very happy. After all, since Lu Zhilin came in, it proved that their men had sensed a major opportunity. As long as nothing unexpected happens, our strength will definitely make a qualitative leap after this time. But the good times didn't last long. As the shock waves swept through the two people's bodies one after another, their faces suddenly turned black. Because even though the shock wave was extremely weak when it reached where they were, they still analyzed that their men were already at a disadvantage. What should I do? The feeling of entanglement spread instantly. To be honest, if they followed their true feelings, both of them wanted to set off immediately to rescue their men as soon as possible. But the problem is, there is also an opportunity not far from them. And it's not small. I can't say how much more it is, but after getting it, it can at least increase their combat effectiveness by 20%. How about this, sister? Let's split up into two groups. I'll stay here and continue to mine opportunities. And you are going to help Zhilin. This way, we can achieve both goals without any delay. You can have your cake and eat it too. However, although she was conflicted, Liang Qi also knew that time was precious and could not be wasted. So quickly, a plan that was not really a plan was put forward. Zhang Shengxi was also very clear about their current situation. So I nodded immediately. But just as she was about to leave, Liang Qi grabbed her arm again. Second sister, what are you doing? Zhang Shengxi's face was full of confusion. What surprised her even more was that after catching her, Liang Qi didn't say anything. Just struggling there alone. Could it be? It wasn't just something he thought of. At that moment, Zhang Shengxi laughed. Then, second sister, if you have anything to say, just say it. Why should this happen between us? Have you forgotten that there are no secrets between us? Liang Qi was stunned. Then he laughed too. At the same time, two pills suddenly appeared in her hands. The aroma of medicine is so strong. Obviously it is not an ordinary thing. Sister, this is the elixir I made some time ago. Originally, I prepared it for myself. But now it seems that you need them more. The one on the left is called the soul-fixing pill. After taking it, no matter what kind of tactics you encounter, it will keep your mind and spirit absolutely clear. It's valid for 1 year. And the one on the right is the ultimate pill. The validity period is also 1 year. As for the effect, the pill is just as its name suggests, it guarantees that no one will die. Sister, if you go there this time, you will definitely meet that Cao. And if something is impossible, you must not get stuck in a dead end. Just take the pills. With a year as a buffer, I was able to rescue you anyway. These words really come from the heart. So, Zhang Shengxi nodded without even hesitating. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Even if there are no elixirs, I will not go to a dead end. That Cao guy has arrested me so many times, we all know each other. That's all he is. There's nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 683, Dog's Life is Tough. Huh, we're finally here. After millions, I'm finally back here. Cao Wenbin, wait until I get out of here, and I'll see what you can use to fight me. Looking at the palace not far away that was emitting pure yin energy all the time, Lu Zhilin smiled. My back straightened up unconsciously. The energy and spirit are instantly boosted. That's right, this is the Dark Temple. His real birthplace. As for why this thing can give him such great confidence. In his memory, there are a huge number of treasures here. It also has many rooms that can help people improve their strength by leaps and bounds. It is no exaggeration to say that this palace is the greatest opportunity in the world. Even if the others are tied together, it won't make up for it. But at this time, Cao Wenbin obviously had not yet awakened. Even if he got the Yaoyang Ding from somewhere, he definitely didn't get the Yaoyang Bell. In other words, the Yaoyang Temple will definitely not be opened. So, it seems that I am still more skilled. Planning for reincarnation, yet forgetting about awakening. What an idiot. The disdain is beyond words. Of course, he didn't hesitate too much. After all, the longer the night, the more dreams you have. So the next moment, he quickly stepped onto the platform in front of the palace. Buzz. As soon as he stepped forward, he was surrounded by a huge amount of pure yin energy. To be honest, if it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to stay in this environment for too long. Even the lord of a holy land like Yao Jisheng can only hold on for 1 or 2 hours at most. After all, this extremely primitive spiritual energy is the most poisonous poison in the world for acquired creatures. It feels great, but Lu Zhilin didn't care about it at all. After a few breaths, he breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, a lot of benefits have been gained. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Just as he was about to take out the bell and fully activate the Dark Palace. Husband, be careful. Lu Zhilin was stunned. Then his face changed drastically. Because he sensed that an extremely terrifying attack was coming towards his back. Cao Wenbin, depend on. You're getting too carried away. Forget about this dog skin plaster. He wants to hide. But everything is too late. He put in all his effort and only managed to avoid the vital points. Therefore, puff. After a sound of cutting flesh, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his chest. He was seriously injured in one go. Fortunately, the next moment, Zhang Shengxi appeared in front of him. This prevented him from getting hurt further. Sister Shengxi. Lu Zhilin's face was full of embarrassment. There was no way, he was in such a miserable state at the moment. But Zhang Shengxi didn't care. She immediately waved her hand gently. Husband, you don't need to say anything. Hurry up and go in to heal your wounds. Leave this to me. Don't worry, I will never let this guy go beyond the line. What I said is very decisive. But Lu Zhilin hesitated. After all, he knew better than anyone that this Cao guy was definitely not someone to be trifled with. There are more tricks than you can imagine. Plus, Zhang Shengxi hasn't recovered to his peak strength yet. But before he could say anything, an extremely gentle energy suddenly burst out from Zhang Shengxi's body, directly sending him to the door of the temple. Husband, don't think too much. Just go in. I'm just afraid of this guy's teleportation technique. As for the rest of his methods, they are not even worthy of my attention. No matter how you listen to it, there is nothing wrong with this statement. So, Lu Zhilin didn't hesitate any longer. After gritting his teeth, he took out the dark bell. Dang, the sound is crisp, and it's very pleasant to the ear. At the same time, the door of the Dark Temple, which was originally tightly closed, seemed to have received some instructions and immediately opened slowly to both sides. Boom. However, this process did not last too long. As Lu Zhilin's body jumped in completely, the two doors slammed shut again. Very fast. Even if Cao Wenbin used the Yaoyang teleportation technique, he still couldn't catch up. Depend on. Very unwilling. But there is nothing we can do. Even though he took out his bell, the door in front of him remained unmoved. Obviously, the palace and the bell are a matching set and cannot be mixed. You're lucky, kid. Of course, he was unwilling, but after knowing that it was impossible, he didn't force it. Then he turned around with an evil smile and looked at Zhang Shengxi. Then, Sister Shengxi, you really can break my heart. Have you forgotten every detail of our time in the continent of gods and demons? You were so good to me back then. It can be said that every request is granted. I'll let you. Shut up. Zhang Shengxi's reaction was huge. The little face is even redder. It's obvious that he has guessed what Cao Wenbin is going to say. Chapter 684 Two Conceptual Magic Weapons. At that time, I was just deceived by you. But now, my aunt is awake. So you'd better get out of here. Otherwise, be careful that I will turn my back on you. There was a chill in the voice. The words were spoken in a very decisive manner. But Cao Wenbin looked indifferent about this. At the end, he even laughed evilly. Turning against me. It doesn't matter. You'll definitely recognize what I'm going to take out later. By the way, do you think the sound insulation of this door can match its hardness? Zhang Shengxi's face changed. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. By the time it appeared, it was already 1,000 meters away. That's right, she was about to run away. After all, the job is done and my husband is safe, so there is no need to stay any longer. Unfortunately, although the idea is good, her movement skills are obviously no match for Cao Wenbin. Just as she was about to continue, Cao Wenbin had already blocked all her escape routes. Sister Shengxi, don't you know what kind of person I am? I will never give up until I achieve my goal. So, you better stop struggling. Just cooperate. You're dreaming. Zhang Shengxi's expression suddenly became even uglier. At the same time, an astonishing aura suddenly burst out from her body. Then, boom, force your way through. And she really has some skills. This attack directly forced Cao Wenbin back more than 10 meters. He fought for a way out for himself. But the good times didn't last long. Before she could show her joy, she suddenly discovered that another woman appeared in front of her. Originally, she wanted to yell, "Get away." But when she saw the person's face clearly, a look of deep disbelief immediately appeared in her eyes. Yi Qinger, how is this possible? You've already been completely destroyed. The sound is shrill, but more of them are still despair. Because she knew that this time, she would definitely not be able to escape. After all, she knew exactly how powerful this strange creature in front of her was. In their time, he was the undisputed third best player. It's no exaggeration to say that even if it's Lu Zhilan, he definitely won't be able to defeat the other person without 1,000 or 800 tricks. Second sister is still the one who has foresight. A bitter smile. Then the soul-fixing pill and the ultimate pill flew into her mouth at a rapid speed. Without any hesitation, I'm afraid that if I'm a little late, I won't have the chance to eat it again. Just as she finished getting ready, Cao Wenbin and Yi Qinger arrived beside her. The next moment, bang, 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 being attacked from both sides, she completely lost her ability to resist after just 3 moves. Of course, even so, she still didn't give up. After rolling her eyes a few times, a sneer suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. Mr. Cao, even if you can capture me, what good will that do? See what I just did. I'm telling you, those two are both peerless poison pills. That means I'm a poisonous person now. If you dare. What you said is very realistic and concise. But it was obvious that she was desperate and was trying anything. This is not poisonous. Sister Shengxi, have you forgotten that I know the law of poison? What kind of poison do you think can stop me? By the way, this was taught to me by your husband. Isn't that a coincidence? After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate any longer and directly pushed Zhang Shengxi to the stone gate of the Dark Palace. Boom! Billions of miles away, after unremitting efforts, Liang Qi finally broke all the innate restrictions that blocked her. Then, a painting with an earthy yellowish color and a harp suddenly appeared in front of her. As her spiritual sense probed out, the information about the two things suddenly appeared in her mind. Atlas of all worlds. A magic weapon born with chaos. It records the topography of all planes. Whether known or undiscovered, it is all recorded there. And as long as those who hold it keep their feet on the ground, they will be invincible. Even if you have a magic weapon of the same level, don't even think about hurting its owner. The Netherworld Mysterious Sound Harp. Also born with chaos. It also contains a vast amount of chaotic piano music. As long as it is played, it can increase various abilities for the designated person. Ignore all obstacles. The piano music never stops, and the game never stops. Extremely mysterious. 2 conceptual magic weapons. My elder sister and I's perception was indeed correct. Liang Qi was shocked, but she was not happy. Because it has been a full half-month since Zhang Shengxi left. But from beginning to end, she did not receive any reply. So you still can't escape the clutches of Cao Wenbin. Fortunately, the shock wave never appeared again. This proves that my husband is out of danger. The smile is bitter. While her brain was frantically analyzing, her body was never idle for a moment. After reaching out and taking both magic weapons into her body, she quickly rushed towards the direction where the last shock wave came from. Even though it was probably too late, she still wanted to fight for it. After all, what if we catch up? It was precisely because of this expectation that she unleashed all her potential along the way. The journey that would normally take 3 to 5 days to complete, she arrived in just over a day. What a magnificent temple! Is this the place where my husband was born? It's truly extraordinary. After seeing the surrounding situation clearly, Liang Qi's expression became more and more excited. There is no way, because this environment is too friendly to these creatures with dark attributes. With such a geographical advantage, her husband and her elder sister might not necessarily lose to that Cao guy. But this thought did not last long. As she slowly walked around to the main gate of the shrine, her heart twitched unconsciously. The smile that had just appeared on his face froze. Still can't fight. Damn it. Cao Wenbin clearly hasn't awakened yet, so why is he even more difficult to deal with than in his previous life? What on earth is going on? Very confused. But at the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief. As for the reason, looking at this situation, my husband should have hidden himself in the palace. As for that Cao guy, there's a high probability that he has no solution at all. That's why they resorted to such despicable means. In that case, Liang Qi gritted his teeth and then quickly cleaned up the scene. Burn all the rags. Immediately afterwards, a flood washed over the ground. After a short while, the place that was originally in a mess was completely restored to its original state. The means are extremely skillful. Obviously, she has done this kind of thing many times before. Very good. The only thing we need to consider now is how the eldest sister appeared. As long as this can be accomplished, then my husband will know nothing. Chapter 685, Yaoyang Temple is full of opportunities. Depend on. What on earth did this chick eat before? I've tried so hard, why can't I achieve the desired results? Cao Wenbin, who was on his way, had a look of confusion on his face. According to his original plan, as long as Zhongzhou lost his mind, he would immediately ask him to help knock on the door in an alternative way. And if Lu Zhilin fails to hold on, everything in the Dark Palace will be completely Cao's. Even the King of Heaven can't change it. But unexpectedly, this almost perfect plan ended in failure before it even began. Zhongzhou strangely took on everything. Don't even give him the chance to test Lu Zhilin. No, we must find a way to break this trick. Otherwise, it would be too passive. However, although he had the idea, the reality did not give him the time to implement it. The next moment, a palace that was almost identical to the Dark Palace appeared before his eyes. The only difference between the two is their aura. The Dark Palace is constantly absorbing and exhaling extremely yin energy. It looks quite dark, and this one is pure holiness. It seems that this is the palace that matches the Yaoyang bell. Lu Zhilin, Lu Zhilin, you sacrificed your wife to get this treasure, but I can get it easily. Now you should know how useless you are. When it comes to ability, you're not even worthy enough to carry my shoes. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. Of course, he didn't hesitate. After all, he has never forgotten the famous warning that villains die because they talk too much. Because of this, the Yaoyang bell appeared in his hand the next moment. Dang! Just like the introduction, the sound is extremely pleasant. Even with Cao Wenbin's knowledge, he couldn't help but feel happy after hearing this. Good. It deserves the title of the second most celestial sound in the universe. What a pity, there's still a big gap between us in the first place. I don't know what he was thinking about, but a sly smile soon appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was already in the Yaoyang Palace. Boom! Just like the situation on Lu Zhilin's side, the palace gate here also closed very quickly. But at this moment, Cao Wenbin was in no mood to pay attention to this. All his attention was drawn to a cushion in the middle of the palace. To be honest, this thing isn't very fancy. Just clean. It looked as if no matter how much wind and frost it went through, it would never be stained by any dirt. But in Cao Wenbin's perception, this cushion looked completely different. He only felt intimacy. A deep sense of intimacy. Buzz. Of course, the effect of this thing did not disappoint him either. Just like that, as he unconsciously sat cross-legged on it, a huge amount of pure yang energy suddenly rushed into his body. This is not energy, but it is the power of origin. It was not until this time that Cao Wenbin discovered that there were so many deficiencies in his body. These hidden dangers might not be apparent to him when he was at the heavenly Tao realm. Even when you reach the domination realm, it probably won't matter. But if you go up, something will definitely happen. Even if there's nothing else here, this time it's definitely worth it. This is the truth. Because as his origin gradually became full, although his strength did not improve at all, his combat effectiveness was completely incomparable. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to fight Zhang Shengxi again, Yi Qinger wouldn't even need to take action, as he would be 100% sure of winning the final victory. And it was a complete victory. Cool. Stand up suddenly. His right hand waved subconsciously. What made him even more excited was that the surrounding environment came into view and he soon discovered that there was a second floor. Obviously, there are still a lot of opportunities here. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin rushed out immediately. In just a few steps to the second floor. But what confused him was that the second floor was not as glittering and luxurious as he had expected. After searching the entire place, he only found a box made of unknown material. Although the thing was inconspicuous, as the lid was slowly opened, Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed unconsciously. As for the reason, he found that if the Book of Life was placed in it, it would be perfect. I see. This must be the birthplace of the Shining Sun Lord. And most of the treasures in his hands also come from here. After figuring it out, a burning light suddenly flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. He plans to pick up the bargain. He didn't believe that such a huge Yaoyang temple would be completely looted. So, just a few breaths later, he rushed up to the third floor again. And the facts soon proved that his analysis was completely correct. On the third floor, he found a jewelry box that was just big enough to hold the evil jade pendant. Soon after, the origins of the Chaos Phoenix crown, enlightenment bracelet and other heaven-defying treasures also appeared in front of him. Of course, what excited him the most was his second guess, which was also correct. However, the Lord Yaoyang failed to plunder this place completely. However, his idea of picking up a bargain was completely dashed. Because when he was about to step onto the fifth floor, a barrier blocked his way. And the intensity is quite high. His intuition told him that even if he tried his best, there was no possibility of breaking through. Depend on. We're already inside, why would we need a barrier? Very unwilling. After all, even a fool can understand that there must be an amazing treasure behind this. At the same time, he also understood why Lord Yaoyang left this precious land. He must be just like him, unwilling to accept it. Then he ran out to find help. And once he left, he never came back. Chapter 686 Countermeasures. No more time to waste. We're already half a month behind Lu Zhilin, and that guy seems to have been prepared for this. If we keep stalling. Cao Wenbin's expression suddenly became serious. Then, he went downstairs without looking back. Of course, he had nowhere to run. After all, that kind of efficiency is really too low. After arriving at the square in front of the shrine, he started writing and drawing on the ground with a special kind of animal blood. This is a large sound transmission array. It can increase the effective distance of all sound transmission methods exponentially. With it, even if Zhongzhou and others have reached the end of the realm of domination, they will definitely be able to receive the information he sends. Boom. As a shock wave slowly spread out, Zhao Yuaner and others who had been busy for more than 10 days finally reaped the rewards. No more, no less, they are also two conceptual treasures. I'm rich. I'm really going to make a fortune this time. As soon as this result came out, all the girls jumped up immediately. The excitement is beyond words. But before they even hit the ground, their delicate bodies suddenly stiffened. Then they all looked towards the east. The movements are quite neat. Then, quick, put down everything you're doing. Except for these two conceptual magic weapons, I don't want any of the others. We have only one goal now, and that is to get to Yaoyang Temple as soon as possible. Zhao Yuaner's voice was full of anxiety. After all, she knows Cao Wenbin's character better than anyone else. It is no exaggeration to say that if we only talk about arrogance, then no one in ancient and modern times can be compared with him. But it is this person who is now asking for help. And still asking for help from everyone. Depend on. What on earth is going on over there? The more she thought about it, the more panicked Zhao Yuaner became. Then he disappeared right where he was. In the air, only one sentence remained. Qianchen, you stay and lead the main force. I'll go over and take a look first. Buzz. There was no surprise. All the people in the Cao family who received the message were very anxious. The first one to arrive was none other than Zhao Yuan'er, who had tried her best and left her large army behind. Of course, Nian Yuyu and Han Zhongyu, two women who are relatively far away from here but are stronger, are also not much inferior. Following Zhao Yuan'er, they almost happened at the same time. Wenbin, where are you? Don't scare me. But when they got there, their hearts were even more worried. Because the area around the palace is extremely quiet. It looked like everything was already over. Huh. You're finally here. The flowers have been waiting for are about to wither. But just when the three women were about to break down and cry, a lazy voice suddenly came into their ears. Immediately afterwards, two figures appeared in front of them. One of them is naturally the Cao Wenbin they have been thinking about day and night. As for the other one, Zhang Shengxi. Looking at the situation in front of them, the three women were all stunned. After all, this is really weird. Wasn't Zhang Shengxi confronting them not long ago? How did she run into her husband's arms so quickly? Could it be, husband, have you already subdued this chick? But this isn't a big deal, is it? Why make such a big fuss? You know, our legs are almost broken from running. But his tone was full of dissatisfaction. But after he finished speaking, they all breathed a sigh of relief. For them, as long as nothing happens to the person, that's better than anything else. It won't kill anyone to make this trip. Although they were happy, Zhang Shengxi, who looked tired, exploded. Which eye of yours saw that my aunt surrendered? I tell you, this is because you came early. Otherwise, you can just wait to collect the corpse of this beast. It doesn't take much. Just give me one more day and he will become a mummy. Very powerful. But all three women subconsciously curled their lips. If it were anything else, they might still believe it. But for this, they can only laugh. Han Zhongyu, who is well versed in pharmacology and medical skills, saw through Zhang Shengxi's specific situation at a glance. So, if I'm not mistaken, the reason you've been able to stay awake and haven't caused any casualties until now is probably because you took the elixir Liang Qi refined before you were captured. Soul-fixing pill. Unrivaled pill. Don't talk much. But Zhang Shengxi, who heard every word, immediately felt like the sky was falling. The little face lost all color in the blink of an eye. After all, since they can see it, they naturally have the means to crack it. That is to say, and the reality is indeed similar to what she imagined. Look, Han Zhongyu's gaze soon fell on Cao Wenbin again. Husband, please stop wasting time these few days. Wait for me to sort out the materials, and then I will help you make the counter elixirs. Although there is no solution to the ultimate pill. But the soul-fixing pill is a piece of cake. It seems that Liang Qi has forgotten that the soul-fixing pill is sometimes called the engagement pill. His eyes turned white and Zhang Shengxi could no longer hold it in. She was already extremely tired and fainted immediately. Got engaged. Is this not allowing people to survive? Seeing that this old rival was frightened and fainted so easily, a look of pride suddenly appeared on Han Zhongyu's face. You keep going crazy. Just wait, this is just the appetizer. If I don't let my husband temporarily turn you into a little eight, then I won't be named Han. It is obvious that the two of them must have had a grudge in their previous life. But just when she was about to start whispering in his ear, Cao Wenbin spoke. All right, let's put these trivial matters aside for now. Sister Zhang Yu, can you tell me what Lord Yaoyang's strength was like when you first met him? Han Zhongyu was stunned when he was named. Then I subconsciously prepared to say, it's your own business, why are you asking me? But before she even opened her mouth, she suddenly reacted. Then, he quickly changed the subject. When we met, his strength was not much different from yours now. Of course, if it's a comparison, you should be slightly stronger. After all, his physical fitness at that time was not as good as yours. My soul power is not as strong as yours. Chapter 687 Conceptual Barrier. Like me, even weaker than me. After getting the correct answer, Cao Wenbin's expression suddenly became excited. After all, if Lord Yaoyang was at his peak right after his appearance, then there would be no need for him to struggle at all. Just go home. Husband, what's wrong with you? Seeing him like this, Nian Yuyu and the other two immediately expressed their confusion. But Cao Wenbin did not answer. The next moment, he dragged the three of them into the Yaoyang temple. And in the blink of an eye, we reached the junction of the 4th and 5th floors. Quick, come with me and attack this barrier. Remember, no one should hide their shortcomings. Use as much strength as you can. She's the one who's done the most work. When this is all over, I'll accompany her around the entire Fun Palace. All three girls rolled their eyes. Is this a reward? A proper punishment, all right. Of course, although they thought so, the three women's actions were faster than each other. Zhao Yuan'er took out the judge's pen. Han Zhongyu took out the holy halo. Nian Yuyu took out the staff of desire that Cao Wenbin had given her not long ago. Immediately afterwards, they all adjusted their momentum to the peak. Boom! The explosion was earth-shaking. If there were outsiders here at this moment, they would definitely be shocked. After all, this energy is really too amazing. Rarely seen in the world. If an ordinary person in the heavenly Tao realm were to get even a little bit of it, he would definitely die. Depend on. Unfortunately, even so, the four still failed to achieve any results. The barrier is still the same as it was before. It looked as if it was not the one being attacked. Wrong. Although there was no result, after this test, the four people realized that there must be something fishy. Especially Han Zhongyu, she narrowed her eyes the first moment. After all, she has seen the world. She had even seen the domination realm using all its strength more than once. It is no exaggeration to say that the energy just unleashed by the four of them has definitely exceeded the critical point of the heavenly Tao realm. If this can't achieve the purpose, then there is no need for this barrier to exist at all. The things it protects will become a joke. So, this is a conceptual barrier. Brute force is completely useless. We must meet certain conditions before we can cross over. In an instant, all four of them were blessed. But what follows is even greater confusion. What are the conditions? Confused. The first thing the three women excluded was anything related to yang energy. After all, Cao Wenbin in his previous life was an expert in this field. If it really has something to do with yang energy, then there is no need for him to go out and look for help. Give him enough time and he can solve it himself. What is it that Wenbin has absolutely no way of finding, so he has no choice but to run out for help? Oh right. The next moment, all three women laughed. Then they said in unison, extreme yin qi. This is the only thing that guy doesn't have at all. After he finished speaking, the three women didn't even hesitate. With a flash, he arrived directly in front of the barrier. As the extremely yin energy in their bodies began to spread outward, the barrier that had been indestructible just now, as if even the King of Heaven could not do anything to me, suddenly collapsed. And the magnitude is getting bigger and bigger. Not long after, it reached the critical point. Then, bang! First there was an extremely slight sound, and then the barrier completely turned into starlight. There is no trace of it left. Yeah. After the success, the three women were so excited that each one was more excited than the other. Oh my god, is that all? But Cao Wenbin was stunned. The corners of his mouth were twitching wildly. A peerless treasure born from yang energy, but the barrier inside requires extremely yin power to destroy. Are you sure you are not kidding? Is this what they call learning from other people's experiences to polish jade? Speechless. However, his body is never idle for a moment. Almost at the moment the barrier disappeared, he started climbing the stairs. What will it be this time? According to the rules of the previous floors, the treasures here should be no less powerful than the Chaos Phoenix crown. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. My pace subconsciously quickened a lot. Really? And the reality did not disappoint him. Just as he stepped onto the 5th floor, 3 balls of golden light suddenly appeared before his eyes. At the same time, the properties of the 3 things quickly emerged in his mind. The spirit of body building. The spirit of soul refining. The spirit of condensed energy. 3 extremely magical gases. As long as I can take it into my body, I won't have to worry about these 3 things in the soul and body realms anymore. As long as the 3 balls of gas do not dissipate, the improvement will not stop. Good fellow. This is the real rare treasure. If I had obtained them earlier, I would have reached the heavenly Tao realm. How can life be so tiring? As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin took the 3 balls of golden light that would make anyone drool and put them into the palace of joy. He was not in a hurry to refine it. After all, now is obviously not the time. The passage to the 6th floor is still waiting for him. Get started. The voice was full of urgency. But these two words are obviously redundant. Because before he said it, the three women had already started moving. Buzz. But soon, embarrassing things happened. The three women worked hard for a long time, but the barrier leading to the 6th floor only sank a little bit. At this rate, it would take at least 3 to 5 months for it to turn into starlight. Depend on. Originally, Cao Wenbin wanted to complain. But after opening his mouth for a long time, he couldn't say a word. There's nothing we can do, since he's obviously the culprit behind this incident. If he didn't love to make trouble, how could the three women, with their strength, only possess such a small amount of extremely yin energy? But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when the four of them were at their wits' end, they discovered that there were more people coming to the square. And there are quite a few. And the leaders were Mu Qianchen and Bai Qingyan. The main force has arrived. This is really timely. Little barrier, this time, I want to see how you can fight me. The corners of his mouth curled up. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, the 5th floor, which was originally empty, suddenly became crowded. I'm a fucking genius. If anyone dares to say that I am not doing my job again, I'm definitely going to get angry with him. Chapter 688. Something that shouldn't appear. Cao Wenbin is quite satisfied with his masterpiece. Buzz. And these women did not disappoint him either. As the strongest Bai Qingyan and Mu Qianchen began to set an example, the 5th layer of the barrier immediately collapsed. And the speed is quite fast. There's hope. All the women subconsciously showed joy on their faces. After all, they dream of doing something for Cao Wenbin. But the good times didn't last long. The resilience of this layer of barrier was completely beyond their expectations. After half a cup of tea, the barrier had obviously sunken to an extremely exaggerated degree, but it still remained intact. Zhao Yuaner, who was in charge of observation, keenly discovered that the barrier actually showed signs of rebound. Although not by much, but it is definitely not an illusion. So, quick, those who haven't made it yet, hurry up and help me. We must do it in one go. Otherwise, if we want to break the formation, it will take at least 10 days or half a month. The voice was full of anxiety. But soon, a touch of despair slowly spread. Because almost everyone who can take action has already done so. As for the rest, however, just as everyone was about to stop and take the time to recover so as to be able to sprint again as soon as possible, a soft voice suddenly penetrated into everyone's ears. Let me try it too. The women were stunned. Immediately afterwards, surprise appeared on everyone's face again. Is there any other expert? But as the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. When everyone looked in the direction of the voice, they all sighed. Because the one who spoke was Zhongzhou. Of course, they don't have any objections to it. But Zhongzhou's strength is really too poor. The saint level is not yet complete. With this level, it is impossible to release much extremely yin energy. Never mind. There's no hope anyway. Just give it a try. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, Jun Anlin smiled and gave up a seat. Buzz. But what confused everyone was that after standing firm, Zhongzhou actually burst out with extremely terrifying energy. The damage he caused to the barrier alone was no less than any of the previous groups. Even 2 or 3 batches. How is this possible? My husband always torments her. Sometimes they even give us special care. Under such circumstances, how did she manage to accumulate so much extremely yin energy? Very confused. Some people with wild imaginations were even wondering whether Cao Wenbin used Zhongzhou's place as a resting place. On the surface, he was going to play, but in reality, he was going to sleep. Wrong. However, this thought came quickly, but also went away quickly. After all, Zhongzhou is Jun Xiaoyao's biological mother. Their little men may cheat on anyone, but they will never do that to Zhongzhou. I see. Just when most people were confused, Han Zhongyu's eyes suddenly burst into a gleam of light. Then, after all, Sister Zhongzhou gave birth to Jun Xiaoyao. Although Jun Xiaoyao hadn't awakened yet at that time. But the Dark Lord is the Dark Lord. How could the extremely yin energy be weak in the place where he has been? It is precisely because of this that Sister Zhongzhou's cultivation has never been able to improve. After all of our family's skills and environment are more yang-oriented. I'm born to be incompatible with yin energy. The analysis is very clear and logical. As a result, a hint of enlightenment suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. At the same time, the barrier finally reached its limit. After a bang, the charming starlight appeared again. Walk. Cao Wenbin was overjoyed. Then he took 2 steps at a time and went straight to the 6th floor. This time, the stuff will definitely be better. It's a nice thought. But when he stepped onto the 6th floor, he was completely stunned. Because what caught his eye was a gun. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. After all, the level of this thing is not low at first glance. But the key point is that this gun is too feminine. Not only is the gun body very short, but many parts are pink. If I take this out. Never mind, let's give it to someone else. It just so happens that Jian is quite knowledgeable in this area. Shaking his head, Cao Wenbin then prepared to put the thing away. I'm too lazy to even look at the attributes. Buzz. But I don't know whether it was Cao Wenbin's attitude that angered the other person, or what happened. Anyway, as soon as the 2 sides came into contact, this extremely delicate gun began to vibrate violently. Don't give Cao Wenbin any chance to collect it. This gun is actually someone's companion treasure. How is this possible? Even Zhang Jian and Han Zhongyu have never been to this place. Even if there is a companion, it will only belong to the Lord Yaoyang. How could it be? Cao Wenbin subconsciously took a step back. At the same time, his body suddenly tensed up. To be honest, if it were someone else, they would just think this is novel. As for what's deeper, that's totally unimaginable. After all, the companion treasure is definitely a high-end product. Most people have never even heard of it, let alone seen it. But Cao Wenbin is different. He has received similar awards. So I saw through everything at the first moment. But it's not just him, Han Zhongyu is the same. Immediately afterwards, the 2 of them began to explore all the details of this layer together. But what confused the 2 was that no matter how hard they looked, they found nothing. Except for their own people, everyone else here is their own people. Husband, let's withdraw first. Then we can make a long-term plan. This place is so weird. The voice was full of solemnity. At the beginning, Cao Wenbin thought the same thing. But before he could move, he threw the idea to the horizon. There's nothing we can do, since Lu Zhilin is doing the same thing. If he stopped and the other side gained something, then the advantages he had gained before would probably vanish in an instant. Even completely passive. Of course, what really made him decide not to leave was that Zhang Shengxi also arrived. In other words, his left and right arms are here. If you don't dare to give it a try, there's no point in fighting for world domination. Go home to a warm bed with your wife and children, then wash your neck and wait for death. Sister Zhang Yu, you will be responsible for security from now on. Leave the task of breaking the formation to me and Sister Jian. Chapter 689, Twists and Turns. Don't worry. No matter who is hiding in the shadows. No matter what trick it is, I will never let it succeed. What I said is very decisive. So Cao Wenbin stopped hesitating. He took Zhang Jian and Zhang Ru, who had just arrived, directly to the barrier leading to the 7th floor. Sister Zhang Ru, are you still okay? Do you need to recover for a while? No words. Zhang Ru returned a reassuring look. It started to explode again. And Zhang Jian, who just arrived, is no less impressive. Of course, Zhang Jian's extremely yin energy is far inferior to Zhang Ru's. But the black bead in her hand was extremely strange. The extremely yin energy that erupted was not only of extremely high purity. The number is quite astonishing. Husband, this is the Xuanian pearl I just got. Chaos level magic weapon. It contains a low-level small world filled with extremely yin energy. It's extremely useful. It was because of it that I was delayed, that I arrived a little late. But judging by the current situation, it seems to be a blessing in disguise. Don't let Cao Wenbin guess blindly. Zhang Jian immediately explained the whole story. But the good times didn't last long. As she spoke, she closed her mouth unconsciously. Then he started to operate the Xuanian pearl with all his strength. There's no way around it, the barrier blocking everyone's way is just too stubborn. Even after being attacked like this, the extent of the indentation is still not large. Damn it, the strength has increased by at least 10 times. Cao Wenbin's face is very dark. Because according to his estimation, the 2 women should not be able to break through this barrier. And the facts soon proved that his estimate was correct. Just look, Half an hour later, Zhongzhou was the first to be defeated. At the same time, the Xuanian pearl in Zhang Jian's hand also showed obvious signs of loss of power. Why? It would be great if Lu Yunxiao was here too. If the two mothers attack together, plus the Xuanian pearl, this barrier will definitely not be able to withstand it. And just as he was daydreaming, the girls who had just recovered a little also began to make contributions. The scene is very touching. But it's just a drop in the bucket. After everyone was busy, the depression of the barrier only deepened by 1 degree. So, no more hesitation. Otherwise, all the sisters' efforts will be completely in vain. She gritted her teeth, and then a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the depths of Zhang Jian's eyes. Then, he started muttering to himself with his little mouth. Click. Not much noise. But everyone present had their pupils shrink unconsciously. Because this sound was made by the Xuanian pearl. That is to say, as expected of you, big sister. Decisive indeed. At the same time as the praise appeared, the crack on the Xuanian pearl also expanded to a critical point. The next moment, boom, an extremely terrifying mysterious and yin energy suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, under Zhang Jian's control, they all rushed towards the extremely stubborn barrier. As for the results, click, 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 the dense noise came soon. Obviously, the barrier has reached its limit. But just when everyone thought that this was about to come to an end, the energy released by the Xuanian pearl was actually used up. And there is nothing left to be squeezed out of them either. Depend on. One only regrets not having enough when one needs it. If I had known this, I would have worked harder. Cao Wenbin is very depressed. After all, it's just a little bit closer. But they simply couldn't find the last straw. Is this really going to stop here? Very unwilling. But there is nothing we can do. As for going out to find someone, not to mention his people, they are already here. Even if we can really find someone willing to help, with the recovery speed of this barrier, by the time he comes back, it will definitely be too late. Hee. I never thought that you, Cao Wenbin, would actually get humiliated sometimes. Where's the energy you used to torture me? Use it. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when even Cao Wenbin himself couldn't think of anyone else who could help him, an unexpected person suddenly appeared not far from him. It was none other than Tian Yulin. It was not until this moment that Cao Wenbin remembered that he had forgotten to close the door when he went to pick up Zhang Jian. Of course, he also knew that this was not the time to think about these trivial details. So the next moment, he pointed directly at the barrier that still had cracks. Quick! Hurry up and mobilize the extremely yin energy in your body to attack it. Tian Yulin was stunned. Then she subconsciously curled her lips. I'm just here to laugh at you. Why should I listen to your orders? There is dissatisfaction written all over the little face. But before she could say anything else, she suddenly discovered that a small palace suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's hand. Tian Yulin's delicate body suddenly began to tremble. Because she recognized that the small palace was the happy palace where she had stayed for many days and which had changed her greatly. This guy actually wants to. Roll your eyes slightly. However, although her consciousness was lost in memories, her body was not idle. With a flash, he stood directly in front of the barrier. As the master of Linglong Valley, her understanding of human nature is naturally beyond reproach. She knows exactly when to make a fuss and when not to make a fuss. So, boom. Although it has recovered a little, it is still a short time after all. Therefore, Tian Yulin only had to pay less than 30% of the extremely yin energy to completely transform the barrier into starlight. My aunt is indeed a lucky star. Very proud. But as soon as she turned around, she found that she had finished all the work, but the happy palace still became bigger. And the door is wide open. It was obvious that he was waiting for her to fall into his trap. You are sick. Tian Yulin bit her lip and then prepared to go around. But obviously, it's too late. The next moment, Cao Wenbin suddenly appeared beside her. Sister Yulin, don't be in such a hurry to leave. You've done such a great deed this time, so I naturally have to thank you. By the way, when we parted last time, didn't you say you wanted to make amends? And since it's a regret, it naturally can't exist for too long. So, you better go in first. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done. As he spoke, Cao Wenbin began to pull Tian Yulin. As soon as the word, regret, came out, Tian Yulin was immediately confused. So, she reluctantly walked through the door of the happy palace. Done. Let's go to the 7th floor first. Chapter 690, finally reaching the 7th floor. The stairs are not long. There are only a dozen levels in total. So very quickly, Cao Wenbin and others crossed over. But as soon as they stood firm, everyone was frozen in place. The smile that had just appeared on his face froze instantly. Similar to the 6th floor, there are no jewels or precious stones here either. As far as the eye can see, there is only a woman who is firmly fixed in midair by 7 chains with sealing properties. But at this time these chains are no longer complete. 6 of them have been broken. There is only one left, and it is still struggling. As for this woman's appearance, quite perfect, not worse than Tianyan and Shifeng at all. And her temperament is completely based on Cao Wenbin's aesthetic. The ultimate control. It was as if whoever stood in front of her would become a younger brother or sister. 7 breaks 6. Could it be that the barriers at each level above are actually chains? Once all 7 are broken, this woman will wake up. In an instant, Cao Wenbin imagined everything. At the same time, he finally understood what was going on with the gun on the previous floor. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be this woman's. Of course, what excited him the most was that this woman also touched the goddess record. And the ranking is quite high. In other words, as long as you can. Life is indeed full of surprises. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his right hand. The intention is obvious, which is to test the last chain. But just when he had everything ready and was about to take action, Zhongzhou flashed and stood in front of him. Husband, you should first place some restrictions on her, and then find a way to save her. After all, we only know a person's face but not his heart. What if we go to great lengths to rescue her, but she doesn't know how to be grateful? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for us? That makes sense. So, all the women who were originally standing behind Cao Wenbin. Get over it immediately. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously preparing to wait downstairs. As to why this is so, they are all experienced people, so they naturally know what the most effective restriction of the Cao family is. Cao Wenbin was also very moved by what he said. After all, rewards are what matter. Therefore, buzz. With a flash, he immediately pounced on the target. But what confused him was that he actually came up empty-handed. It went straight through the opponent's body. Soul. Wrong. She is the spirit of the weapon here. This chain isn't a seal, it's a restriction. As long as I can completely unlock it, then this palace and she will completely belong to me. His eyes instantly became hot. After all, even a fool can see the strength of this palace. Therefore, come back. I can sense that this chain can only be dissolved by the extremely yin energy. So you still have to fight again. The women were stunned. Then they laughed one after another. Did they still need to continue working hard? Very nice. Of course, they also knew very well that they were no longer able to fight at this moment. So without saying anything, they all sat cross-legged and started to recover. And Cao Wenbin was also not idle. The Eternal Realm was established at the first opportunity. But he soon discovered that Zhongzhou, who had also been squeezed dry a long time ago, did not follow the crowd. Instead, he looked worried. What's wrong? Without hiding anything, Zhongzhou immediately revealed her true feelings. This last restriction is not easy to break. I calculated it, even if we all recover to our peak condition. That's definitely not enough. Among them, at least one Zhongru is missing. His tone was full of helplessness. As for the accuracy of the data, the strength of these layers of barriers increases by a multiple of 10. Quite a good guess. Therefore, there is absolutely no possibility of deviation. But what she didn't expect was that while she was almost dying of anxiety, Cao Wenbin was. Sister Jian, just focus on recovering. I have my own way to deal with it. With a wicked smile, Cao Wenbin disappeared from the spot. No one knows where he went. Dark Temple. Millions of years. I'm finally going to break through this 7th level of restriction. Cao Wenbin, this time, I wonder what you can use to fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 magic weapons that had been surrounding Lu Zhilan suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, the massive amount of pure yang energy that erupted from it rushed towards a chain. Nothing is wasted. These 9 things were collected by him in his early years with great effort. Never used externally. Even at the final battle, he was reluctant to let it show up. For this moment, And the facts have proved that his efforts were not in vain. Look, with the efforts of the massive amount of pure yang energy, the chains melted away quite quickly. Every time you blink, it gets a little smaller. A few minutes later, there was a click sound and it broke completely. At the same time, the woman in the air slowly opened her eyes. Is it finally time for Yu Qiwei to be born? The voice is full of charm. Even Lu Zhilin, who was already dying, felt an impulse rising in his heart after listening to it. Of course, the most attractive thing about this woman is her eyes. Standard peach blossom eyes. Look at everyone with affection. But even though she had just woken up, she wasn't confused for too long. I adjusted quickly, and he noticed Lu Zhilin at the first moment. Then, little guy, who are you? Why do I feel such a familiar aura from you? Also, why are our physiques exactly the same? Hearing these questions, Lu Zhilin's face turned red unconsciously. Because although this woman who had never woken up didn't remember anything, he knew everything. When heaven and earth were not yet separated, he was still a ball of extremely loose gas. Although the energy contained is extremely powerful, it urgently needs a stable environment that can gather energy. Otherwise, over time, his life level will inevitably decline. So, he quickly set his sights on this temple that had the same attributes as him and could suppress everything. At the beginning, the woman was quite repulsed by him out of instinct. After all, I won't allow others to snore beside my bed. But all good girls are afraid of clinging to men. Under his constant persuasion, the unconscious woman finally couldn't bear it. The first floor is open to him. Because of this, a strong bond was formed between the two. Chapter 691. Not only kill, but also destroy the heart. I'm a bad talker. I don't know what to say. So you better watch it yourself. After he finished speaking, Lu Zhilin immediately released his sea of consciousness. Completely defenseless. It is obvious that he trusts Yu Qiwei very much. And this woman wasn't polite either. I started investigating immediately. Depend on. But as she watched, Yu Qiwei, who had originally been smiling, suddenly changed her expression. And it's getting uglier and uglier. That kid formed from pure yang energy is really going too far. You actually gave all the women related to you too. It just so happens that he hasn't awakened yet and is also in this world. In that case, let's take this opportunity to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. What he said was very decisive. Immediately afterwards, Lu Zhilin felt his eyes blurred. Then he discovered that he had returned to the realm of domination. And the woman in front of him seemed to no longer be a simple spirit. Looking at his appearance that is no different from that of an ordinary person, it is obvious that he already has a body. So, depend on. Logically speaking, this should be a good thing. After all, what kind of combat power can a weapon spirit have? But people, it's completely different. But Lu Zhilin, who saw everything, looked constipated. Then he even revealed a hint of despair. As to why this is so. He knows exactly how lethal Cao Wenbin is to women. So far, he has never seen anyone escape from his palm. Zhongzhou is strong enough. Liang Qi is strong enough. Isn't it that guy who has been? Sister Qiwei, can you transform back into a spirit? Or you can just use it as a magic weapon for me. That Cao Wenbin is not that strong. There's absolutely no need for you to do it yourself. That's putting it mildly. But Yu Qiwei didn't appreciate it at all. I know what you're worried about. But you should just put your mind at ease. You should know that I have reached the half-step master realm. Based on what you remember, there isn't a single person in that kid's camp who can stand up to me. Not to mention capturing me. Even if I'm really tricked, I can ignore everything and return to the Dark Palace. In this situation, what can Cao do to me? Could he possibly even contend with a wall? No matter how you listen to it, it makes a lot of sense. But Lu Zhilin was still worried. There was nothing he could do, since he had heard too many similar remarks. My ears are almost calloused. But the result is wrong. But soon, he had no time to continue persuading. Because he suddenly remembered that before he entered the palace, Zhongzhou was at the door of the palace. But now there is nothing nearby. Could it be that Zhongzhou couldn't escape from that guy's clutches after all? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Zhilin's heart suddenly tightened. Then, he began to write and draw on the nearby land. Judging from the appearance, he is obviously setting up a sound transmission array. Looking at his back, a trace of heartache suddenly flashed in Yu Qiwei's eyes. After all, something happened right at the gate of the Dark Palace. Although she was not conscious at that time, she still had instincts. So more or less, I still know something. Why? What a poor child. Forget it, let's give him a hand. Even if I have to live in a dream for a while, it's better than being heartbroken. As soon as she finished speaking, a divine light suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes. There is no fluctuation of mana. But the next moment, Lu Zhilan, who was not on guard against her and was extremely excited, became confused. Go to sleep. When you wake up, everything will be wonderful. After saying that, she directly took Lu Zhilan into the Dark Palace. Then he completely disappeared from the spot. Buzz. While Lu Zhilan was working frantically, Cao Wenbin finally arrived at the crack. That's right, he was planning to go back. Because the key to breaking the deadlock lies in the Supreme Plane. Unfortunately, although his plan was good, some people did not want him to succeed. Just as he was about to jump, a palm wind suddenly appeared in front of him. Quite powerful. The person who took action was obviously not weak. At the same time, Mr. Cao, I finally waited until you were alone. God really does reward those who work hard. Tell me, how do you plan to die? Of course, if you're willing to return junior sister Lan Shan to me, then I can pretend I didn't see you and let you go for now. As soon as the voice fell, Yin Qingzhou immediately rushed out from the shadows. His face was full of hatred. Although he said he was happy, Cao Wenbin was confused. Could it be that this guy drank fake wine? Otherwise, how could he do such a cruel thing? But I still don't understand. But at this moment, he had no time to fool around. So, get out of here right now. Otherwise, die. There was nothing else in his tone except murderous intent. And Yin Qingzhou was indeed shocked. I subconsciously took a step back. But soon, he came back. Then, with his face flushed, he roared, Cao, who the hell are you trying to scare? Don't think you're invincible just because you defeated Dong Muyun by cheating. I can tell you responsibly that I am no worse than that woman. And I have this. As soon as he finished speaking, a mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. There is a trace of chaotic energy surrounding it. Obviously, this is his real confidence. But Cao Wenbin was full of disdain for this. Compare magic weapons with him. Purely funny. And this time, he didn't hesitate. Of course, in order to save time, he was not prepared to fight him one-on-one. Besides, since we have decided to kill, we can't just kill people. And it has to be heartbreaking. Because of this, the next moment, a peerless beauty suddenly appeared in his arms. It was none other than Yin Qingzhou's master, Tian Yulin. Boy, didn't you tell me to wait in the Palace of Pleasure? Why did this bring me out again? I'm telling you, don't even think about that. I won't cooperate with you. That's very rude. But anyone can tell that this is just acting coquettishly. As long as you are tougher, all the words just now will immediately become nonsense. So, Chapter 692 Yin Qingzhou, die. Master, you are. Looking at everything in front of him, Yin Qingzhou was stunned. How could my master appear so suddenly? Where was it hidden before this? Depend on. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. But hard work pays off, and soon he thought of a possibility. Fun Palace. This thing has been widely circulated among senior officials recently. It is even described as a paradise on earth. Of course, this wonderland is for men. Once a woman enters. No, I must be overthinking it. Master is pure and innocent. For tens of thousands of years, no man has ever been able to enter her heart. This guy surnamed Cao is no better than anyone else. So it definitely can't be. Everything in front of me must be a misunderstanding. Or there is some unknown reason. But even though he was muttering this, his face was getting paler and paler. After all, he is not blind. The way his master looked at others was so sexy that it almost made him angry. And the most important thing is that he also found a faint blush on his master's cheek. As for what this means, even a fool can understand it. Oh my God. Just when he didn't know what to do, the people under the crack were also shocked by this scene. Could it be that even Tian Yulin was captured by Cao Wenbin? When did this happen? Why wasn't there even a whisper of it? That must be what happened in there. Look at Tian Yulin, she's clearly in the passionate love phase. I have to say, this Cao Wenbin is really resourceful. First it was Bai Qingyan, now it's Tian Yulin, the two beauties of the universe, and neither of them can escape. Damn it, this is what life is for them. holding the most power, sleeping with the most beautiful girls. And ours, at best, is just survival. Oh, it's really a mess. The fall of Tianyulan means that half of the land in the Supreme Plain has been taken over by the Cao family. It will be even more difficult for small forces to have both sides. This Yin Qingzhou is a complete clown. He didn't even bother asking around before setting up the ambush. Now he's ambushed his own master. I want to see how this ends. There was a lot of discussion. However, due to the distance, it did not reach Tian Yulin's ears. But even so, Tian Yulin's face still showed shyness. There's nothing I can do, Yin Qingzhou's eyes are just too dazzling. So after she realized what was happening, she immediately broke away from Cao Wenbin's arms. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its previous appearance. It can be as majestic as it wants. Then, Yin Qingzhou, if I remember correctly, not long ago, I seem to have specifically instructed that all personnel were forbidden to go out. Then can you tell me what you are doing now? Who gave you the courage to offend the leaders of other forces? As expected, a layer of fine beads of sweat immediately appeared on Yin Qingzhou's forehead. But before he could start to defend himself, another voice came into his ears. Sister Yulin, I have an urgent matter. So don't waste your time with him. Let's work together to kill him. This will allow me to leave smoothly and also maintain your dignity. No one will dare to ignore your words again. Kill two birds with one stone. Yin Qingzhou's eyes were bloodshot when he heard this. Then he didn't even hesitate, he turned his body and knelt directly in front of Tian Yulin. Master, please don't listen to such slander. I admit that I was wrong. But no matter how you look at it, it's not a crime punishable by death. Besides, our Linglong Valley is extremely short of talent right now. Junior Sister Tianyan, Junior Sister Lanshan, all of you belong to Cao. Under these circumstances, if I die, will Linglong Valley still be Linglong Valley? That makes sense. And Tian Yulin was indeed persuaded. But the good times didn't last long. Just a few breaths later, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly emerged from Tian Yulin's body. Then he suddenly rushed towards Yin Qingzhou. Don't want. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent, Yin Qingzhou panicked. Then, he subconsciously took out the mirror. I have to say, the baby is indeed a good baby. But people, that's almost realized. And he doesn't have superpowers. Although it temporarily delayed the offensive in front, it was completely powerless against the offensive in the back. Puff. The next moment, the tip of a sword suddenly appeared on his chest. It immediately cut off all his chances of survival. At the same time, boy, you might not have thought that your master is very smooth. The sound is even more. Killing people and destroying their hearts. However, Yin Qingzhou ignored Cao Wenbin and instead stared at Tian Yulin. After a few breaths, he even laughed. There is a lot of madness in it. Of course, his words were equally sharp. Rubbish crap. I, Yin Qingzhou, can assert that before long, there won't be any Linglong Valley left in this Supreme Plain. And your end will definitely not be any better. After all, men are always fickle. Once this Cao has experienced everything about you, he will definitely treat you like trash and throw you into a corner. When that time comes, you will know how foolish your actions today were. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on his face. That look was as if he was saying, I'm just taking a step ahead. Sooner or later you have to come down and keep me company. But just as his consciousness was about to fade away, a scolding voice that he was so familiar with suddenly appeared in his mind. You're still the same as when you were little, always trying to be smart. You think you see everything, but in fact, you don't understand anything. Indeed, judging by the current situation, Linglong Valley is doomed. But how can a Linglong Valley be compared with the entire world? You said, if the person who inherits this world in the future has half of my family's blood in his blood. So, in this world, who is surnamed Cao, or who is surnamed Tian? The smile that had just appeared for a short while suddenly froze on Yin Qingzhou's face. Then he opened his mouth subconsciously. Obviously he wants to say something. Unfortunately, his body was no longer strong enough to support his revenge. So until he died, he couldn't utter another word. Boy, I even killed the backbone of my family for you. I've paid so much, and if you're still unwilling to give me more benefits, then even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. Cao Wenbin smiled. Then, He directly hugged the little elf who was acting coquettishly in front of him into his arms. Don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. After all, I have already prepared your benefits for you. So rich that you can even doubt your life. Chapter 693 Explosive News. Buzz. After eliminating Yin Qingzhou, the unknown obstacle, Cao Wenbin's next journey can truly be described as smooth sailing. No setbacks encountered. Because of this, he quickly arrived at the destination of this journey, the heartland of Shaoyao sect. Then, is Sister Yunxiao here? An old friend is visiting. Please show yourself. The sound is not loud. But the sensation it caused was not small at all. After all, because of the matter of the realm of domination, the Shaoyao sect has sent out all its elite members. The rest are basically the old, weak and sick. If this is an enemy. Of course, it wasn't just Xiao Xiami who was panicking. Lu Yunxiao, who hadn't left her boudoir since she came back last time, was also confused. She never thought that this guy would come to her door. What? Addicted? No, I absolutely cannot go out. And with his personality, if he doesn't get a response for a while, he will definitely leave on his own initiative. Perfect idea. But at this moment, Madam, you should go out and take a look. I can feel that the opponent is very strong. We simply can't handle it. Lu Yunxiao's eyes were bloodshot when he heard this. At the same time, she also realized that she could no longer hide. After all, with Cao Wenbin's strength, it is impossible for him not to notice what is happening here. So, stop talking. Bang. Without any hesitation, Lu Yunxiao directly killed the guy outside the door. First of all, it's to vent my anger. Secondly, it is also to clean up the scene. Because she knew very well that Cao Wenbin was definitely not here to chat. If what she is about to say gets leaked out, it will definitely ruin her reputation. And the reality was pretty much what she expected. Just as she finished her work, a figure that she was so familiar with suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Then, Sister Yunxiao, so you are here. Don't mention it, this environment is really nice. It's a pity it's too empty. It's not as cozy as a toilet. No surprises. Lu Yunxiao's face suddenly turned red. The scene of the first meeting between the two of them unconsciously emerged in my mind. At that time, she was arrogant and proud. I insisted on having a drinking contest with the person in front of me, but in the end. But even though her face was blushing, she didn't show any fear in her mouth. Don't do this useless stuff. If you have something to say, just tell me. If you're fine, get out of here. As for those who have and don't have, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life. Cao Wenbin curled his lips slightly. He is a person who always responds to soft words and does not tolerate tough ones. So the next moment, he rushed directly to Lu Yunxiao's side. I'm going to teach this chick a lesson first, and then we can talk. But just as he was about to make a move, his hand that was reaching for Lu Yunxiao's waist suddenly stopped in midair. Then, in the depths of his eyes, within a short period of time, a deep feeling of disbelief emerged. At this moment, Cao Wenbin couldn't even speak. As to why this is so, he hadn't noticed it when he was far away just now. But when he got closer, he immediately discovered that there was an aura in Lu Yunxiao's body that was extremely close to him. Very light, but it does exist. What do you mean? I'll say it again, get out of here right now. I see you don't bother others. As soon as she saw Cao Wenbin's expression, Lu Yunxiao immediately realized that her secret had been discovered. So after yelling, she immediately ran to the bedroom. Prepared to turn a blind eye. But before she pushed open the door, she suddenly discovered that there was an extra breath in the yard out of nowhere. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's voice soon rang out again. Sister Yunxiao, why don't we make a deal? Lu Yunxiao suddenly turned around. Then he was shocked to find that the person who suddenly appeared was Zhongzhou. And the condition is quite bad. His face is full of fatigue. I don't even have the strength to stand. After holding on for a few breaths, he immediately staggered towards the tea table in the courtyard. Kid, how come you were captured by this guy again? Zhongzhou smiled bitterly. Everything is self-explanatory. And Lu Yunxiao did not dwell too much on this issue. After all, things have come to this point, there is no point in saying more. Might as well find a way to solve it. So, what deal are you going to make? Draw it. Cao Wenbin smiled. Of course, since others are so happy, as a grown man, he naturally won't hesitate. It's very simple. I'll give her freedom, and you'll follow me. But let me make it clear first, what I want is your loyalty. So after this, just focus on taking care of your baby and don't think about anything else. To be honest, this requirement is really not high. And Lu Yunxiao was obviously well prepared. So after being a little reserved, she nodded gently. Just do as you say. Don't worry, I'm a very principled person. Since I promised you, I will never break my promise. In fact, she had wanted to find Cao Wenbin for a long time. This idea came to my mind the moment I discovered the situation. After all, the restrictions here are too great. In case it's not hidden well. The reason why I didn't move was because I was afraid that Lu Jilin would collapse. And now, just go with the flow. The two of them were in harmony, but Zhang Shengxi, who had just taken a breath, was immediately numb. What did she just hear? Taking care of the fetus. Could it be? Swish. Although he was very tired, Zhang Shengxi immediately pounced on Lu Yunxiao. As the distance between the two sides grew closer, her heart became heavier. Because she also felt that breath. The only difference is that the aura is not close to her. Instead, it disgusted her. His body suddenly stopped. Then she completely lost the ability to speak. It's not that she doesn't want to say it. But I don't know what to say. Persuade him to repent. What should she do then? You know, her body protection pill has been broken. As for blessings, it doesn't seem appropriate. So after struggling for a while, she could only utter one sentence. Don't worry, Sister Yunxiao, I will find a way to hide it from Jilin. Chapter 694 is blocked. Looking at Cao Wenbin's departing back, Zhang Shengxi's body softened and he sat down directly on the ground. Her little face was full of guilt. She knew very well that this time, Lu Yunxiao was just taking the blame for her. When the three of them came out of the happy palace together, if she and Liang Qi had not transferred all the pure yang energy into Lu Yunxiao's body, the situation would never be like this now. Even if one of them is destined to be infected, it will most likely be her or Liang Qi. After all, although both of them are strong, the extremely yin energy in their bodies is really not as strong as Lu Yunxiao. The resistance is totally unmatched. What should I do? If Jilin knew about this. As soon as the feeling of guilt disappeared, the headache came back immediately. There's no way around it, because all the cover-up tricks she could think of had huge loopholes. Not to mention Lu Jilin, she couldn't even fool herself. Big sister, what's going on here? But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when she was at her wit's end, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Second sister, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be treasure hunting? Zhang Shengxi was confused. After Liang Qi stood firm, her face was full of bitterness. Why would a treasure hunt take so long? Actually, I finished my work not long after you left. Unfortunately, by the time I arrived at the Dark Palace, it was still too late. Without any other options, I had no choice but to clean up the battlefield. Oh right. Having said that, Liang Qi seemed to remember something, and then she flipped her little hand and took out a silk fabric that was so light that it couldn't be any lighter. Of course, while she was doing it, her mouth didn't stop either. After I finished my work, I started following Cao Wenbin. See if I can rescue you. But I didn't dare get too close to him. After all, this guy is really too weird. So, Liang Qi didn't say anything else. But the meaning is self-evident. And Zhang Shengxi's little face turned red without any suspense. Then he snatched the thing from Liang Qi's hand. What are you thinking? It's so dirty. Why bring it back? Liang Qi is innocent. I'm just afraid that Jilin will find out. By the way, sister, you should tell me the specific situation here first. Why did that Cao put you down and take Sister Yunxiao away instead? No matter how you look at it, this deal isn't worth it. As expected, the corners of Zhang Shengxi's mouth began to twitch immediately. But she also knew that now was not the time to be reserved. So after organizing her words a little, she began to introduce herself. You are wrong. Sister Yunxiao is now worth much more than you and me in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Because of Sister Yunxiao's belly. As she spoke, she made a bulging gesture. Pregnant, and Liang Qi understood it instantly. At the same time, she was completely stunned. Stop being in a daze. Think about what to do quickly. Otherwise, this family will have to break up. After all, Jilin only has two mothers, and now they are both conquered. Liang Qi trembled all over. Then he immediately came to his senses. And she does have some quick wit. This is not. If we want to conceal this, from the current perspective, there is only one way. That means obtaining Cao Wenbin's disguise technique. Then we two will take turns pretending to be Sister Yunxiao and just walk around in front of Jilin when we have nothing to do. That sounds very much like it. As long as it works, it can really conceal the truth. But soon, Zhang Shengxi rolled his eyes lightly. This is such a bad idea. Do you know that before I awakened, Cao Wenbin used this trick to take me down? Back then, he was pretending to be Jilin's previous life, and it almost drove me crazy. So he can't handle this trick, baby. Even among the people around him, not many know this trick. Not to mention teaching us. More reason, there are even personal experiences. However, Liang Qi had obviously thought of this a long time ago. So after gritting his teeth, he said with a determined look, last time we were captured, due to time constraints, didn't we only visit half of the Fun Palace? And looking at Cao Wenbin's expression, he clearly feels very regretful. So I'm going to negotiate with him on this basis. Then I'll just swear and promise that the skills will only be passed on to you and I won't pass them on to anyone else. He should relent then. Zhang Shengxi was stunned. Come alone. Is there any chance of coming back alive? Even if I come back by chance, what will happen? No. She wanted to object, but after opening her mouth for a long time, she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Buzz. While the two women were frantically thinking about the aftermath, Cao Wenbin finally returned to the vicinity of Yaoyang Temple. However, unlike the smooth journey out, the way back was not so smooth. Look, even though the temple was right next to him, he could get there by just lifting his legs, but he still didn't dare to act rashly. Because he could clearly feel that he was locked by an extremely terrifying aura. If he dares to make the slightest movement, he will surely be struck by thunder. I wonder which senior has come to visit us. Please show yourself. The expression is very solemn. But Cao Wenbin was not afraid at all. Pa, and his performance also won the respect of the other party. The next moment, a burst of crisp clapping sounds slowly rang out. At the same time, a slim figure suddenly appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Absolutely beautiful. But what attracted Cao Wenbin the most were the other person's eyes. Peach blossom eyes. It's full of affection. However, the knowledgeable Cao Wenbin understood that the other party was not interested in him. But it's born that way. Look at everyone with affection. Besides, he is not blind. The other party's extremely pure yin energy is simply too obvious. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Lu Jilin's new backer. So we will only be enemies with him. Emotion. It doesn't exist. In reality soon proved this. You must be Cao Wenbin. He is indeed a handsome man. Unfortunately, you provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. That's right. My name is Yu Qiwei. Don't make any mistakes. Chapter 695 The Terrifying Enemy. Depend on. Isn't it just that they are stronger? You're just pretending. Looking at Yu Qiwei who was full of arrogance, Cao Wenbin looked unhappy. But his body is quite honest. The next moment, Lu Yunxiao in the Happy Palace was thrown directly to the Yaoyang Palace. At the same time, Sister Yunxiao, please come in quickly. And then follow their lead. Remember, this is your only chance to save me. Don't be so petty. Otherwise, the child in your belly will really be left without a father. These words were spoken quickly and urgently. But it is very useful. Look, Lu Yunxiao, who was about to say something, suddenly shut up. Then he took the initiative to make an effort. But just as she was about to enter the Yaoyang Temple, Yu Qiwei refused to do so. Lu Yunxiao, Jilin's mother. Stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge suction force suddenly covered Lu Yunxiao. Once it gets to him, there's no chance of escape for Lu Yunxiao with his strength. Slutty fox, you seem to have found the wrong person. Your opponent should be me. However, Cao Wenbin had already expected this scene. So there was no use for Lu Yunxiao at all. In the blink of an eye, he blocked the energy. Immediately afterwards, the evil jade pendant turned into a long sword. Boom. The two sides soon touched each other. To be honest, the purpose of this energy is just to catch people. So quite soft. But even so, Cao Wenbin was still shocked by the impact. After flying for hundreds of miles, he was able to stabilize his body. Depend on. That's good now. or even further away from Yaoyang Temple. Cao Wenbin is very depressed. The only thing that made him feel slightly relieved was that Lu Yunxiao arrived at his destination safely. And the other party obviously couldn't do anything to Yaoyang Temple. As a result, the purpose of the reaction was not achieved, and she glared at him the first moment. Boy, you're courting death. I originally wanted to leave you with an intact body. But now it seems that there is no need for this at all. The voice was full of coldness. After saying that, he raised his hand again. Buzz. The energy released is even more terrifying. And the nature has also changed. It is full of murderous intent and fierceness. Fuck. Cao Wenbin wants to hide. But I soon discovered that there was no way to avoid it. I'm afraid even if I use the Yaoyang teleportation technique, it still won't work. The opponent's attack clearly has a conceptual meaning. Must win. Therefore, boom, puff. Without any suspense, Cao Wenbin flew backwards again. Unlike the last time when he was unharmed, this time there was a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was injured. And it's not just a superficial injury. Damn it. Feeling the severe pain coming from his body, a red light suddenly flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Then, he dodged and suddenly moved behind Yu Qiwei. Then he controlled the evil jade pendant and slashed at the opponent's neck. Just defending and not attacking, that's not his character. Of course, while he was making his move, his mouth was not idle either. Yu Qiwei, right, you don't have to show off. My today is your tomorrow. How much blood I shed, that's how much I'll make you pay back when I catch you. As for the method, boom, the explosion was even more shocking. But the result is no different. Cao Wenbin was still sent flying backwards. I don't know what happened to Yu Qiwei, but she can even burst out energy from behind. So without even turning his head, he directly broke Cao Wenbin's sneak attack. Depend on, what kind of cultivation level is this slutty fox? How can it be so perverted? Sister Zhongzhou doesn't seem to be this strong. Cao Wenbin, whose injuries were even more serious, was completely speechless. At the same time, he also understood that there was an insurmountable gap between the two sides. Unless he enters the heavenly Dao realm, otherwise, he has no qualifications to compete with him. It seems that we can only find a way to enter the Yaoyang Palace first, and then make long-term plans. After coming up with the idea, Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate. Yaoyang's teleportation technique is activated again. The target is directly at the palace gate. But he's obviously not the only smart person. Look, Yu Qiwei moved earlier than him. In addition, she was stronger and closer, so even though there was a difference in the method of moving, Yu Qiwei was still one step faster than him. So, boy, you're not big, but you have beautiful ideas. Still want to go in? Dream on. Boom. Cao Wenbin feels very aggrieved. Because he became a trapeze artist again. The blood at the corner of his mouth couldn't be stopped. But at this moment, something happened that made his eyes light up. Shi Feng actually appeared at the gate of Yaoyang Temple. And soon it flew away quietly. This is the pure yin energy that has already contributed everything. Come out to meet me. His eyes narrowed, and then Cao Wenbin said nothing. He just started running around. Sometimes east, sometimes west. It's impossible to figure it out. Without a fixed target, Yu Qiwei's speed was obviously not enough. After chasing for 2 steps, he just gave up. Obviously, they are afraid that Cao Wenbin will make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Good opportunity. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin didn't beat around the bush, and in the blink of an eye, he was next to Shi Feng. What's going on in there? With Sister Yunxiao here, that change shouldn't be a problem anymore. Damn it. That woman just now must be the spirit of the Dark Palace. If we want to deal with her, we have to wake up the one in Yaoyang Temple as well. Otherwise, we'll just be cowards. These words were spoken quickly and urgently. He was so anxious that even the injuries in his body were triggered. The corners of his mouth, which had been wiped clean, turned red again in an instant. Just calm down for a while. So, Shi Feng immediately quit. Her big eyes were filled with tears. But she also knew the temper of this little man very well. So while helping Cao Wenbin wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he also took the opportunity to talk about the situation inside the temple. With this new helper, the situation has indeed improved a lot. But at the same time, we also found that our previous estimates were a bit too optimistic. The strength of this layer of restriction is not 10 times that of the previous one. It's about 12 to 13 times. So it's simply impossible to break through the restriction in such a short period of time. Of course, this fluctuation is completely within our control. Jian has already divided everyone into groups. Then we'll take turns attacking. Those who go down will recover immediately. This ensures that the barrier has no time to recover. And according to this method, it will take about 10 days to complete the task. Chapter 696, Escape for Life. 10 days. In that case. I don't know what he was thinking about, but an evil smile soon appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. It was obvious from the look on his face that he was planning something bad. At least for Shi Feng, this is absolutely the case. But before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed. Then Yao Yang's teleportation technique was immediately activated. He took Shi Feng and disappeared from the spot. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly rang out. The place where he was originally standing turned into a big pit in the blink of an eye. You know, this is the realm of domination. A place where the hardness of sand and stone is comparable to that of innate treasures. The attack here can create a huge hole. If it lands on a person. You Chiwei, you slutty fox are really haunting me. Cao Wenbin was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, and his eyes were so cold. However, no matter how angry he was, his body was never idle for a moment. The figure flashed, immediately rushed to Yaoyang Temple. After all, this is the best chance to return. Absolutely not to be missed. A sneak attack. Then I'll let you know what it means to steal a chicken but end up losing the rice. Great idea. And at the beginning, everything was indeed going smoothly. Yu Chiwei really couldn't catch up with him. But the good times did not last long. When he saw the Yaoyang Temple again, he suddenly discovered that there was an extra formation in the square of the temple. It is filled with the aura of the laws of space. Teleportation array. The corners of my mouth twitched unconsciously. Then Cao Wenbin didn't even hesitate and directly changed the direction of advance. Never looked at Yaoyang Temple again. And the facts have proved that his choice was quite correct. Look, Yu Chiwei was originally behind him. Suddenly he appeared at the gate of Yaoyang Temple. The distance between the two people was shortened in an instant. Then, boy, as all you can do is run. Didn't you say before that you wanted me to bleed? How can you stab me if you don't even dare to turn your head? Come on, look back. Sister, you've already spread your legs. Very tempting. But Cao Wenbin was completely unmoved. Because he knew better than anyone that with the current distance between them, if he was distracted even for a moment, he would inevitably pay a huge price. So, you haven't even taken off your armor, so what's the point of me watching? Well, all good things must come to an end. You don't have to send it anymore. After all, it won't be long before we meet again. By then, it won't be too late for us to appreciate each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's speed increased to another level. The gap between the two sides doubled in an instant. To be honest, if this happened to an ordinary person, he would definitely not pursue it. It's meaningless after all. But Yu Chiwei, who had no worries, did not do so. Still gritting my teeth and following closely. It looked as if there was some deep hatred between the two sides and only one of them could survive today. Damn it. This woman must have been lonely for too long. It itches everywhere. Otherwise, it would never be like this. Feeling the ever-present breath behind him, Cao Wenbin almost bit his teeth to pieces. He knew exactly what this woman was thinking. I just want to compete with him in endurance. Relying on his cultivation, he will be exhausted to death. In that case, then let's compete. If I don't tire you out so much that you stick out your tongue, I'll be unworthy of all the money I've earned over the years. Do it when you think of it. Then he slowed down. Get ready for a protracted war. But at this moment, Wenbin, let's go northwest. There's a secret place over there. Very weird. It's filled with various innate restrictions, which can just block the pursuit of this crazy woman behind me. The most important thing is, there should be treasures in there. Back then, we only opened the outermost layer. But even so, I still got 2 conceptual magic weapons. Just think about it, if we enter the inner layer. Shi Feng didn't say anything else. Because Cao Wenbin's eyes have lit up. And changed the direction of advance at the first moment. Depend on, what on earth did this guy surnamed Cao do? How come you have so much endurance? We've been running intensely for 3 days now. I'm starting to get tired, but how come he's still so full of energy? Feeling the two figures with the same consistent speed in her spiritual consciousness, Yuqiwei, who had originally looked confident, was immediately paralyzed. She never thought that things would turn out like this. Logically speaking, those two guys should have fallen into her hands yesterday. No, I have to keep on holding on. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed all over again. She gritted her teeth and then prepared to speed up again. After all, the gap between the two sides is really big. If it were farther, even with her spiritual sense, she might not be able to reach it. But just when she was about to turn her idea into reality. Yu Qiwei was completely stunned. The beautiful body subconsciously froze in place. As to why this is so, Cao Wenbin's breath actually disappeared from her perception. Very sudden, there was no sign at all. Could it be that the guy used some kind of concealment technique? No, that's not right. If he had this method, he wouldn't have used it now. You should have used it the first moment you were out of my sight. And if it weren't for this secret realm, yes, it must be the secret realm. Thinking of this possibility, she didn't hesitate. Directly increase the speed to the maximum. The reason why I am so excited is not because of the baby. After all, she also has a companion treasure. I totally despise the other garbage. What really makes him happy is that secret realms are usually very small. And most of them have only one exit. In other words, as long as she can trap Cao Wenbin inside, she can catch him in a trap. What a pity, although the idea is good. But when she arrived at the place where Cao Wenbin's breath disappeared, she was completely stunned. Because the harsh environment of this place was completely beyond her imagination. She's blocking people here. If you can ensure that you don't lose it, that's pretty impressive. Depend on. How can such a place exist in the world? It's just nonsense. Very unhappy. And she didn't hold it back. The next moment, she punched forward with all her strength. First of all, it's a way to vent. Secondly, it is to open up a channel for yourself. She was ready to fight her way in. God kills God. Boom. Chapter 697A Battle